This is the call.
It is heads.
And it is a heads.
Good. With the play condition. Yeah, I think just
Robin, you've won the toss. What are you going to do first?
Morning, KG. We won the toss. We're going to bat first today.
And what is behind that decision for you guys to bat first today?
We feel like it's a really good batting track. We're also familiar with the conditions with it being a home game. And yeah, I back our team to set a high total.
And what do you make of the way the pitch has been prepared here for this match?
Yes, it's a bit of a slope to the side with a shorter boundary here and then a longer boundary that side. So I think it will have to be aware of that and adapt how we play. But yeah, we knew about this coming in, so that is to our advantage.
And what do you think has been the recipe for you guys to almost turn it around this half of the season where you seem to be getting a lot more wins? What has been that thing that made you guys always propelling you guys in the log standings?
I think we've had different people stand up on different days. We've had contributions with both the bat and the ball, and people kind of taking responsibility in terms of their roles. So we're complementing each other a lot more than we were at the start of the season.
Except for Amogelang, who got injured in the last match. Any changes from the last match that you played against the Knights in Bloemfontein?
Yes, unfortunately she got injured, which is so sad now at the end of the season. We've got two changes. So Rasika comes in for Amo, and then Katie comes in for Simone.
Thank you, and all the best for the match. Like you lose the toss, what would you have guys done first?
We also would have had a bat, so now we need to go ball and get some wickets.
And what do you make of the conditions of the pitch that has been prepared here for this match today?
I think it will be a good wicket. One side is a bit of a slope, so I think we can use that. But otherwise, I don't think it should change through the innings.
And last week you guys bowled pretty well, restricted the Titans to a low total. What learnings would you have taken from last week to make it better this week and come out with a win?
I think with the bat, we just need to build some partnerships, don't play silly shots, and then hopefully you can give a good batting performance again and those runs.
And any changes to your team from the team that played last weekend?
Yes, we have one change. We're bringing in Fossey, a bit of a bowler, in for now. So, yeah.
All right, thank you, Izal. All the best for the match. And that is the end of the toss here. We've got the Fidelity Titans that have won the toss and have elected to bat first. It looks like a very good pitch to bet on, but both captains reckon that it won't change that much throughout the day. So it's going to be a very good pitch to bet on here today. And you look at the overhead conditions, it is clear blue sky. So we don't expect any rain to come here today. So we are in for a very good game. And all the best to all the teams. Let's catch you on the CSA YouTube app as we bring you this game a bit later on, starting at 10 o'clock. See you later.
Hollywoodbets Pro50 action live at SuperSport Park. Good morning, everybody. Welcome along. If you're just joining us, the Fidelity Titans have won the toss and they'll have a bat. One slip in place. We'll get to proper formalities and introductions in just a moment. Janse van Rensburg with a ball in hand. She's going to be opening the bowling for the the Knights ladies rather. First ball. Just tucks that one into the onside. Immediately looking to set off is Macheke. Looking to get things underway very quickly. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me is Werner Erasmus. A very good morning to you, Werner.
Morning, David. Lovely to be here and to have some sunshine in Gauteng. No rain predicted for the day, which is wonderful news after all the rain in these parts in the last few weeks.
A little bit wayward with the line there early on, and the umpires are getting some early exercise. As you said, a lovely day here, and presumably the reasoning behind batting here, Werner, is it looked like a good surface when we had a look at it a little bit earlier. Maybe a slight surprise that they didn't try and get something out of the surface with the water table being as high as it is. And just leaves that one outside the off stump. So happy to kind of see her way through this first over.
Yeah, but still, with the pitch feeling quite good to bat on, just a little bit of a slope. Not sure if you'll be able to see that, but it just slopes slightly towards the right-hand side, with the pitch being to the right of the center today.
Oh, just tried to tickle at that one, did so, almost fending it at it. But another wide means that we are yet to have a run off the bat this morning.
Titans ladies winning the toss and deciding to bat. It's Robin Soul and Tebogo Macheka opening the batting for them. And it's a strong lineup for the Titans today.
That's a much better line there. Much better line there from Janse van Rensburg. Just nice and straight on the stumps there. You've got to look to attack the stumps here early. It was a very different encounter than perhaps the form would suggest for these two sides in Bloemfontein. The previous fixture just happening a week ago. And the Titans lucky to probably scrape away with that one. They didn't bat well enough and managed to get the victory in the end. Outside edge, is it? Yes! Wicket. And early joy for the Knights ladies. It's a massive wicket. Robin Searle has been so good for the Titans in this year's 50-over competition. She comes off 51 not out in the last game, and she's gone without scoring this morning. What a way to get things underway. It's 2 for 1.
Yeah, it's well bowled by Giselle Jansen van Rensburg. Just inviting that drive. Robin Searle feeling for it, not fully convinced in that shot. And takes a healthy outside edge. Umpire had no hesitation in giving that one just the sort of start the Knights were looking for.
Yeah, it just seemed like Robin was not convinced. She was just almost fending at it. Didn't really get anything to allow her to free her hands and get underway. And so another opportunity. Well, she could have cover-driven that and gotten them off to a lovely start. She's not able to. She gets the edge, and that brings Annika Bosch to the wickets. 2,102 runs in this format. Her best coming against Northerns, this very team. Right here, 159 not out. So almost an interesting prospect here with an average of just under 34. She's crucial for the Titans ladies.
Yeah, she's been on a real upward curve, is Annika Bosch. At this venue specifically, she's played 5 matches in the Pro50, and she's averaged 91 at a strike rate of 102. So a vital player here for the Titans, and she needs to just settle the nerves here early on for the Titans.
Sensibly leaves that one. That Robin Searle wicket was so important. She's 4th in the ladies' 50-over competition runs, having scored 268. She's such a crucial wicket. And to get that one will give the Knights a whole lot of confidence. They've come here knowing that they've struggled a little bit in the 50 over competition, just the one victory for them this season. So that's a great start for them. Masterfully behind that, defends it. And the end of the first over. So we've wrapped up one. It's 2 for 1.
Yeah, successful over for Giselle Janssen van Rensburg. Wonderfully bowled from her. Apart from those 2 wides, she was right on the money. And those were also the only runs coming off that over. So big work here for Tebogo Macheke and Anneke Bosch, just to get things underway for the Fidelity Titans. And it really is a lovely day out here at SuperSport Park.
Yeah, thankfully we can say that there's cricket underway. Earlier in the week there were some of the fixtures across the men's and women's game that were thwarted as Swartz gets an opportunity to turn her arm over. And then last week Sunday, the game between the Titans and the Dolphins was interrupted almost at the halfway stage. We just got back on after the innings break, and then things were foiled when the lightning came and the deluge followed soon after. So we're very grateful that we can get some cricket underway. 50 over cricket. It's a little bit wayward there from Swartz. It's well played, excellently timed, and it'll race away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, wonderfully played by Macheke. Nice high elbow, I should say. And finding the gap perfectly. Make sure that she didn't really hit across the line. She almost used the angle, despite a bit of swing. That's what gets early on. Yeah,
Lucien Swartz here, just missing out on her length there. Essentially a half volley, and a player of Macheke's quality not going to miss out there. And what a comeback from Swartz, just beating the bat through the wicketkeeper. It almost seemed like a tentative one. You've gotten the 4. Don't, now pull up the handbrake. Don't pull back. Don't recede into your shell. Give it a good go.
Yeah, keep that positive intent. But there are 2 slips waiting in place. A wideish first slip and almost a third slip.
And another wide. So both umpires having the opportunity to stretch their arms there.
Yeah, 3 wides early on in this match. Only 8 legal deliveries so far from the Knights. Something that they'll have to look at.
Oh, she tried to have a go at that one, did Macheke. Didn't quite get in the line of it to really go after it and get the connection she was looking for. You can see there's a bit of an internal conversation there. She knows that she should be better with ensuring that she gets her body to the ball, try and get a good connection. Not this time. Swartz toying with her. She's gotten the boundary, and now she's just going to have to collect her thoughts. It's much straighter from Swartz, but it just finds the fielder at mid-off.
Swartz does like to pitch the ball up, get some early swing, and she's been very good in this tournament. Has Swartz, he's taken 10 wickets. Also has a bit of 6 for 29 in this competition, so definitely an early threat for the Fidelity Titans.
And this one, she gets her body well behind, does Macheke. 1 ball remaining in the second. I want to just pick your brain here at the end of the over around what it means for these young ladies to be able to turn the game around so quickly, because you have fixtures, the same opposition 2 weeks in a row. Just flicks this away onto the onside. This field is an absolute billiard green, another boundary, and a good way to end the over. The end of 2, it's 11 for 1.
I guess it's a tricky one, playing the same opposition twice, though it might count in your favor. You feel a bit more comfortable. This last delivery, just a bit overpitched from Swartz, and it gets enough bats on it, does Macheke, to end the over the way it started. And not bad comeback for the Titans this over. 9 runs coming off it, and that'll make them feel quite a bit better.
Yeah, because often the mind games that go out in the middle there, particularly for the batters, they have to kind of fight their demons. And because we saw Robin Searle did so well in Bloemfontein, comes and plays at home and then gets dismissed fairly cheaply. And now an opportunity here for Annika Bosch to maybe build on the form from last week. She was out for 45, so you almost have two sides of the coin. It's just angled in to Bosch. Because you almost take two paths, Werner. The one being you've gotten some runs and then you don't quite capitalize on that, form that you've gotten. And then on the other side of it, maybe you do capitalize, and so you build. You learn from where you maybe struggled against these bowlers last week. But the other thing to consider is it's a different field. Just guides this away towards backward point, and they scream through for a single. Macheke in the first over was ready to go on her bike, but in this instance, she gets home safely due to the wayward throw from backward point.
Yeah, it is an interesting one, and last week they dropped Annika Bosch twice when she hadn't scored a run yet. And so that's something that they'll look to rectify here today. If they get early opportunities, they need to take it, because she ended up making 45 runs, and that is a big problem for them. But there is an opportunity for those who didn't make runs to end up bring a bit of a comeback. Giselle Janssen van Rensburg has already started quite a bit better here. Change in field with the second slip going out to cover position.
It was very full, that one. Surprised that Macheke didn't go after a little bit of a freebie, but maybe she's just mindful that, as you said, that cover fielder is right up in her vision, just the peripheral vision. It plays with you, and especially when you've got a player who is wearing bright orange, it can throw you off a little bit. And that one was almost Yorker length, but you would have expected Macheke to go after it. It's still early doors, so maybe with time in the innings she'll feel confident. And that one she's happy to leave, and just inside that red indicated line. And that line, Werner, is for wides, just to give an umpire an idea of where they should be looking. Is that correct?
That is correct, and they call it a guideline because sometimes the batters tend to walk a bit across their stumps, and then they say that line almost moves with the batter, so it gives a bit of leeway.
Thinks about setting off for another quick one. Not able to get it away. One ball remaining in the second Van Rensburg over. And as you said, if the line moves, if a batter goes towards that off-stump region or just outside or even beyond that, in the case of Titans legend A.B. de Villiers, who will be playing here tomorrow in that Titans Bulls Legends game. Enough of that for now. 3 overs have been completed. It's 12 for 1.
Another good over from Giselle Janssen van Rensburg. Only the 3 runs conceded of her 2 overs so far. She's been right on the money. And 50 overs, quite a long time to bat, so plenty of time for these two to get themselves settled. Lucian Swart will want to keep working away just outside that off stump, bring that slip fielder into play. She does get some nice shape, does Swart.
You highlighted, Werner, a little bit earlier, as Lucian Swartz comes back into the mix, that Macheke is a busy cricketer, but you mentioned in particular how you could now take an opportunity to learn from what you maybe struggled with in the last game, to take that on board.
Yeah, it's
well played down to that fine leg region. There is protection there. And why I want to highlight this, Werner, is because we've mentioned that Annika Bosch has got pedigree. Toboko Macheke, yes, she's not necessarily in the ladies' side, but she's a vital cog for this Fidelity Titans side. And so having scored 113 runs in 7 innings, she needs to do a little bit more in order to offer up a contribution to her side. By no means is it easy, as that one is signalled a no ball. and the next one will be a free hit. But I'd love to hear your thoughts about, how do batters turn it around when you're struggling? Is a free hit the opportunity for you to switch on and kick things on, so to speak?
Free hit is definitely not a bad way for that. You just want to find a few balls in the middle of the bat.
She certainly gave that a fearsome hammer, and just taking a ricochet off the fielder there at mid-off, meaning that they were able to get through quite soundly for a single.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to find the middle of the bat on a couple of deliveries, and suddenly you feel much better and you get your innings going, get that strike rotating.
Just pulling up on that one. The other thing is, I suppose, balance, because when you're a dual skill player like Macheke is, you can be tempted to focus on one or maybe zone in on one of those two disciplines. It's just very fine here. There's a lot of work for the fielder at fine leg to do. She's going to have to put in a dive. She doesn't, and that one goes for 4. Very welcome runs for this Fidelity Titans side.
Macheke might not have the best career stats, but I've seen a few very good innings from her. She does tend to be quite attacking, and you like to have a player like that at the top. It was just played nicely down fine leg. Not getting her line quite right was Swas, and then no real opportunity to fine leg to get around.
She's been absolutely invaluable, has Macheke, behind the stumps for this Titans ladies side. So maybe a fellow batting form is made up with the work that she's been up to behind the stumps. She got those 5 dismissals in that game against the Garden Route Badgers, and that can be a massive kind of booster to any side when you have the team on song. You have people contributing with both bat and ball. But as KG said at the Toss Werner, this Titan side is looking like they've had a good holiday, because since that December break, they've come back and all the cylinders seem to be firing.
Yeah, it really has been a good turnaround for them. Some of the Proteas ladies coming back as well.
It's another flick, very fine here. This time, the fine leg fielder was up to the task. Does a bit of the collection work, does Luyanda Nzuza. It's the end of the 4th over. 20 for 1.
I think it really boosts the confidence and environment when the likes of Anneke Bosch and Sunelise come back into the squad, and just give them that self-belief and the experience that these ladies have and know what they need to do. You don't have to really guide them that much, because they know their game very well, and they can guide some of the younger players in this side as well. Still the one slip in place for Giselle Janssen van Rensburg.
Full toss, flicked away. Anneke Bosch wasn't going to miss out on a gift like that. Races to the square leg boundary. It's gone for 4.
Yeah, it really is a gift, and so simple to put those away when you've been around. Even youngsters, if you ask for a delivery to get yourself going, it's probably a full toss on the pads, and no fielder back there makes it very simple. Tried a bit of a slow delivery, did Van Rensburg.
And sensibly, that one is left alone, and it's a wide. So a real task ahead of Janssen van Rensburg here. She bowls the first one, a full toss, and flicked away. It was a glorious shot from Anneke Bosch. As you said, no real protection there, so you have to go with the old adage of bowl to your field, and you'll be okay. But in that instance, 2 deliveries that have been wayward. This time, Bosch lathers that one and only finds the fielder on the ring there in the covers. She doesn't hit them softly, does Anneke Bosch.
You made a good point earlier, David, about maybe a different role, like with Macheke keeping. If you're doing well there, it might just flow over into the batting, sometimes you do something special on the field, you get that confidence.
Just nurdles this away onto the onside, sets off for a quick single, and they're home safely in the end. It's a real danger here. These fielders are lurking like sharks on the hunt.
Important to be on it in the field. Ready behind the stumps, dropped 2 catches last week, and she'll want to be quite tidy today.
It's very full length here from Van Rensburg. She's obviously looking to zone in on a particular length here to put some pressure on these Titans batters. Maybe to just go after the bowling. Maybe she wants to really kind of land on that Yorker length. She's just got to be a little bit straighter, and she could be quite devastating. It's a lovely shot. Lovely shot. Just goes through the hands with that one. And a great shot for 4.
Yeah, it's a nice and positive start here for Macheke and Bosch. Just repairing a bit of the early jitters with Robin Sill going in the first over, but all of a sudden they've moved on to 30 after 4.5 overs. Lightning start by the Fidelity Titans.
She's just missed her length there, Werner, and that's the concern, is that she's bowled quite full, and then when she just draws it back a little bit, it's still not really troubling. Outside half of the bat, and this will race down to that 3rd position. They'll come through for the single. Really pushing at that one, and that's maybe the length that she needs to bowl. Just bowl it much shorter than you have been. Anyway, 5 overs have been completed. It's 31 for 1.
Yeah, after that first over, it looked like the Knights were just getting things off to a good start. But wrestling back the momentum are the Fidelity Titans women in the last couple of overs. Looks like, for a moment, I thought that Ula, who's coming into the attack now for the first time, was thinking about coming around the wickets. But she will be bowling over the wicket to Tebogo Macheke. And just getting her field right. Fine leg. Just want to make sure she's not too wide. Getting a bit finer. And it's an opportunity here for Zintle Kula to make an impression early on. She's also had a very good tournament herself.
Yeah, she's going along nicely, is Zintle Kula. Getting wickets in the last game as well. Immediately she's on the money and causing some consternation. Macheke looked like she was off on a trot, and apologizes to her partner there because the Knights players swarmed her to really just snuff that idea out. Zintle Kula getting her call up way back in 2011, 2012, so a lot of experience in those legs out there. Just beats the fielder, and there's a bit of a fumble, which means there's a ricochet. They'll come back for the second. Bit of hesitation there from Annika Bosch to set off, but determination from Macheke to get back for the second.
That's good running by Macheke. I like the intent here from her early on. 16 of only 17 deliveries. She's gotten off to a very good start here with Bosch.
Just guides this one so deftly, with such grace. That one going down to that third man position. Evodia Yekile, doing the cleanup job there at third man. Zintle Kula having bowled 2,097 deliveries in this format of the game. She averages 20.19 and 66 wickets to her name. So she's been a mainstay for this Titan side, rather the Knight side. That's a much better delivery. Much better delivery. She's got the height. She's got to use that. And she's done it to good effect there.
Cheers, and experience sharing here from Kula. She just have to get some of that momentum back on the Knights side. After an initial good start, the Titans have gotten the ball rolling here on what looks like a very good deck here at SuperSport Park.
That one angled in. Lovely, lovely delivery. That one's right on off stump. The signal from the umpire there. She's just saying there's one to go in the 6th over. And a good bit of shape there from Zintle. Trying to, as you said, use this good surface. If you're going to get something out of it, well, now's the time. Looks to get one there and retain the strike. She won't be able to. So, 6 are done. 34 for 1.
Going at just under 6 runs to the over are the Fidelity Titans. That slope doesn't seem to have had much of an impact so far. And this match is very slight. As we say, it's not quite a Lord's slope in England, as you might have heard 100,000 times before.
Yeah, once you start mentioning the slope at Lords, it's all downhill from there, Werner.
An uphill task for the batters.
Okay, so that's our terrible joke quota for the day. That's it, done. Wrap it up. Janse van Rensburg, 1 for 14 in her 3. And that was a vital wicket. Can she get another breakthrough for the Knights ladies? And how much she would love to get Macheke or Bosch. Either way, she'd be pleasantly pleased if she manages to get the second. She goes to Macheke. It's well bowled. I like that. Attack the stumps. Don't be afraid to go after the stumps. Just make sure you're getting those lines and lengths correct, and everything will work out for you in the end.
Yeah, they've decided to take out the slip and moved her to a wideish gully position for that one that they are guiding down towards that 3rd region. And it might not be the worst, Hadi. It doesn't seem like the edge is being beaten too much so far.
That's well played. It's nice and straight, and immediately she's off. Good bit of fielding as well there. I must correct myself on our paperwork. It's Jansen van Rensburg. Well, I just want to clarify because our stats have 1 and the team sheet says Janse. So, nevertheless, we will make sure that we are correct on that one. We'll just do a bit of research. Yeah, it is Jansen van Rensburg. It's a lovely shot. Yeah, just bludgeoned that last one. And the no ball to go with it. So a free hit here. And as you see one of the nice players run across the screen, just to try and give you some idea that when there is a no ball called and a free hit, as long as the strike changes, you can change the field. If strike has not changed, well, you got to stick with what you got. Get a good whiff at that. Not able to get the connection she wants. And everybody goes back to where they were just a couple of deliveries before. If you're joining us for the first time, good morning to you. And pleasure to have you with us here at SuperSport Park. As you can see, we're absolutely drenched in sunshine. Macheke not quite ready. She was still looking down at the ground. 6.4 overs bowled, 37 for 1. And just a reminder that the Titans decided they'll have a bat. That's the line and length. Absolutely. Janssen van Rensburg on the money there. Well done. End of the 7th over, and it is 36 for the loss of 1. Nice woman. Just getting that one run in the breakthrough. Looking forward to the Legends game tomorrow, Werner?
I am. I unfortunately won't be able to watch that, as I'll be doing some more commentary tomorrow, but it should be a lovely game between the Titans Legends and the Bulls Legends. Not all of them, I think, are actually former Bulls players, or maybe they played 1 or 2 matches and never again.
Never mind, Clive Extian, who's in the Titans side, played Northern Transvaal B, from what I understand, angling in there and behind it. But it's good to see guys like Abby de Villiers back out on the park. I know he's been itching from his social media presence. He's been looking to get out there in the middle, missing things.
Apparently it's been his kids that has almost inspired him to start playing again, because his kids are old enough now to be playing a bit in the nets, giving him some throwdowns as well.
That's lovely. Lovely line and length here. Zintlekula is just settled in nicely here after the first over. She was a little bit off the money, but she did land 1 or 2 in the right place. But now she's just been brilliant. 2 deliveries now, and she's just found her radar. That one is wide, so another wide. It's been a number of them this morning. That'll be a bit of a concern for the Knights ladies. You have to be much tidier with that. That's the 5th wide of the morning, Werner.
Yeah, has been a bit too much from them, and when the other side has already gotten off to a good start, you don't want to add on to it from your side. There's quite a few big names in that Legends game tomorrow now. I'll get back to that after this ball.
Just punches this off the back foot, looking to pierce that field, not able to. The Knights' armor is as strong as it's ever been.
So for the Titans Legends side, you'll maybe be familiar with names like, as David said, Abby de Villiers, Obi Morkel, Chris Morris, Manlama Shimbi, who was the previous coach of the Titans, now with the Proteas woman. There's also Friedel de Wit, Clive Ekstein, Fanny de Villiers, Mangalisho Masechle, Yaku Pereira, who I don't remember playing for the Titans, but maybe. Anyway, on the Bull side, you'll see Victor Matfield, Jaco van der Westhuizen, Wynand Olivier, Werner Creer, Gary Botha, Brian Abada, Willem Albers. So plenty to look forward to there tomorrow after the ladies Pro 20 match in the morning. Stick around for the men's Legends game.
Outside edge, gone! Try to play that deftly down to third man. I said Zintlekula was honing in here and getting the edge. It's a massive wicket of Annika Bosch. She's gone for 13, 38 for 2.
Just building that pressure on Bosch, and this time she's not dropped early in innings, and the Knights will feel very good with that. That's a massive wicket to get early on for them. Just in the channel outside the offs, I'm feeling for Bosch, almost trying to play it down to third, just keeping a touch low, gets the bottom edge and comfortably taken by Reddy. And 38 for 2 are the Fidelity Titans as Sune Lees strides to the crease?
Well, you seem like you feel you're ahead of the game here. You're getting quick wickets, and then suddenly Sune Lees strides to the wicket. She's been an absolute menace for this night side in these in the encounters between these two sides. She leads the wickets in the head-to-head between these two sides, 16 wickets, but she's been no mug with the bat either, contributing on a number of occasions to this batting effort. She's, fourth in the leading run scorers for the Titans in this fixture, having scored in her 6 games 144 with the best of 77 just between these two sides. So it just highlights how skilled she is all round. She's not just your leading bowler, but also just ensuring that the batting lineup is confident in their ability to set or chase.
Yeah, Lee's averaging 75 so far this season in the Pro50, Hollywoodbets Pro50 tournament. And she's switched over to off-spin these days, not bowling leg spin anymore. She's felt she can bring some more control with the off-spin, and she's been doing well with that, bowling wicket to wicket, really giving that all-round value to the Titans.
Oh, it's that angle coming back into the right-hander. She's done so well, has Zintlekula, and immediately the keeper is going to congratulate her with great over there. Just the wide, but the vital, vital wicket of Annika Bosch. It's the end of 8, and it's 38 for 2.
Tabogo Macheka will have to take over here for the Fidelity Titans. She's had herself a good start as well. And now with Bosch departing, she wants to continue a bit of momentum that they had early on. They're just pulling things back now are the Knights, and Giselle Janssen van Rensburg will continue on for them. She still has that wideish gully. She has a fielded down at third on the boundary, and also a squarish fine leg. She doesn't want to go too straight, because if Macheka gets that one fine, it might run away.
Short, pulled away, and there is protection down there. It's more of a hook stroke, really. She's played that nicely behind square, and just the single.
Well controlled by Macheka, though she would have wanted to get it a bit more in front of square. There's big acres of vacant space over there. And Sune Lees will give her first taste of facing up to Janssen van Rensburg here this morning. Fielders in nice and tight, trying to keep her on strike.
That's the line and length. Immediately she knows the caliber and quality of Sune Lees. So she's ensuring that she's immediately up to the task.
Nice bowling here from Janssen van Rensburg. She's been on the money here this morning. And just keeping the pressure going.
Trying to play that a little bit square. Just a bit of an indication, Wagner. The Knights have only played one game here in the Hollywoodbets Pro50 at this ground, SuperSport Park, and they've won it. Does that give you an indication of some confidence that they might take coming into this game?
They should, and also after the last match where they bowled the Titans out for around 150, it should take some confidence. And they're getting some nice swing into the right-hander.
On that day, they scored 278 for 8 against the Titans ladies. It's the highest total in Hollywoodbets Pro50 here at SuperSport Park. And that makes all the difference. That coming in 23-24 season makes a world of difference. Mignon de Prier with 118 in that game. That's what set things up wonderfully for them. It's always crucial, I think, when you look at one-day batting scorecards in both the men's and women's game, that somebody has to stand up and score a big score. yes, you can have contributions all the way down, but if we look at how things had gone in the Champions Trophy, it's a good indication that the teams that scored hundreds were the teams that progressed. The over's been bowled. 9 have been finished. It's 39 for 2.
Hundreds are also important for teams, especially in 50 over format. Just sets up the game, especially if you can do it at a fairly decent clip as well, just to set your team on the front foot. Looks like Kula will continue on for the night. She's brought a lot of control, taken a big wicket of Anneke Bosch.
So it looks like there's a bit of a change in the field. Fine leg is out, as well as a very wide third man, almost at a deep backward point, and then you've got a shortish third man in the ring as well. And that's exactly why. Yes, it is a wide, but what it does tell you, Werner, is there's clearly an indication of what they know Macheke wants to do. Loves throwing her hands at the ball, going after the wider one, and you've got a backward point, a deep third man, and almost a gully or a third man in the ring. They know exactly where they're going to find joy. Outside edge, and it goes in the gap. Well, that's exactly what they mean when they say bowling to your field, Werner, because she's found that gap with precision, but for the Knights, it'll give them some confidence that they're headed in the right direction.
Well, indeed, and it is an interesting field placement with that fielder. Almost a catching position at a deepish gully, especially for that cut shot.
Surprisingly, an unchanged field for Sonelis. Maybe also suspecting that shot outside the off stump, looking to beat the gap there. Maybe it's a gap that they see in the armor of these Fidelity Titans ladies. There's a lot of space from a mid-wicket all the way through to a deep fine leg. And that's exactly where it goes. 2 square legs. So mid-wicket's got to get her skates on here. She does so, but they'll come back for the second. And that's intelligent batting from Sonelis. Just noting that she wasn't going to get any joy or any love through that backward point region. So why not just tuck it onto the onside?
Massive gaps in the field in the power play. Last one of that power play, so important for them to make good use of it.
So Macheke is on 20, Sonelis on 2. And a vital partnership you would think, Werner, because 2 wickets down inside the power play, and not that it would be ringing any alarm bells, but maybe just a slight concern for the Titans ladies. Yeah, especially noting since the fact that they only managed 152 in Bloemfontein last week. And 1 ball remaining in this over. And then there'll be a change in commentary. I will make way for KG. Maybe you can build upon that just to talk about maybe some of the batting concerns that the Titans had last week and how they're going to resolve it today. They call his weight on. Not able to get it done. So at the end of the power play, 10 overs have been completed. We're a fifth of the way through. It's 43 for 2.
Thanks, David. It's been an up and down power play here between these two teams. First it was the Knights getting the early wicket of Robin Sill, putting the Titans on the back foot. Then that partnership between Bosch and Macheke, getting things rolling again for the Fidelity Titans before Kula took the big wicket of Anneke Bosch. And now a bit of a rebuilding phase again here for the Titans, as I'm joined by Kagiso Malubulele. Get that out perfectly.
Masubelele.
Subelele.
Yes, in there. Yeah, good to be in commentary here, and happy International Women's Day to all the women out there watching this game on the CSA YouTube channel. Say a very bit of a, I think the Knights will be very pleased with their start after being asked to bowl first, yeah, having picked up the 2 wickets in the power play. We did have a bit of a chat earlier and say that maybe bowling first is not a bad idea on this wicket that looks like it will just get flatter and flatter as the day goes by. So maybe not a bad thing to bowl here first and get whatever that there is.
Chris Lee's force coming in today and coming into the attack as well. First one just keeping a touch low. Macheke trying to cut that one away.
I think that's the thing about Macheke is that often a lot she just struggles with these balls that are on that 4th, 5th stump area because it just looks like she's very reluctant to get her foot to the ball and ends up being too far away to make the contact that she's looking to make.
Bit wide this time and called so by the umpire. Force wants to get into her work early here. So good to have a day without rain here in Gauteng. It's been so much rain everywhere. Matches being affected, but no troubles today.
Yeah, definitely. It's very good not to have some rain. For me that also lives in Centurion, I'm just used to having rain every day of the week. Sometimes we get woken up by the rain in the middle of the night. So it's very good to have such a glorious day here. So there cannot be any excuses for us not to get good cricket here. Especially looking at a belt of a wicket that has been prepared here at SuperSport Park.
Looking for a quick single is Macheke, but it's really not there for her this time. It's good bowling here from Force. After that wide now, keeping things nice and tight. See, there's plenty of discussions with her. Still getting into her work and making sure that she knows the plan that they want to execute. They've now sent a fielder out to the sweeper boundary on the offside. And that's exactly where that ball goes. Easy single for Macheke.
Yeah, very easy single there for Macheke. And I think the Knights won't mind that too much. The one thing that they want to do now is to put Sunelise and strike as much as possible, as she's the newer batter in. She has first 11 balls, but she's the newer of the 2 batters, so you want to bowl a lot more to her.
She has such good wrists. Just working it into the legs. Running the first one hard. It's Macheke again. Showing some nice intent with the running here this morning.
Yeah, that's one of the big positives about Teboho Macheke is that she's always looking to get those runs, looking to turn those ones into twos. That's something that she's very exemplary of. She is a wicket keeper, so you are used to them being a bit more mobile.
Well bowled by Force. Just angling it in. So 3 runs coming off her first over. It's 46 for 2. Macheke has moved on to 21 of 30. And Sunelise getting into her work. She's on 3 of 12.
Yeah, I think a bit of a rebuild that needs to happen here between Macheke and Lise. Just looking at that, they lost the wicket of Anneke Bosch not too long ago. I think you're looking at the batting lineup today with Maharaj looking to come in at 6. She normally does more batting, no more bowling than batting, but today might have to do a little bit more with the batting. And they've lost obviously the key wickets of Robin Silus, the leading run scorer for the Fidelity Titans this season.
Zintle has been very accurate here this morning. Not giving anything away. Also that big wicket of Anneke Bosch would have put the Titans back a bit. Bosch being so effective here at SuperSport Park before this match, averaging around 100. and so getting her early boosted their confidence. But shorter, cut away by Sine Lees. Not a lot of width, but she almost makes it for herself, and she beats third and goes all the way to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, very good shot that time around from Suneli's. Just it wasn't very wide, but she just moved into a very good position to ensure that she can access that offside. Take a look at that. She just saw a bit of a gap there between the, looks like a bit of a gully in the point.
Kula just asking for a field to be changed, asking that gully fielder to go across to the leg side to square leg region. She'll look to bowl the ball a bit tighter towards the stumps. She'll have to be careful, no fielder out on the leg side apart from fine leg. That makes it easy. Sune Lees to just guide it towards that third region with that gully fielder just coming out there. So smart from Lees.
Yeah, definitely. It's always very good also from a batter after hitting a 4 to just get a single in the over. Especially so early in the over where there's only 3 balls that have been bowled. Already 5 runs in the over. So you stay ahead of the over. You just need 1 4. And then if you can go singles the whole time around, then you stay very much ahead in your run rate.
For Macheke, that fielder from square leg goes back over to that gully region. So Kula's changed her mind, or maybe just for Macheke. Maybe it will be different again for Sune Lees. Macheke looking nice and positive here this morning. She's looking around, always looking to take the positive approach. Well bowled by Kula. Keeping it nice and tight here. Despite that boundary in this over, it wasn't really a bad delivery from her. It was just well played by Lees.
Yeah, she's been very good here, Kula. Obviously getting the breakthrough of the international and the Kibosh. She's kept things very tidy and still here for the Knights.
Jacob looking for that single. It's not there. Still want to go in the over. It's a bit of a rebowling here from the Titans. Looking nice and comfortable though are Lees and Macheke. They'll know each other quite well. An important partnership here for them.
Yeah, definitely. 2 very experienced players. Sunelis.
Just guided into the gap on the outside. Easy single to end the over. It's 52 for 2 at the end of 12.
They're just saying that the 2 players, Sunelis has played 79 provincial games and Deborah Macheke has played 72 provincial games. So you look at the Titans lineup, they are very much experienced. They are the players that the team will look forward to building a very good partnership here. As you said, it's a bit of a rebuilding that needs to be done. There's some drinks brought onto the field.
It's quite a hot day here today in Centurion, so Sune Lees is asking for a bit of a change of gloves. Make sure it's not too sweaty. Have a nice grip on that bat. Get herself going. She's looked good so far. And Crystalise Force will continue here from the pavilion end. She has a sweeper out on the outside. She has a third on the boundary, also a fine leg. But on mid-off, up in the ring. Doesn't get much on that, does Macheke. Looking to angle the ball in is Crystalise Force coming in for this game.
Yeah, I think Macheke, that time, it's something that we've identified that maybe needs to work on a bit more, getting more forward to the ball. Just seems to be staying leg side of the ball too often than not. But there is a bit of a change in the hair stance now. She looks like she's standing more on the off stump than what she used to.
Lovely punch by Macheke, but there is a fielder out on the offside. Almost feels like that deserved more than a run.
Yeah, definitely. It was a very good shot from Tebogo Macheke that time around. But this is what you call, obviously, bowling to your field. There is somebody to protect that boundary on the offside. And that didn't go for the boundary that it deserved.
Both keep targeting those stumps. That's what Force will look to do. Ball's not coming up that much. And the batter's looking to stay back unless it's really pitched up. So just hit a good length, angling into the stumps. Should be able to keep the batters nice and quiet. And we know Sunelis won't like a lot of dot balls. So if you can get a few to bowl some pressure. This one a bit wide. And was not too impressed by the call from the umpire. She felt that was marginal, right on that guideline. But that is what the umpire decides to use to call that wide. On a KG, what do you think a good score will be here today at SuperSport after this start? Quick single call by Sine, and Tebogo Macheke goes through for its well run. And that's what I'm talking about. She doesn't like too many dot balls, does Sunelis. She wants to keep that strike rotating.
Yeah, I think we've looked at the pitch earlier on and you'd say that this is definitely one of those pitches that you'd think 250s, 260 would be par.
Again, just touch of movement into Macheke. Force will just want to keep it there. It's been a good start from her. She looked nice and tidy. She's not giving any freebies away, apart from that one overpitch delivery early in the over that just went for a single. She gets concert word here. Make sure she knows the plan well. Short and wide, not that wide this time. Keeps low again, underneath the bat to end the over. It's 55 for 2 after 13.
I think the Titans will also be looking at the start they've gotten here, going at 4.2 to the over. But I think it's one of those that they'll be looking to just reconsolidate after losing, let's say, cheap wickets a bit earlier on. I think importantly for them now is to look at the amount of overs that they've got in hand and say that what's our target for that. You would think like to go at in and around 6 to the over, 6.5 to 7 to the over, and that will get them closer to that 250, 260, which I think it's par. It's not a very big score here, especially judging by the way the pitch is. It looks like it's just going to get easier and easier. It's going to become a national road here to bet on.
It's Luyanda Nzuza will be coming into the attack for the Knights women. She was also part of that SA Under-19 women's squad. Played in the World Cup a few months ago. Did quite well getting to that final. Nzuza fires in her quick offies. So, change of pace for the Knights. They have a catching mid-wicket in place. Who I feel can come maybe even a touch closer. Also a long on and a deep mid-wicket. Deep square leg going out to the boundary now as well, and also a sweeper on the offside. So plenty of fielders out on the boundary, and that fielder at catching mid wicket is coming a bit closer now to try and cut that angle. Macheke looking for a quick single there, but Suneli's sending her back straight to the fielder.
Yeah, Luanda Nzuza would have gotten a lot of experience going to the World Cup, the Under-19 World Cup in Malaysia, where the Protea Under-19.
Solid start from her.
He managed to finish second in that tournament. Had a very good tournament. So a bit earlier on, actually, the analyst for the team is here, and Adele.
They did very well, especially in beating Australia there in that tournament. But ultimately, India are quite the powerhouse these days. Goes for the big shot, does Zenailis. Takes the outer half off the bat. That means they will only get the single. Looking to exploit that gap behind mid-off. And a change of field now. Just a change of fielders, I should say. Still the same fielder, making sure that there's a quick fielder out there on the boundary, cutting down any extra runs. That fielder that was at a catching mid-wicket now going around to 45 on the outside. So a big gap on the leg side to work for Macheke. Wide down the leg side. Well stopped by Reddy. Yeah, on the stumps. Never easy with those ones that fire down the leg side.
Especially because you feel blindsided by the batter.
And these Nzuza looking to keep it tight on the stumps. Deciding to come around the wicket to Macheke. And now again, that fielder was at third on the outside. Now going back to mid-wicket region. So a quick change from the Knights. Realizing maybe we don't want easy singles in that area. Cut away by Macheke. Should be able to double up here. And she does indeed come back for a second. Well played just in front of point to end over number 14. It's 59 for 2.
Yeah, quite an interesting change in field in there, followed up by a wider delivery going across, making it easier to hit the ball onto the offside. You would think that once you move somebody from the offside, reinforce the leg side, that you want to bowl a bit straighter so that you almost force them to hit to the fielder that you just put out there. But Macheke able to hit it past that point for the 2 in the last ball.
I wonder if that field set she had, or whether she shouldn't be coming over the wicket. If you have a long on, a mid-wicket, and a deep square leg, but you're coming around the wicket, you are always angling it across the batter. So every chance that she'll try and exploit that offside field. Crystally's force will continue on from the pavilion side. Macheke has moved on to 25 of 39 and at least 10 of 21. Overpitched, but straight to the fielder at mid-on.
Yeah, it's always a very interesting thing that I see from your spin bowlers, off spinners coming around the wickets. I'm still to figure out and understand exactly what that is for. You normally see it when bowlers are looking to be a bit more defensive.
Goes for the quick single, does Zenailis, and that's well played. Soft hands just in the gap, making it easy for her to come through. You'll see that plenty from her throughout her innings. She's very good with limiting those dot balls, which is an important part of getting your innings going, forming a partnership, giving strike to your partner. I've seen an interesting statistic not too long ago in the men's side of things, where not only is Heinrich Klaassen the batter who strikes the most boundaries, but he's also the one who limits the dot balls the best. That combination is a lethal one. You can be a boundary hitter but then dots up the rest of the over. But if you can just get that strike rotating as well. As Macheke goes for a big drive, straight to the fielder at mid-off for no run. I think that's something sometimes that the ladies can work on. These dots in between just stalls the momentum a bit of the innings.
Yeah, definitely. And when you get the dots in between, or too many dots in between, is you always think that that release shot is not too far away, and that's often where they lose their wickets.
Beautifully bowled by Force, straight through Macheke, who plays across the line, trying to stay leg side of the ball, and leaving a big gap between bat and pad. Probably should have been looking to hit that one down the ground, rather, maybe with a straight bat. But in the end, Force, that angle working for her, it was 2 dots, looking for something is Macheke, not in a good position to play it at all. And it sneaks through, hits the leg stump, and that's another one down for the Titans.
Yeah, quite a disappointing way to be dismissed. Hitting the leg stump, going right through Tebogo Macheke at that time around. Just speaking about those dot balls and the kind of pressure that they build on the batter. So once they fire a couple of dot balls and they feel that they need to play a bit of a release shot, it's exactly what happened that time from Tebogo Macheke. Now the rebuilding of innings starts once again here with 60-3 on what you'd say is a very, very good wicket to be batting on. And it's one of those games that you saw the last game where the Titans didn't get the runs that they were looking for, about 156 what they got last week. But you had that one batter that stayed in, and that was Robin Sill last week scoring a 50. And that's exactly what you need. You need somebody that's just going to play throughout the innings, the anchor role, just make sure that they stay right through the innings so that other batters, if it must, they must build around them. And I think that's a responsibility that Tebogo Macheke probably had in this innings.
Gandhi Javta coming to the crease now. She's played 71 innings, just the 350s, average of 14, but she has a big job to do here today with Sunay Lee's. Lee's probably looking to be that one to bat through the innings and for the rest to bat around her.
Yeah, definitely very big job for Gandhi Javta. She's batted all over that batting lineup. She's been at a 3. She's opened the batting, so she does have a bit of responsibility here, especially after losing the 3 wickets.
For still targeting those stumps, just worked into the leg side to end over number 15. It's 61-3 now, the Titans. That third wicket falling down, an important one again for the Knights. Every time you feel that a partnership is forming, the Knights nick out another one.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why I say that you just need those batters that just can take a bit more responsibility. Because the one thing that can make you score lower than what you'd like to is constantly having to restart and rebuild once again. It's a lot of work.
Having a bit of a drinks break here at SuperSport Park. With that score on 61-3. We'll need a discussion, especially from the Titans side, on what to do from here. They desperately need a partnership. Still plenty of overs to go in this match. The Knights will be quite satisfied having taken the 3 wickets. So we'll be back with you shortly with some more entertainment. Welcome back after the drinks break, where the Knights ladies are right on top, having taken the wicket after Bochum Macheke. It will be Nzuza continuing on, and it's Sunelise who has a big responsibility from her side, and she's joined by Gandhi Jafta. Just try and form a bit of a partnership here. They still have a fielder at catching mid wicket. They also have a mid on in place now. And Jafta looking for the quick singles not to be this time. Nzuza continuing on around the wicket. She has a deep square leg on the boundary. Looking to keep it nice and tight on the stumps. Just the one fielder out on the offside. Nicely bowled again. Making things difficult for Gandhi Jafta early on here. Making sure that Sunelise doesn't get too much of the strike. Again, nice and full. Almost try and get it underneath the bat.
That is definitely what you want to do for a new batter that's just coming into the wicket. You want to make sure that they face up as many balls as possible early on, yeah.
Bit wider this time from Nzuza. Watched carefully by Jafta. As I said, they have plenty of time here. Wonderfully bowled across. It's a maiden over to start off after drinks here for the Knights. 61 for 3 after 16.
Yeah, very good over to start off after the drinks here from the Knights. With Nzuza just further putting a lead on the scoring here for the Titans. They are now just going at a run rate of 3.8 to the over, which is a lot lower than what they would have liked to be going at. But that's exactly what happens when you constantly lose wickets, especially at key moments here when you're looking to build a partnership that you have to sort of like start again most of the time. And that affects the run rate. Before you know it, you're scoring about 220 instead of getting to that 260, 70 that we speak about being the par here at this wicket.
Just a bit too leg-side-ish from Crystalise Force. After 5 overs, the Titans were 31 for 1, going at 6 runs to the over. The Knights have really pulled things back here.
Definitely, and the best way to get wickets is to put a lead on the scoring is to constantly be taking those wickets, which is exactly what the Knights have been doing in this match.
Looking for the quick single is Jafta, but wisely called back by Sunelise. It's good throw also from the point fielder.
Yeah, if they took that run, that was definitely been the 4th wicket down. So very good call here for Sunelise. That's exactly what happens when you've got a new batter in and you keep them on strike for a very long time, is that sometimes they take those chances to try and get off the strike, and that's where you can create opportunities to get them out early on. I like that there is no cover sweeper boundary anymore. It's been in the ring for the new batter, not to allow them to get off strike easily here.
It's whipped into the leg side again. This time right in the gap. It goes all the way for full. That was almost better time than I realized.
Yeah, definitely. Considering that there's a deep square leg and also a fine leg, needed to hit that perfectly, and that's exactly what Gandhi Jafta did with that one. Hitting it in between the two fielders in the deep there. Two straight that time around from Force into the pads of Jafta.
Yeah, finding that gap perfectly. Dissecting it between deep square leg and fine leg. Gives a bit of width. Good fielding by cover. Running around, getting a hand to it. They will jog through for a single, but she saved 3 runs there.
Yeah, definitely very good fielding here, and that's exactly what you want to do. There was with given there for Gandhi Jafta an opportunity to hit it through the covers for 4, but wonderful fielding to ensure that that doesn't happen. As we just take a look at that again, it had a boundary written all over it, but very good fielding to ensure that it's just a single.
True all-rounder is Miana Smith. Much better this time from force. I mean, Miana Smith, excellent with the bat for the nice up-and-coming youngster. Still 20 years old. She's been in and around the Proteas setup. She also bowls some handy off-spinner now. You saw her stopping that ball in the field. All-round value she brings.
Yeah, Miana Smith, I think last week she was a claim of hope for the Knights to win the match, chasing that 156.
Just got a touch on it. It's Lee's inside edge saves her. That was heading right towards the stumps. They run through for a single to end over number 17. It's 68 for 3. It's been a better start here for the Titans. Well, in this over, I should say. Previous over going for a maiden by Nzuza was very tidy. Crystalise forced just a bit all over this over. That last one was a very good one though, and Sineli's lucky to get that inside edge on it.
Yeah, I think this match obviously is very important also for the Knights in the context of the log standings. Currently lingering right at the bottom there with the 4 points, so they're basically in a position where now they need to win their next 2 games and hope that the Garden Badgers lose their next 2 games in order for them to now go into the second last position instead of the last position, which is a relegation position. So this game is very important for the Knights, and know they've got no other choice but to win this match.
Nice tight on the stumps, but these manages to work it past Nzuza for a single. It is an important match for them. Titans hovering in the middle of the table currently.
Yeah.
But still, even for them, is changing the season around. Getting a bit of momentum here at the back end. Jafta just asking to get her mark again. She played out a maiden over in the previous one. She'll want to get off strike here.
Done. Oh.
This time she does manage to do that. Wicket doing the tidying up work. Bit overpitched from Nzuza, making it easy for her.
Kamlu.
Encouragement from behind from Reddy. Always important for the keepers to be upbeat. Again, full toss. Easy for Sunay Lees.
Yalu.
He's taken the 3 wickets so far this season as Nzuza. Economy rate of 5.53. Best of 1 for 23. Short and wide and cut away. Fielder sweeper running around. Should keep it down to 1. She does. She almost feels more like a defensive bowler, does Nzuza, rather than an attacking one.
Yeah, definitely. And think that's why you see her operating from around the wickets rather than over the wickets. The first instance is to try and stop the batters from scoring rather than taking wickets.
Floated up, beautifully punched by Sunay Lees. Over mid-off. Goes all the way to the boundary for 4. Much better one, this one for the Titans. These last 2 overs been quite productive for them. 8 coming from this one. 76 for 3 after 18.
Definitely very good shot. As we see Sunay Lees there hitting it over that mid-off down to the boundary for 4, showing the experience that she has. As we've spoken about Nzuza and her coming around the wickets, bowling the ball across with no one at long off, that makes it a bit of an easy shot for Sunay Lees to be able to hit. That's exactly what she did that time around. Pounced on it.
Force being given a 4th over here, despite her last over going for 11 runs. So captain showing some confidence in Force after what was a good spell up until that stage. Always important for a captain to back their players. She needs to repay it now though. Short and wide. Again misses the cut shot. That's Gandhi Jafta.
Yeah, I think you want to back somebody like Force after especially taking the big wicket of Macheke, who was looking set on 25 for the Titans. So she definitely is someone that's got a wicket in, and we see field and change there with the cover now going to the boundary again to protect that boundary.
That's well bowled by Force. Getting nice in behind it is Jafta. It's looked solid so far in her short stay of 14 balls. Somebody needs to stick around here with Sunay Lees to try and get a competitive total here for the Titans.
Yeah, definitely, as we spoke about the pass score being around 260 to 280 here, definitely going to need somebody that puts their hand up and is willing to bet for a very long time here. The way that we've come to know SuperSport Park is that the more time you spend on the wicket, the more runs you're going to get. I mean, just thinking about that Titans momentum multiplier, Titans versus Warriors game the other day, where 440 were scored in 43 overs. So there's definitely a lot of wickets, and there were a lot of runs rather on this wicket. But you need somebody that's willing to do the hard yards and bet a long time here.
Easy single into the leg side, and even they gave themselves a bit of time at the start of their innings. And once you do and you get yourself set, it's a beautiful batting pitch here at SuperSport Park. Today is no exception. Pitch feels nice and hard, and no real demons in it. So get a partnership forming, and the boundaries should start flowing. Strong with that bottom hand is Sunay Lees. She does like whipping it into the leg side.
A very good bowling here from Force. I think she's one of the players that not a lot of information is about her. This is the first time that she's actually bowled so many overs at this level of cricket. Previously only have bowled 2 balls in their career.
That's well played. Walking into it, Sunay Lees to end the over. 78 for 3 after 19. Outfield looking exquisite here at SuperSport Park. Plenty of rain in the last few weeks in particular. It's nice and green out over here. No puddles around, which is nice to see. There's been some frustrating matches of late. Stop-starts. Matches not being able to finish. But today we should get a nice full game in here. Titans looking to bat 50 overs. Knights looking to restrict them, like they did last week. Restricting them to 150. They want to do more of the same, and to do that they'll need to keep picking up wickets.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do, I think. The importance of obviously having your off spinner on the other side looking to get wickets.
Easy punch down the ground once again. It's been a productive area for Lees.
It does look like Nzuza, with the career that she's had so far, that she's touch expensive with an economy of 5.5 rather. Switching now to come over the wickets, which I think is a very good move from her.
Gives that one some nice flight, and I also feel that way, KG. Just try a bit of a different angle. Things have been too easy here for the Titans against her in the last over. Quick single taken, and it's well run by Gandhi Jafta. Just finding the gap, and quick response from Sunay Lees.
You've got to say, whenever an off spinner, especially coming over the wickets, they just open up themselves to many more options of getting a wicket.
Seems like she's realized over the wicket might be a bit more fruitful for her. Punch down the ground by Sunelise, powerfully struck, and long on can't get around to it. Again, a 4 late in the over by Elise. Just over pitching is Nzuza.
A very good shot that time around from Sunelise, almost the way that she ended the last over. Just allowing the ball to come under her eye, hitting it straight over the bowler's head. Very good shot from Sunelise.
Good effort from the long on fielder. Dot to end over number 20. It's 84 for 3. That's how be replaced by the classy David Mitchley.
David Mitchley will be back in commentary. Here as the Titans ladies are currently on 84 for 3 after 20 overs. You would say that both teams feel like they are still very much on the upslope here. We've got the Knights would be happy to have picked up the 3 wickets, especially the 3 big wickets of Teboho Macheko was looking very good earlier on. And also the international player in Anneke Bosch. And Robin Sill has also the leading run scorer for the Fidelity Titans this season. So to get rid of a bit early. Let's go to inroads, and as you see that we've got a bowling change from the off-bob end with Mianez Smith coming into the attack. Moving the field around a bit. Got protection on long on, cover sweeper. And also deep square leg and a cow corner on the leg side.
Yeah, it's a good start here by Mia Naismith. The question for you, KG, 20 overs in. How do you sum up this game at the moment? Titans deciding they'll have a bat first. Was it the right one?
Again, Gandhi Jafta just hitting it straight to that cover, trying to get a bit of gap on the offside, but not managing to do so in the first 2 balls. Yeah, I think I must say I don't think it's a bad decision, but I think a better decision would have been to bowl first here, because if this wicket was going to give you anything, it would probably be in the first 10 overs or so, and then from there on, looks like it's just getting easier to bat on. And floated up on the offside, and Gandhi Jafta hits it down to that sweeper for a single.
I think you've highlighted an important point, because these two sides, having struggled a little bit in this competition, want to have some good performances here to the back end of the season. Bit of a change in the field. The cover sweeper goes back into the mix in the ring, and long off is sent out.
And Suneli is just trying to guide it down, not getting the gap that she's looking for. Obviously, they've identified that Suneli's looks to be favoring to hit it over that mid-off or straight down. And that's protection down on and long off. Again, very good bowling. Bit of an untidy field in there, allowing them to come through for a single. Very good bowling here from Mianez Smith. Very good start to her spell.
Yeah, just again, you can hear that over the stump mic. She's just saying she wants the long off back in the ring and then the sweeper out. Maybe going to offer some width here to Gandhi Jafta. That's the double bluff there, KG. She's bamboozled me. Another over has been completed. 21 have gone. 86 for 3. So, you're saying that in terms of the decision, you would have had a bowl first. You want to go in, try and extract something. Have the Knights kind of lived up to that expectation, having been put into bowl?
To a large extent, I think so. I mean, they picked up the 2 wickets in the power play. First off, very big wickets. To say that, obviously, is picking up Robin Silo has been doing very well. Scored a 50 against them the last time around. And also, Anneke Bosch is obviously the international player. There's a lot that's also expected of them. And to keep the Titans to be going at 4.2, I think it's a good rate because we spoke about 260, 270. And if they keep on going at this, they will only get to about 200. So I think the Knights will be feeling good about themselves and where they are. And we see a bowling change with Ivodia Yakile, the leading wicket taker so far, coming into the attack from the Henops River end. And first ball to Suneli's hit down to that long on for a single.
Yeah, she's got 14 wickets in this competition, really causing some consternation for those batters. As you mentioned, the leading wicket taker. So Gandhi Jafta just reassessing where she needs to be.
See another change in here. Obviously, there's definitely a field position for every batter that's coming in. A very good shot here from Gandhi Jafta. That is really well hit from Gandhi Jafta, hitting it past that mid-off and extra cover. Managing to get it down to the boundary for a very good shot from Gandhi Jafta.
It's an incredible piece of batting there. She just gets into position so quickly, hammers this away, just keeping the fielder in business, not able to just rein it in. Janssen van Rensburg bamboozled by the pace of it, and it's a 4.
Oh, and a bit of a shout, but Empire not interested in that.
Maybe a bit hopeful there, trying to extract something.
No signal from the Empire would suggest that actually came off the bat. Another fielding change with the cover sweeper coming into the ring and the mid-off going down.
Well, it's a fine line, isn't it, KG? Because as a team, yes, you want to have your fielding options to each batter. As we just look at this one again, as you said, very likely to have come off the bat. But at the same time, you don't want to be changing the field every delivery. You're not going to influence the game in that way. You've got to get your lines and lengths spot on.
Good shot, good sweep shot from Suneli's in between that cow corner and a deep square leg, and very good fielding. They come back for 3, looking for 3 here, and they just settle for the 2. Very good shot here, and good fielding, good cricket all round.
Poor Lucian Swartz there, she ran from deep square and had to put in the mileage there, and then managed to parry it through the legs of her teammate. 22 gone, 94 for the loss of 3. Yakile there, the leading wicket taker, silenced somewhat, but that'll be some positivity that will resonate, no doubt. Look at that glorious weather, KG. We've been spoiled with the brilliant weather.
Yeah. Just back to your point about constantly changing, and always believe that the bowler needs to dictate where the batter needs to hit them, not the other way around. But sometimes we play a bit of a cat and mouse where you follow what's happening, and as we just see a bit of a summary so far from the bowling.
Yeah, it's been good from Janssen van Rensburg at the top there. Very cheap, very tidy.
First up for Millionaire Smith once again, just finding that thick outside edge.
And that's been crucial for this night's effort. They've not allowed the Titans batters to just run away with the game. They've kept things relatively circumspect.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that is the important thing about when you go into bowling such a wicket that's such a belter that looks like it's got a lot of runs on it, is that if you can keep the team going at about 4 and over, you feel that you are ahead of the game. Sooner or later, the batting team will feel that they need to get a bit more runs out of this. It's straight back to Millionaire Smith from Jafta for a dot. That's 3 dot balls in the over.
I think a massive positive for the Knights ladies is that they've come back with their bowling. They were a little bit wayward early on. They were bowling a number of extras, and they've managed to just rein things in a bit.
Oh, and leg sided there. Looks to have come off the pad. But to leg side that time around from Manny Smith.
Almost a hesitant appeal there. She was saying, "But is it maybe? Would you? No? Maybe? No? Okay, got it."
It's one of those things that you also do to distract the batter from running.
She's gotten away with that one. Gotten away with that one. A little bit of a freebie there from Amir Naismith, but she's bowled so well in this over.
Yeah, 5 dot balls. Be looking to end us over. And another dot ball that will make it a maiden from the Knights. A bit wider, and Gandhi Jafta just managing to hit it in between that cover and extra cover. Or point and extra cover rather for a single. And that ends the 23rd over with the Fidelity Titans on 95 for 3.
Yeah, a little bit of a car accident there. Players not communicating, running into each other. It's so important that you just make a decision that somebody's got to go for it.
Yeah, it is very important because I've seen a couple of times, especially in this season, in this women's Pro50 and Pro20, where there's been a couple of collisions that we've seen on the field. So it's also very important just to communicate a little bit more. Shout. Vodia Yekile will be continuing the bowling from the Henops River end. First over going for 8 runs. Oh, and from the keeper, but no support from anybody else there. Only Reddy thought there was something on it, but the bowler was not really interested.
Yeah, I think she's just played that one, the bat scraping the ground on the way through. And that's why I already was hopeful, just hearing that sound.
Bit tighter that time around and rocking back on that one. Gandhi Jafta hitting it down to that deep square leg for his single.
Yeah, she's so good. Playing the spinners is Gandhi Jafta. She just gets into that position nice and early. And then really she can just pick where she wants to play the ball. There's plenty of gaps on the onside, so why not use that to rotate the strike?
And hit down by Sunelis for a single. They do have protection on the boundary as she was hitting the ball over the mid-off to the boundary for force, but now they've put somebody down there, which has restricted her touch. Just
And
anything else?
Absolutely, and that's the key is they've had the previous over was quite a quiet one.
Once again, giving yourself room. Gandhi Jafta hitting it to that cover sweeper.
It's just good awareness from these two. As I said, they've had a bit of a quiet one in the previous over, so now you've got to make the most of it, capitalize when you can, rotate the strike if you're not able to get a boundary.
And full B there from Yekile once again, but Suneli is just hitting it down to that long on for a single.
You got to keep fighting. You got to keep things moving. You don't want to sit and become stagnant. That's deft, very deft. Good awareness. There's nobody at the third man region, so if you're going to hit against the spin, maybe you won't get the traction that you would need. Nevertheless, the 100 coming up at the end of the 24th. That 100 coming off of 155 deliveries. 10 fours in it. 24 gone. 100 for 3.
Yeah, 24 overs. Almost at the halfway point here. The Fidelity Titans on 100. They'll definitely be looking at this and looking that they need to go up a little bit more. Going at 4.2 to the over. And such a wicket that just looks like it's got so many runs. It's a wicket that you'd say 260, 270, as we said, will be a par score. Definitely we'll be looking that need to be going at about 6 or 7 to the over from here on to get them to a very good total. So last week they were able to defend a low score last week, but they don't want to get into that position again where they have to defend a low total against the Knights. Again, good from Gandhi after using her feet, hitting it down to that cow corner for a single.
Square leg mid-wicket and long on out on the boundary. And now Smith deciding that she wants the cover sweeper to come off the boundary. And I don't mind this, as long as she's bowling stump to stump. Just bowl nice and tight and restrict these two.
Down past the leg stump, and that looks like we'll be trickling down to the boundary, and very good fielding there from Yakile, but looks like she might have not. Looks like she did, actually.
Yes, a valiant bit of fielding there. The umpire's just having a long, leering look at one another to see if there was an indication. You can't really trust fielders. You can't say to them, did you touch the boundary rope? They, of course, will say no thanks. We're just waiting for the umpires to give us an indication. Well, we're not quite sure. Let's have a look at the replay here, because this one just beats Reddy. And Yakile hunting this delivery down. To me, that looks like it could be a 4. But we are not the ones out in the middle, are we?
Yeah, it just looked like from the body language of Yakile also after that she might have thought that's a 4. And indeed, it's been signaled a 4. That is 5 wide. It does look from the replay there. Even the way that she got up at first, that it was a... She already seen that it's a bit of a 4 there. As our replays show. Outside the off stump that time around, and Sunelis just opens the face of the bat, running down to that third man. They come back for 2. Very good start to the over so far from the Fidelity Titans. After the last over went for only 1 run.
So the initial call there was wide immediately, but they weren't quite sure. And as you said, Yakile just got up and didn't really look like she was convinced. And then a follow-up delivery.
Leg sided once again, past the keeper again, but this time around not too fast, and then it's just a single.
This is concerning because Reddy's let 2 deliveries go past her there. She's in focus there, and she knows exactly what she needs to do. She's got to stay a lot lower, let the head go first. And it can be frustrating because when you let one go, that one replays in your head, and then you get into your own thoughts. And then immediately you're under pressure once again. Mia Naismith's got a ball outside off here. That's better. That's better. You're not helping your wicketkeeper when you put them under such pressure, because they are always going to be thinking, okay, maybe I should have done this, or maybe I should have leaned that way. And then when you are trying to fire it in at that leg stump and it just goes wide, it then messes with them even more.
Again, leg sided, but this time around the keeper does stop it. Ready.
Shame, I think she's been hit on the throat there. She really looks uncomfortable. It's another wide.
It definitely had glove off there. Might have went into a throat there.
Yeah, somebody's been hit there. It's terribly unpleasant when you get that one right on the throat. Just have a look at this one again. Mia Smith missing her line, and that really looked uncomfortable.
A bit of a ricochet here from the hands, it looks like.
It's Nelson striking. The 50 partnership coming in this over, but it's been a very expensive one. Nelson 1-1-1 for 3. And it looks like there'll be a small intermission here. Just have a look at the scorecard, KG. What have you made of it so far?
Yeah, I think, like I said a bit earlier on, that the Knights would have enjoyed getting those 3 wickets, but you know, there's a very good partnership that's building up. Robin Sill went out early on. I mean, nothing better than to get the skipper and the player that got a 50 against you in the first game, going not for 4. Tebogo Macheke had a very good start, but looked like she was just getting a little bit anxious, just getting that 25. And Akebosha just getting the 13 runs, not lasting for too long. But there's a very good partnership that's been built between these 2 batters here in Sunelis and also Gandhi Jafta.
Just giving you an update of what's going on around the country. Faye Tunnicliffe is on 7 from 9, but 125 for 3 is where they find themselves, just after the halfway mark in that game. So I think Tunnicliffe, being as good of a cricketer as she is essential for them. Yolandi Simon, 2 for 33 from her 8.2. And then in the all-important clash out of the Wanderers, 58 for 6, the Dolphins capitulating because they're on top of the log. The Lions are right behind them, and whoever finishes top wins it, KG.
Yeah, definitely. I think the DP World Lions will be very happy to see where the game is at the moment. Getting the Dolphins ladies on 58 for 6. A lot of betting that needs to be done here by the Proteas spinner, Nonkululeko Mlaba and Zintle Mali. They've got a very big responsibility to ensure that they can get to a respectable total. But very good bowling so far from the DP Lions, as we see Ntozake Raisibe, the off spinner, 6 overs, 3 for 10 so far. And the captain, Khomoto Rapo, 2.2 overs, 1 for 18. So very good bowling here from the Lions. Very big game in the context of the log.
I'm very happy for Raisibe Ntozake. She had some challenges with her action. And having a look at the Boerland women, they're 90 for 8. Christine Tomlinson still at the crease on 2. And it's been 2 apiece for Apilile Adonisi and Iman Bonase from Eastern Province. So a tough day out there in the middle for the ladies from Boerland and Eastern Province. The Jumbos on top of that encounter. Really looks like she's almost sorted out there in the middle. And they did take a drinks break in that period. Scheduled or otherwise, but it looks like she's okay. Have a look at that one. Eastern Cape Nyati woman, 130 for 4. Mhlechwa, 62 from 73. She's been the lifeblood in that innings. And the Northern Cape ladies, just the 4 wickets in their 31 overs thus far. They're going to need to get that wicket, will the Northern Cape ladies, to really try and stem the tide, but it could be quite a large score there. Good to see the teammate, or rather a camaraderie between 2 players. Jafta just helping Reddy with her gloves.
Yeah, very good. Also good to see the Titans physio actually coming up to help out to ensure that Reddy can continue. She did put her body on the line there, which is something that you always say to the fielders, you need to put your body on the line, but Miani Smith to continue from the off-bob end. But rather this time around, and Jafta just managing to get some good bat on it down to that 45 third man for a single.
Yeah, I don't mind that from Reddy. You know, she struggled with the wayward bowling in this over. Already 3 wides. Good to put the body behind it, as you said.
Again, Suneli is looking to hit it past that cover, but good fielding to ensure that that doesn't go through to the boundary. Quite an expensive over for me in this bit, especially previous over only going for the single. Again, from Sunelis, just hitting it down to that long on for a single. Very good end to the 25th over at the halfway point. The Fidelity Titans are 113 for 3.
Yeah, that was a terrible over for Miane Smith. 3 wides in it, and one of them 5 wide. So it really, she won't be pleased with herself. They often talk about batting in pairs, but you also bowl in pairs. You hunt in pairs, really. And it's tough when the leading wicket taker on the one end, Yekile, has been put under a little bit of pressure, and then Smith at the other end, not helping her partner out.
Yeah, Yekile will be continuing from the hand observer end. She will be wanting to show why she's the leading wicket taker. Got to think that's the time for them to get a wicket here. This partnership is just running away from them a bit. Starts off with a dot ball to Sunelis. No doubt that Sunelis will be feeling that, you know, there's a lot riding on her to get a good score here for the Fidelity Titans. Coming down the wicket, hitting it down to that long off for a single.
Yeah, it's valuable time in the middle, KG. You know, as a national team player, she's expected to go out there and perform on the bigger stage, and where better to learn than in this environment. Maybe not learn anything new, but maybe learn something in the sense that she may have forgotten. But also to back herself in her skills and to be able to manipulate the field, to find success where she may yet have not found it.
It's one down to that long one from Gandhi Jafta.
Lots of encouragement, as you can hear, from Reddy behind the stumps.
Yeah, that hit in the throat didn't stop her from having the energy that she needs to have at the back of the wicket. We know how important it is to have a lively wicket keeper. You see Akile, interestingly, deciding to come around the wickets. And then that allows Sunelis to just get down on the one knee, hitting it in between that cow corner and the square leg. But they managed to just stop it to the two instead of the boundary.
You almost seem to think that there was some sort of inevitability around that one. Immediately, Sunelis just opening the shoulders and eyeing out that mid-wicket region. There's quite a big gap, and now they've just changed that to try and narrow the gap between mid-wicket and square leg.
And Sunelis just hitting it down to that long off for a single to end the over. And that sees the Fidelity Titans moving along to 118 for 3. I think when you're Sunelis and you see an off spinner coming around the wicket, to say that the chances of getting an LBW are very low now from the spinner. And that's why now you've got the confidence to go down on that knee and try to hit it down, because you just feel like it would be very difficult for an off spinner to get an LBW coming around the wickets.
Yeah, and the change is immediately made. They recognize that Mia Naismith has struggled a little bit from the Avbob end, and so they've decided Yolandi Potgieter is the one who will be entrusted with trying to change the direction of this game. The two spinners not as fruitful as they would have liked, and as you said, this partnership just eking away from the Knights ladies. Just give you a quick synopsis of the field. There's a cover sweeper, long on, long off, and a deep mid-wicket.
That's other off stump, and Sunelis is hitting it down to that long off for a single. It's been a very good spell here, or runner spell here from the Titans. Really rebuilt. This partnership has rebuilt. The run rate has now gone up also to 4.5. It was lingering in and around that 4.2 for quite some time. So they're really now going very nicely here. No doubt that the Knights will be looking for a breakthrough, just to get the Titans to restart again, try to build up another partnership. Again, that's at the off stump with Gandhi Jafta.
Something you highlighted at the toss, well, that was highlighted at the toss, was Robin Searle's comment around the conditions being familiar to them.
And that's 7 off. It's a full toss there, got away with it. Gandhi Jafta just managing to hit it over the bowler just for a single though.
And it's all good and well knowing the conditions. Well, what do you do with the conditions?
Again, Sunelis rather hitting it down to that long one for a single.
Much better there from Potgieter. She just maybe overdid it with the first one, trying to seek out a Yorker length, finds the full toss, and that one much better line and length.
Again, just not allowing them to go through. Better over from this end after that previous over for Minnie and Smith went for a lot of runs, but this one just going for a couple of singles.
Where do you think the breakthrough is going to come, KG? Are you bowling for a run out, or is it not that despairing?
Look, I think the one thing that you're looking at is sometimes when you're not getting the wickets, but you're keeping a lead on the runs, so you're not allowing them to get away from you, then it's okay. But you can just see that the Titans are slowly but surely building up a bit more impetus in these innings. So I would definitely maybe look to bring back my strike bowlers, maybe for about 2-3 overs or so. Opening bowlers, bring back a Zintle Mali, bring back a not Zintle Mali, sorry. A Cooler rather. Bring back a Force. just to see if they can give you something a little bit different.
Yeah, I think some concern for the Knights is that Yakila hasn't been able to break through just yet.
It's again a bit of a floaty. That's is just hitting it down to that long off. The one thing that you don't want to do is you don't want to just go through the emotions and hope that something happens. You've got to try and make something happen. Bring your strike bowlers in. Have a bit of an attacking feel for an over to try to do something. It's again slower, but Gandhi Jafta just opening the face, allowing it to run off the face for a single.
It's that extra flight that gets you. Having watched Evodia Yakile closely in this game, you can understand why she does get so many batters. It's that lofted one that you think, oh goodness, I'm going to hit this to the moon, and then suddenly it dips under.
Good shot there from Sinelis just for a signal.
Good bit of fielding as well there. Just getting down there. It's not so easy when you're as tall as she is to get to throw the body around. Nzuza.
Just a dot ball there from Yakile. Better over from her in terms of the 1 for 3 singles. Another dot ball there.
Nice little build here from Yakile. Yes, she's conceded the 3 singles, but she's kept the boundary count down. And some nice advice there from Snellis, just trying to guide her partner.
Yeah, just hit down to that long one. Very good batting just to get a single of that last ball from Yakile. And that's the end of the 28th over with the Fidelity Titans on 126 for 3.
Just something to note there from that last delivery. You just hear the call from Gandhi Jafta of wait, and then she says yes. It's something that young cricketers should always pay attention to, always zone in on. It's loud, clear calling. It just takes any doubt or concern or confusion out of it. Rather just wait, and then if it beats the fielder, then consider the run.
Yeah, definitely. It's very important, and it's quite unlikely or unusual, I would say, rather, from Jafta. She normally is ready to run for every ball. Once again, hitting it straight down. Will this go to the boundary? That long one just comes and cuts it off. Bit of a misfielding. They get the 2 runs from that.
A little bit of a small error rather there. She's just missing out on the pitch of the delivery. Yeah, she missed Valencia a couple of times, has Potgieter.
Again, just a bit of width on the offside, allowing Gandhi Jafta to hit it for another single. It's one of those, I think, from the Fidelity Titans that would say that if they can keep it going at 4.5 until, say, about the 38th over, close to the 40 over, then take it up, look to go at about 7 to the over. From there, they can get a very good score. And from Sinelis to that cover sweeper, she does use her feet a lot, doesn't she? She always looks to open herself up and give herself different options of where to hit the ball.
An important question that will be in the minds of the Titans ladies is, well, what is a good score? You mentioned what they should be looking to score at, but what would be the ultimate goal for them?
Again, a bit of a drop and run there. Very good running here from the Fidelity Titans.
Yeah, realizing the Knights fielders were a little bit flat there, not really paying attention to what was going on, maybe in their own heads. Gandhi Jafta is on the mark here. She knows if you want to keep things going at a good lick, a single is always an option for you.
And that's a very good thing. That's a very good thing to have as when the boundaries are drying up, is that you constantly want to be scoring runs. When this over so far has gone for 5 runs, you didn't get a boundary, so you're keeping up with your run rate. Straight once again, this time just down to that long on for a single. That's 6 runs that comes from this over. The 29th over. The Fidelity Titans on 131 for 3.
Now I'm going to ask you to nail your prediction down. What do you think is a score that will leave the Titans ladies smiling?
I would still think about that 260, 270. Yes, they've batted a bit slower than what they would have liked, but you just look at the betting that's still to come. I mean, they do have obviously Sunaylis that's currently on 40. So if Sunaylis gets another 100 like she did a couple of games ago, she gets another 100 here. Gandhi have to stick to her. They still have Elise Marie Marks. They still have Lexar at that time around. They still have Catherine Pryor, who normally bets up the order. Somebody that's very reliable with the bet also for the Fidelity Titans. Masawata Class also can do a lot of damage with the bet. So they still have a lot of betting to come, and I think that 260, 270 would still be the target for them. Again, bit of a misfill there, allowing the ball to go down to that long one for a single.
I think this is going to be a real concern for the coaches from the Knights. A number of these deliveries, yes, they're getting their bodies behind it, but they are parrying it, and it's just saying, allowing an extra run where they really should have just been kept to 1, or even not allowed a run at all. That's good from Yakile. It's good from Yakile. Just on the money. 1 from the first 3 deliveries in this over. Will she be able to pry a wicket?
Keeper.
So a scrambled single means that Sine Lise is on strike. She's on 44 from 60.
Coming down the wicket there from Suneli is hitting it a bit to the right of that long on, but just a single.
Thought for a moment there was an opportunity as Reddy shouted catch it. It was just in the air for half a second. Change in the field. Cover sweeper out on the boundary for the final ball of the 30th.
Floated up once again from Yakile and just blocked out from Gandhi Jafta to at the 30th over with the Fidelity Titans on 134 for 3. And with that, we'll have a change in commentary with Werner coming back into commentary to join David.
Yeah, thanks, KG. Thanks for your time. We'll see you a little bit later to wrap up the innings. 134 for 3. Let's have a look at those bowling figures. Van Rensburg, steely-eyed, 3.6 to the over and the crucial wicket. And they've been very tidy, barring Swartz. Swartz struggled a little bit, going for 17 in her 2 overs. But other than that, it's been fairly tidy. But the problem, as we mentioned earlier, Werner, is 17 wide. That's a real concern for the Knights ladies. The bowling changes continue. Zintler back in. And on the money, just tucks this away onto the onside.
It has been a real concern for them. That last 10 over period going for 50 runs. No wicket taken. And these two, that partnership's moved on to 75. It's come off only 92 deliveries between these two. It's been good going between them. Tanae Lees, she's made 35 of 39 balls in that partnership. Kandi Jafta contributing to 21. And it's been impressive work between these two. Not really giving opportunities to the Knights. Knights not being at their best in the field.
thought about setting off for a single. I think that's the point that needs to be highlighted, Werner, is that yes, they haven't had any opportunities, but the Titans haven't exactly given them any opportunities to get a breakthrough, to prize a wicket. In the air, but safe. It was hit with some fierce power. And mercifully for the fielder out there in the deep, Izal Salir, it was straight to her, so just one on the bounce.
It's been wonderful work from Gandhi Jaft, I should say. Partnering with Sunelise here, and she's made sure they formed a solid base.
A little bit of extra width, that'll go away through the covers. There is protection down there in the deep, and she'll just get one, moving to 47 now, 137 for 3. It's been chanceless, really, from these two.
It has, and Sunelise in particular has looked very good mid-off, I should say, coming into the ring right now.
Oh, there's a bit of a slash there from Gandhi Jafta, but it's so well placed. And now you seem to suspect that something might be maybe shifting in the momentum of this game. I just suspect that the way that Zintle Kula has been bowling, that there could yet be an opportunity you don't want to miss out when it does come. It's driven again in that same region. The poor fielder out there in the deep certainly has been peppered. She's been busy this over. And the over has been called. 31 done, 139 for 3.
Looks like Lucian Swartz out there at the sweeper boundary. She had to do work with the ball early on now in the field. Not often you'll see a pace bowler covering that sort of region. Evodia Ikila has had an impressive tournament so far, being the leading wicket taker. This time, she's not had the easiest of it, going at 5 runs to the over. No wicket taking opportunity just yet.
That's well played. Very well played. She seems to know exactly where the sweeping fielders are, and then says, well, I'm going to target these particular options for me. I know where I'm strong, and so I'm going to go after those options.
I think ideally she'd love to hit the gap even better. Try and beat those two in the deep. She's very strong on the sweep shot, is Sunelise.
In the air. And that's arguably a half chance there. Yakila going to her left. And as I said, almost suspect that there's an opportunity coming, and if you don't take it, you might rue it. Have a look at this one again. Back live here. Nothing coming from that last delivery. Was it an opportunity, a genuine opportunity, or maybe was it bridged too far? We'll have to have a look at that one again in just a short while. Just maybe not hitting the right line that Jafta would have wanted. She seems very intent on trying to get to the other end so that Sunelise can get the milestone, but I think the intelligent thing here is just to mind Yekile. She plays this down to long on for the single.
It definitely looked like an opportunity early on in this over. Second delivery to her left-hand side. Tough one. Never easy in your delivery stride.
And there it is. 50 runs for Sunelise. Crafted by perfection. A no ball to go along with it, but a very well constructed half century. It was essential when she did come to the wicket that she set the tone here and guided her partner at the other end. So now a free hit for Gandhi Jafta.
criminal for a spinner to be over pitching. And Jafta can have a nice free swing.
They will be able to change the field. Where will she go? Down the wicket, hits it dead straight on the bounce, and the fielder will collect it, so she'll just get one for it. They had two fielders in a very similar region, knowing that Gandhi Jafta likes to play it down the line. 32 gone, 1-4-4 for 3.
She'll feel she missed out there with Gandhi Jafta. And we'll have a drinks break here at the end of the 32nd over. In a solid position are the Titans ladies, with Sineli's just going to her 50. And Gandhi Jafta on 35. We'll be back with you shortly.
Welcome back to SuperSport Park. Zintlak Ula will bowl the first over post drinks. And a much needed drink for the players here. Yes, you might have heard there's been a little bit of a breeze through the stump mic. It's still a very warm day. On the money, first ball. Goodness, what a delivery there. Lovely way to start the post drink session as we head into the final 17.5 overs.
A bit of work to do here for the Knights. Game has just drifted away from them a bit. Previous drinks break, things were looking good at 64-3. Now suddenly the Titans looking in the driver's seat.
You mentioned the driving seat, and Gandhi Jafta feels like that's on the back foot. Driving seat. 27 degrees out there in the middle. So by no means a mild day. And with the rain that we've had this week, over the last couple of weeks in fact, just means that the humidity just resonates from the ground. Bit of swing down off and a good bit of fielding there to stop what could have been a certain boundary. Just throwing the body around Luyanda Nzuza.
I guess you can do that when you're still 18 years old. But then again, last night saw Jonty Rhodes in the Legends or the Masters League doing it at 55.
Beats the bat. I don't think Jonty Rhodes realizes he's 55. I don't know if that's ever clicked for him. I think he still feels like he's in his 20s, having watched some of his fielding masterclasses or some coaching clinics. He still throws himself around.
His body probably realizes it the next day.
It's a good bit of work there, just ducking back in. But the heart wants what the heart wants. And you don't want to take that risk to Jonty Rhodes. It's good to see some of the legends out there. Bit of nostalgia as well.
I think the instincts just kick in for Jonty. Can't help himself but dive after the ball.
Oh, in the air, and that so nearly could have been an opportunity. She was in two minds, was Mia Naismith. And just falling short. Jafta nearly the cause of her own undoing. 33 gone, 1-4-6 for 3.
Not getting it quite out of the middle, not getting the elevation, I should say. Falling just in front of Mia Naismith. It's probably one of the most difficult catches to take. Diving forward, it almost feels unnatural as it's dipping on you.
Yeah, especially when it's one where you're not sure if you should come forward and try and take it at ankle height, or do you wait back and then dive towards it? As you said, when it dips on you, causes some consternation. Change in bowling from the Henops Rower end. Immediately, they'll get runs for it. Another fumble in the field, letting things leak away. 147 now for 3. I'm going to ask you this question, Werner, during this over, and I'll give you a couple of deliveries to mull it over of what the score should look like if you are a Titans fan. This one's just nurdled onto the onside. And what would be too much for the Knights ladies? What's that tipping point?
I think from a position like this, ideally the Titans would like to aim at around 280. Only really if these two stay together for a long period, that's maybe when they'll aim it at 280. Anything above 280 will be a tough chase for the Knights.
In the air, swept masterfully. It'll race away to the boundary. It's 4 runs.
Wonderfully played by Sine Lees. It discussed her being very strong on the sweep shots, something she implements on a regular basis. Not quite getting her angle right was Nzuza coming around the wicket, down the leg side, and just helped along. Yeah, 180 is just over the 7 runs to the over from here.
Just bats this down into the ground. So you said 280 is how many runs to the over from here? 7?
Just over 7.
Just over 7.
I think it's manageable, especially if these two stick around.
Is 240 too much? And why I asked this is there's some thought to it. It's well played. It's well played with some force from Gandhi Jafta to get to the other end. Another single. And the over is completed. She'll retain the strike. 154 for 3 after 34. too much in the stocks of the Titans bowlers. Is that an outrageous statement, or is 240 attainable for this night's batting lineup, knowing that they've struggled during this tournament?
I'd say it's probably a bit of a bridge too far for them, unless they get a good start. We've seen that Mia Naismith has shown plenty of potential for them, but it does feel like anything over 250 could be a bridge too far. Ideally, the Titans will think that 250 is not enough from here. 16 overs still to go. Plenty of time for them to get closer to that 270, 280 mark. I think they'll be quite happy with that.
Kula to begin her 7th. Outside edge! Juggled it! And she's dropped it. Oh dear. Reddy did so well. She got there, got her hand to it, and it just slipped out her grip.
I thought for all Manny she had that one. Diving away to her right hand side. In close is ready, so not a lot of time to react. She did react well, almost keeps a hold of it, just not in the end. And she'll feel disappointed with that.
And she did the right thing. She tried to cup it with her left hand, and just when the elbows hit the ground, is that where it popped up.
Well bowled from Kula, inviting that drive. Very economical all day. Simple Kula.
Softer hands this time from Jafta. Maybe just a bit retrospective with herself. Tomorrow promises to be an incredible day, Werner. There's 2 games on offer. The ladies get underway from 10 a.m. And that Legends game, Bulls and Titans Legends, facing off. Immediately she runs through.
Yeah, it should be a cracker. The ladies, Hollywoodbets Pro50 match in the morning between these two same sides. Have much to prove. And then an opportunity to watch the Legends. Plenty of food and drink around.
That's well played. Very well played. Good wrist action from Sine Lewis. I think she should get credit for that stroke. That was a brilliant, technically a very good stroke. Yes, maybe the timing wasn't there, but from a textbook shot, that was very lovely to look at. Full toss and guided onto the onside. And the early call from Jafta means that she will retain the strike. But rather, I've spoken too soon. There's still 1 ball remaining in this 35th over. Just 3 from it.
Plenty of food stalls around tomorrow during that Legends games. There will also be wine tasting included in the ticket for that match.
Just dabs this into the square and gets to the other end. She will retain the strike. 59 for Sinelli. Skandi Jafta on 40. 35 overs have been completed. We're into the final 15. It's 158 for 3.
It's been easy going for these two. They've seemed fairly untroubled. But keeper Renisa Reddy seeming more troubled, though. They're asking for the physio to come on and have a look at her. She's had a bit of issues today. First struck in her throat with a ricochet. And now when diving, she seemed a bit uncomfortable on her hand. So the physio will have to come and have a look. She's not running on with any bag, as they sometimes do.
It's also the Titans physio. That's something important to note. Is the sportsmanship and camaraderie coming to the fore here. She really doesn't look all that happy, does Reddy. I think it not only is it some pain from the shoulder by the looks of it, or the elbow rather, and then on top of it, the pain of dropping a catch.
While we have this bit of a break, I'll run you quickly through the scorecard. Robin Sill, she was dismissed early. First over by Giselle Janssen van Rensburg for a duck, a 4-ball duck. Next off to Reddy. Tebogo Macheke, she set the tone early. She made 25 of 42. And she looked very dangerous before she was bowled by Chrysalis Vos. Anneke Bosch, 13 of 22 before Zinsley Kula got her next off. And so, since that, these two have seemed very comfortable, have Sine Lees and Gandhi Jafta. Lees already getting to her 50. Gandhi Jafta still on her way. She's on 40 of 72. Base bowlers so far of the day. And
it's been an incredible day here. It looks like Veronessa Reddy's going to be going off. Let's just zone in on that. Top of the table clash at the DP World Wanderers in Johannesburg, not far from where we are. Tasman Brits and Nonkululeko Tabete at the crease together. 8 without loss. They're chasing 62. I don't want to say foregone conclusion, but could that be the turning point in the season? We'll just have to wait and see.
WSB Western Province women, on the other hand, have fared much better with a batter 183 for 3 after 37.1 overs. Uluhle Shiu still at the crease on 32 of 54. Faye Tunnicliffe, she's quite impressive, has played for the Proteas as well. She's on 27 of 31. So the Garden Route Badgers women have quite the work cut out for them. And here, unfortunately, Keeper Reddy has made her way off the field, so there will have to be a bit of a change in keeper, which is never an easy one to do. So they'll have to nominate who will take over the gloves.
Yeah, as you said, it's a tough one. Somebody's got to go fish around in the bag for the keeping equipment. They don't, on their team sheet, don't have a designated second wicket keeper, according to the team sheet, but we'll just keep an eye on things. Eastern Province women, the Jumbos, taking on Boeland women after being dismissed for 105. Jodwana and Dunga at the crease for Eastern Province, as they are 3 without loss inside the 4th over. They can take their time to build a nice little innings. We've got a couple of games on the go today, but tomorrow there are 11 games in domestic cricket, both men and women. Division 1 and 2. 11 games that will be on the CSA YouTube channel.
And that Dolphins game, it's Ntozake Raisibe, who took 5 for 11. Really putting on the front foot. And you see the keeper change.
Yeah, it looks like Annika Swart has been the one who's been selected to don the gloves. It looks like she's going to have to take over from Reddy. A little bit of room there for Lise as she bats this down the ground.
Nzuza continuing on from the Henops River end. Elise has been very proficient down the ground in this innings. That and the sweep shot. It's the combo that she usually goes to against the spinners.
Oh, good see. Boysy. That's good, Lou. Let's go, Lou.
Not able to pierce the field, and good encouragement there from Annika Swart. Not always easy when you come into the game. You've got to try and make an impact. Down the ground, and she's hit it straight back at her. Parry. Is there shot? The non-strikers in. We've got everything going on here. It was a point-blank throw. Maybe the underarm option should have been the one to go to. Boy, oh boy, Werner, we've had everything and more.
That's very lucky for Gandhi Jafta. Drop and miss run out as the partnership goes to 100. Between these two, the 100s come up of only 125 deliveries. Right back to Nzuza. Doesn't get her hands up in time, but then a shy. She would have been gone for all money.
And lovely sweep there. That one goes out to deep backward square for 1. So the drop catch, the missed run out, and 100 runs partnership between these two. Look at that one. Just not quite getting her hands around it. Had to turn and give it a good go. Dive in vain. As you said, she would have been gone for all money. Just swats away at this one, hoping to get some fortune from that, but snuffed out by Zintle Kula. Good fielding off of her own bowling. It's a good way to end the over for Luyanda Nzuza. 161 for 3 after 36.
Partnership keeps chugging along. They will want to up the rate a bit here now. The Titans have a very strong position. 14 overs to go. 7 runs and over from here will get them close to that 260 mark. And with these two feeling comfortable, they should be aiming maybe even higher.
Change of bowling, right arm over.
As you heard announced there's a change in the bowling. And it looks like it will be back to spin, or rather seam, with Giselle Janssen van Rensburg back in the mix. She was very, very frugal earlier on today. 5 overs, 1 for 18. Will she be the difference here? That was so well played. It could nearly have gone onto the stumps. Good line and length as well from Janssen van Rensburg.
Seneli's does favour the leg side, especially when she's looking to go big, either down the ground or through the leg side. But she's shown all her experience here today. 62 of 76 deliveries. It's been good going from her. And Knights looking to Giselle Janssen van Rensburg to bring things back for them. Get a wicket.
It's well played and immediately set off. Jafta's been a brilliant foil with Seneli's. No slouch, no slug in contributing to that 100 partnership. 42 now from 77. Oh, that's just cheeky. Just cheeky. She just ramps that one, beats the fielder in the ring, and that'll go for 4. Just absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, audacious from Seneli's. Walking right across the stumps, exposing all 3 of them. Right towards the stumps. And there you go. Just guiding it away. Knows where the fielders are. And you can just feel the momentum starting to shift here. Going through the gears now.
Full toss beats the fielder in the ring. I'll just get 1 for it. 7 now from this Janssen van Rensburg over. It's almost inevitable, Werner, that you as a commentator you'll say somebody's doing really well and then they'll struggle, or you'll say somebody's doing really poorly and then suddenly they'll hit 100 against the run of play. Comes forward and flicks this onto the onside. There's some vacant land out there. There's a chase on, but she won't get there in the end. Another boundary from these two. And now it's really starting to look like things are moving along for the Fidelity Titans.
Looking ominous for the Knights. Spoke about them needing to lift the tempo now, and Gandhi Jafta doing exactly that. Not just lifting the tempo, but lifting the ball as well. Right into the gap. Big over so far, already 11 off it.
That's a great comeback. Yes, she's managed to sneak a single, but it's a brilliant piece of bowling there from Janssen van Rensburg. Good way to end the over for her, but it was an expensive one nevertheless. 173 for 3 from 37. Lees on 67. Jafta on 47. And the partnership now 113.
And it feels like it might just be the momentum shift to kick into gear for this last burst for the Titans. 13 overs left to go. And Zuza will continue on from the hen observer end. She's decided she's coming back around the wicket now to Jafta. She still has a similar field. Nothing much has changed. It's still a long on deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and also almost a short mid on, bit squarer, not in tight really to stop a single.
Smash straight back at her, and an opportunity again goes a begging. It's really difficult in the return, but twice now an opportunity presents itself, and twice it has been dropped off the bowling of Nzuza.
The Knights need something here. Need to take every opportunity that comes their way. It was struck fairly firmly, but it was right in and out.
Immediately the call was yep from Jafta. She now moves to 48 from 81 deliveries. And the old adage rings loudly in the ears of the Knights players. Catches win matches. Good stop there from Yekile. They'll think about a second, but I think a little bit of casualness from these two meant that there was just the one. Catches win matches, Werner. And by my count, 3 drop catches. It was ready in the last, at least in the last 5-10 overs.
Yeah, it was the 2 in the last couple of overs. It was also that one that just went to the left side of Yekile. Potential opportunity as well in her spell.
Looking for 2, immediately sets off. She's not going to get it though. So it was the 2 from Nzuza, the ready drop, and as you said, Yekile as well. So plenty of opportunities in the last little while. We just said it was a chanceless partnership, and since they've hit the 90s with this partnership, then suddenly presenting opportunities. Swiped hard at that one and was nearly found away from home. 38 gone. 176 for 3.
But Fuller, that last one from Nzuza, almost sneaking underneath the bat. They really need something desperately here. This partnership is a dangerous one. And so the Knights side, they need a bit of a bowling change. Johan Landi, Potgieter coming back into the attack. So far, she's bowled the 2 overs for the 9 runs. Opportunity for her to build on that. But what they really need now is wickets. Even 1 or 2 smallish overs or quiet overs, just to build some pressure, get something from this. Because as things stands, Titans look set for a big score.
Jafta's on 49. Gets a nice little tickle. That'll beat the fielder in the ring. And a magnificent 50 for Gandhi Jafta. In her own right, she's been the right partner at the right time. And she can raise her bat with some confidence.
Wonderful batting by her. Brings that partnership up to 120 runs, and that's been so vital between these two. Too easy a delivery to put away first up by Potgieter.
Jafta coming down the wicket and hoiking this onto the onside. She'll just get one because of the protection out there in the deep.
You can just feel the intent now from the Fidelity Titans. You can feel they need to up tempo here. Really put the score out of the reach of the Knights.
Goodness me. Now there's a bit of a teapot there. We were chatting about it earlier in the day. Potgieter's not happy with the umpire. And as you can hear there from Yolandi Potgieter, amper a no ball. She's saying it's almost a no ball. She's nearly bowled it off the cut strip. Just have a look at this one again, Werner.
It was very wide, and I understand the teapot.
Puts the leg out to the leg side and nearly exposes all of her stumps, does Sine Loose there. A bit of gamesmanship going on here.
In that previous delivery, Lee's walking very far across his stumps, so she was not really that far away from the ball. But the umpires feel obliged to give it away when it goes past that white line you can see on the side. Just going through this time from Potgieter, getting a dot ball, getting something out of this over so far. Already going for the 7 runs.
Is Gundy Jafta trying to signal her own power play there with the swashbuckling motion there? Big shot given. Got the crucial breakthrough. Struck in front. Potgieter gets the wicket. It's a much needed wicket. Jafta's got to go. 54, 183 for 4.
Desperately needed that one, the Knightswoman. And Potgieter, she delivers despite going for 7 runs in the over. This wicket is what they were looking for. Swiping across the line, hit right on the toe. Potgieter, it looks like it might have taken the inside edge. Umpire says no, it didn't. It's right in front and she sticks her. And so the end of a wonderful partnership. She raises her bat for her 50. Great batting by her. And it is Rasika Maharaj. It might actually be Masabata Klaas coming to the crease. So she's coming in at 6 today. Quite a handy batter as well is Klaas. Of course, Protea's better.
Yeah, it's a good delivery here. Just hitting that full length. Yorked her, and the umpire was happy to oblige. Still another delay here as the drinks cart runs past and gets a bit of a spare tire.
Umpire just having a bit of a discussion off screen. It is a hot day, so you can understand there is some more drinks breaks in between. But important to get things going again here. Masabata Klaas, she's bowled with quite a bit of pace in the last match. Beat a few of the night batters, I should say, for pace. Now an opportunity to show what she can do with the bat here early on. Still 11 overs to go after this. She needs to be an able partner for Sonelis.
Yeah, she's coming to this game at a slightly strange time for her. You've got a set partner at the other end, and it is the final 11 overs. At the end of 39, 183 for 4. At the end of our 40th over, there'll be a change in commentary as KG and Werner take us home. But it can be very difficult for a player to come in at this point, Werner, because the temptation is you want to free the hands and give it a good swing. But at the same time, you maybe just want to be complimentary to your set partner at the other end, ensure that they get to the end of the innings as we have a look at the scorecard here.
So Nelly's still in on 69 of 81. Wonderful innings by Gandhi Jafta of 54 of 87. So Nelly's had a long discussion between their overs with Masabata Klaas.
Oh dear, that was a little bit of a freebie. That was not good. And they just get the 1 run for it. And the no ball, no doubt due to height. And so the next one will be a free hit. We spoke about getting a nice one to start, and Masabata Klaas has the opportunity to really throw her hands at an early one.
You love nothing better when you're still without runs to get a free hit to get things going.
And hits this down to the long off. Just for the 1.
Yeah, in between overs, Lee's having a long discussion with Masabata Klaas. Maybe just telling her, get me on strike. I'm going well here. I'll do the heavy lifting.
Plays this across the line, but finds the gap. That'll race away to the boundary for 4. Lovely stroke from Sonelis. Just swiped at it so fearsomely. And this outfield, as I said earlier, it's like a billiard green. Races away.
So good that David invented a new word. Never heard of fearsomely. But it was very fiercely struck by Sonelis.
Look, we're innovators here, Werner. We can change the course.
Yes, and Ailey's very strong on the sweep shot. Good playing it all around, really, on the leg side, not just in one area.
Dead ball.
Pulled strongly by Sinelli's right into the gap again. Goes all the way to the boundary for 4. And Mr. Midgley just trying to prove me wrong here about his word.
Fearsomely is a word. Thank you very much. What a shot then. She's hit that one fearsomely as well.
I guess you learn something new every day.
Got to expand the vocab. Short and pulled away that one. Another freebie. And Sinelli, where she is, she's not going to miss out on that one. Oh, just miscued and a hopeful shot from Zuza. Bit of a chuckle there. Werner, did you pick up what she said in Afrikaans there? My Afrikaans is at a basic level.
I missed that one, unfortunately.
Good bit of laugh there. Good to enjoy yourself. That's deft. That is deft. Delicate. There's two fielders converging. They'll get it there in the end. But it's a brilliant piece of batting there from Sine Loose. And that is the end of the over. The final 10 in store. 196 for 4. I'm going to make way for KG.
$196 for 4 is a very good platform to launch from in those last 10 overs. And Elise on 80 of 87. She's looking set for a big one here. But by all accounts, the Knights want to try and get her now as well, just after getting Gandhi Jafta. And the one to do that was Yolandi Potgieter. And she's in to Masabasa class. Just works it into the leg side. Should be an easy enough single.
Yeah, I think very steady here from the Titans. Going to the last 10 overs with 6 wickets in hand, going at 4.9. The current rate will be just around, lingering around that 250. But with the betting that they've still got to come with Catherine Pryor and Elise Marie Marks, would say
Fiercely struck by Sinellis.
probably around that 270, 280. Checking my prediction a bit up to where it was a bit earlier on, you'd say that they could easily score another 80 runs from here. Looking at the batting that they've got, with Sinellis also going nicely on 80.
Showing her intentions very early. These there coming across and just bowling it a bit slower as Potgieter.
And that's something that's been very good from Sinellis, the way that she's batted. Often enough, you get players where they get closer and closer to that 100. They look to bat a bit more negative to try and get to that 100. But she's remained very positive in the way she's going about the innings.
Wide again, looking to take pace off the ball, but well struck by Masabata class in front of square. Make sure that they can come back for a second. Important that they keep things up here. They don't want to lose momentum now as that 200 comes up for the Fidelity Titans. 200 for 4 in the 41st over. Well bowled by Potgieter, getting it right in the block hole.
Yeah, I think looking at a batter like Masabata Atlas coming in at 6 with the platform set very highly, that probably what she should be looking, should bet a bit more freely. Wickets in hand.
Low full toss, but still not able to get it away. It's been a good little partnership here already by the Titans. Also a good over by Yolandi Potgieter.
Just to follow up on that point, I think importantly here for the Fidelity Titans, that every batter that comes in here now, just the 54 balls left in this innings for them, should be looking to play very, very positive. Allow Sinellis to basically be the one that bats right through until the end of the innings. But I mean, like I said, with Masabata Atlas, Catherine Pryor and Elise Marie Marks, who were the bowlers or the batters rather that normally would bat higher up in the order, they would normally find themselves around that 5 for Elise Marie Marks, 5, 6 for Elise Marie Marks. Catherine Pryor normally finds herself in the top 3. So there's definitely batters that can come in and really, really, really push the score up. And that's why Masaba Tatlas needs to play a bit of a free role here. Allow Sunelis to just bet till the end on the other side, but make sure that whenever she's got the opportunity, she really pushes that run rate up.
I do think the Titans would be very disappointed if they don't get at least 270 from here. You see Miane Smith coming back into the attack, this time from the Henops River end. Doesn't turn the ball much, he tends to slide it on, that's Smith. Dragged down and cut away by Sine Lees in the gap, and it races away to the point boundary for 4.
What does David say? Fearlessly?
Fearsomely.
Fearsomely. Hit it past the covers there for a 4. Very good shot from Sunelis, allowing the ball to come to her. And also just moving in a very good position to hit that through the covers for 4.
Again dragged down by Miane Smith, looking to push it through. Should be a second, and they do come back. This is good from Sunelis, keeping the intensity up. Already 6 from the first 2 deliveries. Interesting that they decided to go back to Miane Smith. She was fairly expensive early on. She needs to pull things back now for the Knights. Again, too short in the gap by Sunelis. Big work to do from the mid-wicket fielder, who's unable to do so, and it's another boundary that takes her into the 90s.
Yeah, very good shot there from Sunelis. Definitely taking the impetus up. You've spoken about how Miane Smith has struggled, and she continues to struggle with the way that Sunelis is going at her. Yeah, see that this time around, hitting her on the leg side. The previous boundary in this over was on the offside, but this one on the leg side from Sunelis.
Needs to pitch it up here, Miane Smith. Again, too short. This time, straight to the fielder. Bit of a fumble, but will only be the one.
I think a lot of the way that the Knights are going at the moment has to do a lot with their leading wicket taker not being able to pick up any wickets also in this match. So, sort of like forced to go back to a Miane Smith to try and buy a wicket.
Easy single messed up there by Sunelis. Should have been very comfortable for her there.
Yeah, definitely. That should have been a single there for Sunelis. She has been there for quite some time, so maybe she's just a touch tired.
Dot to finish things. So last 2 deliveries much better from Miane Smith, but still 11 runs coming off that over. It's 211 for 4 after 42. Titans set for a big one.
Yeah, definitely have set themselves up nicely here. Now going at 5 to the over. The current rate they get to 250. No doubt that they'll be looking to go a bit more than that, maybe to 70 to 80. Very much reachable. 6 wickets in hand. Explosive batter in Elise Marie Marks still to come in.
Yes, there's just to touch on what you mentioned earlier in the over. Evodia Yakile had a wonderful couple of matches before this, taking 4 wickets against the Dolphins and then a 5 against this very Titan side last week. This time she's bowled the 6 overs, not taken anything, conceded 30 runs. Ooh, Potgieter tempting Sunelis there, who's looking to dab it down with no third fielder on the boundary.
Now you've got to a bit of a tired shot there, you would say, from Sunelis. Could be looking to hit it in that cover area where there isn't too much protection in the circle. I'll try to run it down to that third man.
Slogged away through mid-wicket. There is a fielder who will do the work. Tidy up, just a single at it to Sunelis, who moves deeper into the 90s. Going at a good tempo as well. Almost a runnable from Sunelis. And just 2 straight from Potgieter. Easy enough for Klaas to just work it around.
Yeah, I think that maybe then the responsibility for Masabata class, if she's not going to be the one that pushes the run rate up, is that she mustn't be on strike for too long. You need her to almost be rotating the strike every ball she gets.
Again, too short this time in the gap, racing towards the boundary. 2 mid-wicket for 4. And Elise has been very destructive on anything dragged down in those last couple of overs.
Yeah, very good shot there from Suneli's. Just the manner in which that she's going about moving her feet. Just take a look at that. She's constantly taking that front foot out of the way.
This time through the covers. Suneli's again a lot of work to do for the sweeper fielder, who does well. A comeback for a second that moves her on to 99.
She gets to that 100. That will be a second 100 in 3 matches. Definitely sees and shows how important it is to have your international players coming down to play domestic cricket. Kind of contribution that they can give to the team.
Gets that one in the block hole to finish things up for the over. Does Ilani Potgieter, keeping Suneli's wanting for another over to go. It's 219 for 4. 7 overs to go. Titans putting themselves in a very strong position here. Knights have a lot of work to do to try and finish strong. Masabata Klaas having a discussion with Suneli's, who was a captain for a few years at the Proteas before Laura Wolfhard took over. Plenty of experience, of course, and she's showing every bit of it here for the Titans. And we'll have a switch and bowling again. Mia Naismith only the 1 over, and she's taken off again. You can hear the wind blowing here at SuperSport Park. Probably quite enjoyable for the players. With it being quite hot today. Sun shining brightly, it's lovely to see. As Lucian Swartz comes back into the attack. Got some nice shape early on, but she was expensive. Attack was taken to her. 2 overs for 17. She has her work cut out for her to come back strongly.
Yeah, they found themselves in a bit of a pickle here where each and every bowler that they bring him back.
Goes for a big shot. Pass long on. Who does very well to get a hand on it and keep it in. Suneli's not running the first one hard. Should have been an easy 2, but she keeps strike. She's on 99. She says, I'll take it from here.
Yeah, definitely looking to get to that 100. But just saying that the way that the game is set up and where the Knights are in their bowling is that every bowler that they bring him back into their attack is a bowler that has gone for some runs.
Just off the pads. She'll have to wait a bit longer. Will Lise, you can just feel after she gets there, she'll probably unleash, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah, definitely. I think she's been going very well so far. And she does deserve to get to that 100. Going at a strike rate.
Straight to the fielder. At covers. That's 3 dots in a row to her now. It's funny how you can go smoothly all through your innings. The moment you get to 99, just gives a bit of nerves. Short, wide, and easy. And that is the century for Suneli. She gives a fist bump to the air, takes off her helmet, and she takes in the applause. Well deserved.
Another one, another big one here from Suneli's. Highly contributing to this Fidelity Titans. A much needed innings, you'd say, from Fidelity Titans. Look at the wicket the way it is, and we said that this is definitely a wicket that's got a lot of runs in it. And the experienced Suneli's make sure that she pounces on such a wicket and gets to the 3 figures.
Short and pulled, but again straight to the fielder. Good over here from Lucian Swartz. 1 still to go. She's only conceded the 2. It's been a good comeback from her after going for 17 off her first 2.
I must say, I'm liking the way that Masaba Tatlas is also going about this. She's really looking to be attacking.
Now the dot finishings up. Only 2 off that over, so much better for the Knights. 6 overs to go. The Titans 221 for 4.
Yeah, very good comeback there from the Knights in this over. Swartz just not letting the Titans get away with it. Let's say that Sunelius was on 99 and a couple of times just dot balls. Bit of nerves would have came in there for Sunelius, but she's gotten over that 100 now. Just 7 overs to go, or 6 overs to go rather. Just 36 balls to go in this over, in this match. So no doubt that they'll be looking to maximize the next few overs.
Knights deciding to go back to their best bowler of the day, Zintlekula, who's bowled 7 overs, second, 1 wicket for 25 runs. She took the big wicket off Anneke Bosch early on. This time coming from the pavilion end. You can see Suneli's just having a bit of a look around. Looking where's her boundary options right now. Big gaping hole just in front of square on the leg side. You might see her walking across again. She does, but gets the toe of the bat and will only be able to get through for a single.
Yeah, she really does like that dab, doesn't she? Can almost tell when she's going to come around and trying to hit it behind the keeper. Didn't get the connection. Well, too much of a connection it looked like, actually. Hit that in front of square instead of behind square there from Sunelis. That brings Masaba Tatlas back onto strike.
Goes down the ground. Doesn't get quite all of it. It will just be the single. But it does get Lees back on strike.
Yeah, that's the important thing, I think. With 6 overs to go, it's you want to either get a 4 or get your main batter back on strike, and that's exactly what's happening. And Masaba Tatlas identifies that she needs to do that. All the experience that she has identifies that she needs to make sure that she puts impetus in this innings, and thus dot balls at the moment will be very vital for the Knights, but will be suicidal for the Titans, and that is why she's been swinging at almost every ball that she's gotten. As we said, that got the backing of, you still got 2 proper batsmen to come in to bat in this inning, so Class really has to go for it.
She tries to scoop herself. Not really got herself into a good position. Head nowhere near. Sneaks under the bat. Probably should leave those strokes to Sunelis.
Yeah, I think better off trying to hit the ball down the ground as she has tried to do a couple of times. That's exactly how her power is, normally hitting the ball down the ground, not those fancy depths behind.
This time she stands still, but it just keeps a touch low. Goes underneath the bat. So it's been 2 good overs here from the Knights, keeping the Titans quiet and just wrestling a little bit of momentum. Even though the Titans are still looking very strong here, they'll be quite chuffed with these 2 overs.
Yeah, I think very importantly for Masaba Tatlas, before anything, you need to try to get bat on ball.
Just down
like
the
that.
ground. Wonder if that's ideal. That means she keeps the strike for the next over. 4 runs coming off it. Good over by Zintlekula. It's 225 for 4 with 5 overs to go.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't have liked for Masaba Tatlas to take the bulk of the batting, because she's really struggled to get off here. 8 of 16, only going at a strike rate of 50 so far. But like, as I say, from Masaba Tatlas, the most important thing for her would be to get bat on ball. She missed 2 balls trying to be a bit fancy. But as soon as she got bat on ball, there was a single there, which is something that she would have needed in the 4th ball of this over to get Sunelis back on strike. But importantly now, she is on strike now. Get bat on ball. If you can't get it for a 6 for a 4, get Sunelis back on strike.
This partnership, 42 of 38 balls. Masaba Class just contributing to the 8. Sunelis, 33 of 22 deliveries in this partnership. Just emphasizing the importance of getting her on strike. And getting another opportunity is Lucian Swartz. wide and slashed through the outside. That will bring Lees back on strike. They'll see what she can do here, whether they keep the same field. Currently they have a long on and long off. Sweeper on the outside and also a deep mid-wicket. And with only a few overs to go, technically, I suppose they can have another fielder outside the inner ring. They still have 5 in the ring. Goes across, but it goes down the leg side from Lucian Swartz. Will be a wide. Think any reason to have 5 fielders in the ring now at back end for Sunelis?
Yeah, remember with the restrictions actually with the ladies cricket is they're only allowed to have the 4 out, so.
Ooh, goes underneath the bat. That's very true. They need to have the 5 fielders in. As well bowled by Lucian Swartz, seeing Sunelis giving herself some room, just going underneath the bat.
Which I think is a very good ploy also.
Comes down a wicket. Running the first one hard is class, but I don't think they'll get second this time. Just a single added. It's good bowling from Lucian Swartz.
Yeah, with that condition of only having the 5 in, it's that it keeps the ladies trying to be a bit more attacking, because you can get to this time of the game and then they go 5 out and just go defensive bowling the whole time. So it makes them to be a little bit more attacking.
Pulled strongly by Klaas. Good hand on it at mid-wicket. Will sting a bit, but it keeps it down 2-1.
They're being hit very hard by Masaba Tatlas. Just not finding the gap that she's looking for, but this over so far has went for 4 runs thanks to the 1 wide ball.
Pulled again in the gap. Gaping hole that I talked about in that previous over. All the way to the boundary for 4. It's well played by Elise.
Yeah, very good shot here from Sunelis. Just coming across a bit, opening the leg side a bit more. Nobody at that deep square leg. You see that just coming across this time around, not opening up that front foot. Hitting it in that big, huge gap between that mid-wicket and...
Scoops it over fine leg. It's running towards the boundary. Fielder running back should be able to hold it in. No, she cannot. And it is another boundary for Sune Lee's. Wonderful batting by her. Coming across the stumps and really making use of that gaps in the leg side field. It's 237 for 4. 4 overs still to go.
Yeah, that's a very good shot here from Sunelis. Just hitting it over that short 45. She has been looking to do that. Hasn't been successful, but that time around, she does get the bat that she's looking for. Hitting it over that 45 for 4. That's a very good end to the over. It was looking like it's going to be another good over from the Knights, but the last 2 balls just going for boundaries there from the bat of Sunelis.
I think Lucian Swartz just missing her lengths in those last couple of deliveries. With that field set, she can't afford to drop short at all. She needs to get the ball quite full with a long on, long off, out and no square leg. You simply can't be dragging it short. But Sunelis capitalizing. Sent the cooler to continue on from the pavilion end. Short in the air. Running around his mid-wicket, but it's right in the gap from Masabata Klaas, and another boundary to the Titans.
Very good shot here from Masabata Klaas. She has been looking to do that. Hasn't been lucky, but this time around, deciding that to find the gap, I'm going to have to hit it over the fielder. Does that very successfully. As you see there, she's been swinging, and this time gets it over the fielder into the gap. And that's 3 boundaries in a row here from the Fidelity Titans. They'll be very happy with the way that they're picking up in these innings.
Opportunity to potentially get 280 here for the Titans. Looking strong. His partnership's moved on to 58 runs. Down the ground again. This time single. And Sunelis, she'll be very happy to be back on strike, even though she's on a Nelson.
Wonder if the dugout, they're looking to keep their feet up here for the Nelson.
Tlakula has bowled very well today. Been important for the Knights. Again, too short and punched through the covers for 4 once more. Suneli's finding the middle of the bat on a regular occasion now.
That's a very good shot there from Suneli's. Hitting it past that extra cover. They've got a cover sweeper, but too far from the cover sweeper. So take a look at that again. Coming slightly across. Accessing the ball, getting close to the ball. And that is 9 runs in the first 3 balls from Zinhle Khula, who's been the best bowler for the Knights in this match.
Much better this time, but still worked away. It's not bowling to her field, is Khula. Just praising her for how well she's done. But she has no square leg in plays. So an easy put away off the pads for Lise.
Yeah, very good shot for Lise. And that brings the 250 up for the Fidelity Titans. Batting very well here, Suneli is taking the responsibility, hitting it on the offside, this time around on the leg side. Just not being predictable in where she's trying to hit the ball. She's really been playing all around the park here.
Again, same area, again, another boundary. Falling apart now here for the Knights. They can't drag it back, and the Titans racing along.
Very good batting there from Sunelis.
Down the ground, over. Mid-long on running around. Coming back for the second again. It's carnage here at SuperSport Park. As we come to the end of over number 47. It's 256 for 4.
That's a very good over here for the Fidelity Titans. 19 runs coming from that over. Now that 280, 290 looks like will be the score that they'll be targeting. 18 balls to go.
Yes, Nelly's batting so well here. Her 9th century of her career. She's been a stalwart for the Proteas and for the Titans. 125 of only the 111 balls. You can see she's really picked up the tempo here. 3 overs to go. And 290, 300 even on the cards here, the rate they're going at. They've struck plenty of boundaries in those last 2 overs. It's been 6 boundaries in the last 8 deliveries that they've faced. And it will be a change in bowling once again.
We did speak earlier about 260, 270 being the pass score. But the Titans are looking to go over what is a pass score on a very wonderful batting wicket. And the fact that it's become so easy for them to be scoring as the game goes by just shows how much nice it will be for the Knights to come later. And that's why they need to get all the runs they can simply get.
Again, just dragged down by Yolandi Potgieter. And come back for a second. Pretty easy work here for the Titans at the moment. Looking set to make the highest score here at SuperSport Park. That's the 278 scored by Free States against them last season in this very fixture.
Yeah, definitely. That will be a target here for the Fidelity Titans.
Goes down the ground. Brings Suneli's back on strike. This partnership moving along swiftly to 76 of only the 52 deliveries.
And that is the important thing, isn't it? You need to have 2 big partnerships, and that's exactly what Titans has had so far. 2 very big back-to-back partnerships, one over 100, the previous one, and this one currently on 76.
Shorts and pulled again into the gap. Work for mid-wicket to do. She does well. It's only the single to Suneli's. This is her highest score at this venue. The previous was 115 she made. She does have a strike rate of 106 here. So it is a place that she enjoys batting at. No, I should say the highest score was 78 actually. It was 115 balls that she has faced. So it actually hasn't been the easiest going for her at SuperSport Park, but really setting the score here today. Swept into the gap. Running around again. Smith-Wicket doing a good job, and they will come back for an easy second for Sunelis.
Yeah, very good batting from Sunelis. She would have played the bulk of her matches as a youngster, very young. She started her career very early, Sunelis. So it's definitely gotten better as time has went by in her career.
Oh, just over mid-wicket. They're catching, and it will end the over for the Titans. They've moved on to 264 for 4. 2 overs still to go. Sunelis on 129 of 114. Masabata Klaus on 19 of 23.
Yeah, very good batting between these two. Masabata Klaus largely playing the supportive role here to Sunelis. She was batting very slow to start off, but now she's bringing it up a bit more than what it was. But that's the way the Titans are at the moment is that even when they're not scoring a boundary, they're still able to score easily over 8 to the over, which should have been a target maybe going into the 40th over, or starting the 41st over rather. Maybe that the last 10 overs, can we get about 80 to 90 runs? 2 overs where they were a bit quiet, but for a large part, they've really put impetus on this innings and they've batted very well.
Now the bowling change for the Knights. Giselle Jansen van Rensburg back into the attack. She drags it short. First ball. It's into the gap behind deep square leg. And it goes for another boundary. Sunelis dealing in boundaries now.
Yeah, Suneli is really bossing this innings here. Jess has got the measure of every bowler that has been put in so far by the Knights. And see that once again, staying on that off stump, accessing the leg side, very good shot.
Goes across a crease this time. That deep square leg will be able to hold it in. So this field change working for the Knights, deciding to bring that sweeper on the offside into the ring and rather stack the leg side field, which is the area that Lees has been targeting. So a good change from Isel. So yeah,
Definitely very good there from the Knights to stop the boundaries.
Goes down the ground. Class running the first one hard, but they'll settle for the single. So Giselle bowling to her field here.
Definitely the Titans are well on their way of getting the highest score here at SuperSport Park. Just 8 runs shy of that at the moment.
Goes over the offside. Does Lees. As I said, that sweeper has come up into the ring, and that's an easy put away for Sunay Lees. Exactly the length she was looking for, and just a bit of width from Jansen van Rensburg.
Yeah, very good shot there from Sunay Lees. This time accessing the offside. You would say there from the bowler, should be very disappointed with herself. She was bowling straight, so she packed the leg side.
Again, same delivery, again, same result. Putting on a show is Sunelis.
Very good shot here from Sunelis. Really looking to finish this innings very well. She does have a high score of 150. Only 8 runs away from that. It's very interesting from Van Rensburg. He has reinforced the leg side. As we take a look at that again from Sunelis. Hitting it over the extra cover.
This time easy put away, loose here from Zhao Jansen van Rensburg. Full toss down the leg side, fine leg in the ring. The simplest of shots for Sunelis, and it brings the highest score here in List A cricket for the ladies. 282 for the loss of 4 wickets. 1 over still to go.
A very good shot to end there over there from Sunelis. At 2 back-to-back boundaries on the offside, the last one on the leg side. The same for Van Rensburg in this over that reinforced the leg side, brought a person up, filled up from the offside, but bowled 2 balls on that offside, almost on the wide line, making it very easy for Sunelis to hit the ball over the offside. And the last one on the leg side, very good batting here for the Fidelity Titans.
Ilandi Potgieter to finish things. Down the ground goes Klaas. Powerfully struck. Will just be the single. So Elise sees on one here. 4 runs away from her highest score. She needs 5 to go past that. 4 to get to another 150. Partnership has moved on to 100 from only 63 deliveries. Excellent going by these two. Oh, big swing and a miss. Alicia, she'll feel she missed out there.
Yeah, definitely. Snellis will feel that she missed out to get to that 150, her highest score. Still got 4 balls to do so.
Again, hit down to long on. She loses the strike, does Elise. Can she see it's a bit of a tired run through to the other end. It's good bowling here from Ilandi Potgieter. Only the 2 runs of 3 deliveries so far. 3 still to go before we end this innings. Down the ground, towards, long off. Won't quite carry. That means Elise gets another opportunity. She's on 147. A boundary here will take her to 150 and her highest score.
Yeah, very good batting from Snellis. You wonder if that would be at the back of her mind or...
Goes over the covers, long off, running around, drops it. It goes down and should be able to come back for a second. And they do a big miss there. And Lee says, well, fine, I'll take my opportunity. One more chance to go.
Yeah, she's got 1 more ball to get to that 150 or over the 150. A bit of an opportunity created there. Long off, run into to her left.
And it goes past the fielder at short third. Not only is it 150, but it's the highest ever score for Sune Elise. What exceptional batting for her. She raises her bat. It takes the score to 291, a record between these two teams. And Sune Elise take a bow, 153 of only 123 deliveries.
Very good batting here from Sune Elise. Really batted very well. Marshaled the innings here for the Fidelity Titans. Lost the 3 quick wickets, but she was in it. Made sure that when she got in right till the end here for the Fidelity Titans. Very good batting. Shows why she is in the Proteas team. Shows why she's highly rated in her batting. Getting that 153 of just 123 balls. Very good batting here from Sune Elise. Involved in 2 very big partnerships. Back-to-back 100 partnerships. And Sune Elise has been part of both of them. Very good batting from Sune Elise.
It's been exceptional between these two. Before that, even Gandhi Jafta had a wonderful partnership with Sune Elise. She made 54 of 87. But the mainstay, Sune Elise, 153 of 123. Masabata Klaas, 22 of 26. To set things up early on was the Macheke, who made 25 of 42. 19 wides and 4 no balls coming in that innings as well from the Knights, costing them dearly.
Yeah, and we'll look at the bowling here. Giselle van runs back earlier on. Started very well. The last overs were not the greatest. 7 overs, 1 for 48. Lishu and Swar, 4 overs, not for 31. And Zintle Kula, the pick of the bowlers, would say 9 overs, 1 for 48. Christelle Force, 5 overs, 1 for 16. You would have think that Force would have bowled more overs, but she didn't. Luyanda Nzuza, 8 overs, not for 45. Miane Smith, 4 overs, not for 27. And Ivodia Yakile, the leading wicket taker so far in the tournament, hasn't gotten a wicket today. 6 overs, not for 30. And Yolandi Potgieter finishing off there while bowling 7 overs, 1 for 45. And that is the innings change with the Fidelity Titans setting the Knights 292 to win. Very good batting here from Fidelity Titans, ensuring that they score the most runs at SuperSport Park, and it will be a very big chase coming back for the Knights to try to get to 292. And that is it from us for now. But we'll see you after 30 minutes as the Knights will be looking to chase down 292 for victory.
Welcome back to SuperSport Park in Centurion. Is the home of the Fidelity Titans. They play host to the ladies from the Free State from Bloemfontein. It is the Knights that are playing a visit up north. And just to give you an idea of what has happened earlier in the day, the Titans ladies setting 291 in their 50 overs. Sinead Lees, 153 not out, an absolutely stupendous innings from her. Gandhi Jafta supporting her wonderfully there with her own half century, coming off of 87 deliveries. And it was a tough day out in the middle for the Knights ladies. They've got a task ahead of them. Hi everybody, my name is David Midgley. I've got the amiable and most loved KG alongside me. KG, what did you make of the first innings? 2 slips in place. I'll get to you as soon as we get through this first delivery. Elise Marie Marks with the ball in hand. Tried to go after that one. Early doors here. KG?
Yeah, I think very good batting from the Fidelity Titans. We spoke about it a bit earlier that probably around 260, 270 or so would be the pass score here. And they've went way over that pass score and also beating the previous record set by the Knights of 278, getting to that 291. So very good batting from the Titans, making good use of facilities.
Just guides that down to third man for the first runs of the afternoon.
Yeah, just guided down to that third man. I like the way that the Titans have started the second innings, having quite an attacking fielding in here, having the 2 slips in. I actually wouldn't mind if they sacrifice somebody from the leg side, maybe to come into that gully area. Elise Marimax has got some good pace, and what we've seen from her this season, she's moving the ball quite away quite a lot.
The opening batters are Celia and Swart for the Knights ladies. As you said, hitting the gloves quite hard there. Certainly keeping the hands warm there of the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, very good here from Elise Marimax. She does look fired up, doesn't she? I mean, this season she has had less responsibility with the bat. Normally she was a genuine all-rounder for the Titans, but this season she's had lesser responsibility with the bat, so had to do a little bit more bowling. And every time she comes in, she just looks very fiery, like she really likes to bowl and bowl hard.
Good bit of movement there off the surface. Almost too much. Sometimes that can be the case when you've bowled a delivery like that. You almost needed to pitch that one middle and leg, but she's landed it on off stump and it's gone well away from Isal Salier.
Yeah, it happens quite a lot. Sometimes we say that it's too good of a ball. It's a very good bowling here from Elise Marimax. Obviously, with her, she'll be looking to put her hand up again for the Proteas.
It's too good again. It's too good again. She's got a hand up in the air, knowing how much that's done. And it shows with a little bit of pace, there is something in the surface, KG.
Yeah, definitely. I think we spoke about the first innings that, that first 5-10 overs, you always feel that there's something in it for you. Then it just becomes flatter and flatter as the day goes by. But I do think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done by the bowlers in this innings in particular, because it just looked like towards the end of the innings, it was easier and easier for the Fidelity Titans to bat.
Bit of a special delivery there. She ends the first over with just 1 run being conceded. They need 291 more in the remaining 49 overs. Still a long way to go, and there's some time, I think, for these Knights ladies to set out their stall.
Yeah, definitely. Just the difficult thing about chasing a big score is that every time you look at the board, if you went through an over where you're not keeping up with the scoring rate just keeps on going up. So that's the one thing that makes it very, very difficult, where you constantly feel like there's a lot of pressure, like there's a dog that's chasing you. You need to make sure that you run further and further away from it. So that's the thing about chasing a big score, that it's difficult.
Masabata class opening from the Avbob end. And our producers just noted to us how how cool we are in the commentary box here. Just complaining that it's cold. It's ice cold, ice cold in the veins here.
Yeah, a contrast of how it is out there.
I'm glad to be in here. It's much cooler.
It's got blazing sun out there, which is good for cricket.
That's well played, but she just finds the fielder there. Just didn't get the placement. The timing was there, but good bit of fielding there to cut things off.
And Masawa Tatlas in the last game that played against the Knights, this is obviously the return leg after playing in Bloemfontein the last week Saturday. She bowled very well. She looked to be troubling the top order batters from the Knights.
She's on the money. Something that was highlighted, I suppose, in that innings of the Titans is the gap between some of the players that are playing at an international level versus those that are playing at domestic level, KG, because just as you would have seen the gulf in talent between the bowlers from the Knights and Sine Lewis, and I suspect something similar will come out of this Masabata class over. Boulder! I said it was going to be a gap, and the gap was just wide enough to fit the ball through. The first wicket falls. Annika Swart playing across the straight one. And the Knights lose their first. It's 1 for 1.
Yeah, very good bowling there. Wicket to wicket there from Masawa Tatlas. Often a lot we say they're opening bowlers. You want a bowler that fits fourth stump, but then it's good to also identify the days that you want to come in and bowl wicket to wicket. And that's exactly what Masawa Tatlas has done. I mean, she's played 98 matches at this level. She's played for the Proteas, so she's got the experience to figure out what to do earlier than most bowlers would. And you can always see the bowlers that have gone, she's traveled the world, she's played for the Proteas, she's been in and out of camps, and just take a look at that again from Masawa Tatlas. Wicket to wicket, straight into that middle and off. And that's the first wicket down. Good start here from the Fidelity Titans, continuing from the way that they ended their their batting innings earlier.
It's always easier when you come out and bowl and the batters have done the job for you. You just have some sort of confidence inbuilt. And so when you come out here to go out and bowl the way that Masabata class is, something absolutely special.
I think something very interesting also, we speak about the confidence that you do get from the way the batters have batted. Now, Masawa Tatlas was involved in a 100 partnership that ended the innings for the Titans, now comes on with the momentum.
Gets neatly in behind that one. I think this is going to be tough going for the ladies from Bloemfontein here. Mangaung is a very different place to SuperSport Park. The heat, yes, is very similar at the two venues, but I just suspect that having to play at this ground is something just at a different level. Lovely shot. She's played that square of the wicket. That'll race away to the boundary for 4. A good boundary and a most welcome one for the ladies from Bloem.
Yeah, very good batting there from Yene Smith. One of the players that has been in and around that Protea setup. Getting a bit of a wide one from Masawa Tatlas and managing to hit it past that point for a 4. Very good shot there. They'll need a lot more of these, the Knights. Coming into this game, we spoke about the records obviously here, that they had the record before.
It's a good comeback there from Masabata class. Good way to keep things quiet after a boundary. Two overs have been completed. It's 5 for 1.
Yeah, I think as I was speaking about, they had the record before of scoring 278 last year, but that was largely due to another former Protea player who ensured that she got 100. They actually did a double over the Titans last year. They beat them here, beat them also in Bloemfontein. But I think you just got to look at the team where it is now and the pedigree of players versus last year, that it's a touch different, and this will provide a different ball game to them. Chasing 291 is always going to be a daunting task.
Well, not only that, KG, the availability of senior and international players, that makes a world of difference for any side at any level. And so the absence of notable international players for the Knights, and the abundance, or plethora rather, of players that are not only in the national side but also there and thereabouts, it just shows the difference between these two sides. Especially, you know, this team that is determined in the way that they are, the Fidelity Titans ladies. They've had a hard start of things, and now they're on the charge, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. I think what is very interesting also is you look at the Titans and the way that they're approaching the game now is very different to the way that they did in the first half of the season. There has been changes in the teams. In the team, obviously, having the internationals that are back, the senior internationals, and also a change in terms of the coaching. In terms of the coaching staff for the Titans, with Atima Posa now assuming the role of the interim head coach, and Frederick Lebelwani, who is somebody that has been involved very much in the structures, the lower structures of the Titans women. Most of these players, he would have coached him at under 13, 16, 19. So he has come up into the setup, and you can see how differently they play, and that they're playing a bit more for one another, and they really, really know how important it is for them to win the matches.
Frustrating stuff here from Elise Marie Marks. And you can just see the energy of the ladies out there in the middle in Sky Blues. They just want to pounce on anything. And don't want to relent on this Free State women's side.
I think the interesting thing, I mean, the Free State women's side, or the Knights, have got some international, but they've got the younger internationals. I mean, they do have Miane Smith, who's been at the under-19 last year. She's only 20. She's been in around the Imagine squad. They've got Nzuza, who is with the under-19 team this year at the World Cup. So they've got the younger Protea side, where the Titans, they welcome back an Anneke Bosch, a seasoned campaigner, a Sune Elise, a Liz Marimax, Masabata Tlas, with all the experience. So it's contrasting in terms of the international players that they have in their teams.
It's tucked away down to fine leg. It's wonderful but difficult lessons to learn when you're out there in the middle. They talk about the middle being the cauldron, and that's certainly where you learn the hardest lessons. 3 overs done, 6 for 1.
And we spoke about how a daunting task it is to be chasing a big score, is that when you don't keep up with it, and then you just see the numbers going up, and that's a lot of pressure that's been built. It's only 3 overs in, but already they need to go at over 6 and over, where they started off needing to go at about 5.9, only going at 2. So you always find yourself playing a bit of a catch-up because of the amount of runs that have been put up on the board by the Fidelity Titans, and we know scoreboard pressure and what it can do to teams.
So just the one slip for Masavata Class. There's nobody at third man. Fine leg is in position, but everybody else inside the ring. Oh, that's in front. Will she give it? No. Not interested. My apologies. I failed to note the deep square. It's hiding in the shadow there of the light pylon, blending in with the background. But that one was close.
It looked very close. Looked like it kept lower than what I expected.
Maybe hit outside. She's offered a shot.
Maybe just a touch outside that off stump. Definitely a very good shout here. Very good bowling. Good start to the match here from Masabata Class.
She's hunting. She's hunting. Is Masabata Class. She wants either that LBW or the same dismissal she got in the previous over, the bowled. She knows exactly where she needs to hit her mark.
Yeah, definitely. I think she's one of those also that hasn't gotten as much game time with the Proteas as she would have liked in the last 2 seasons or so. So these are the matches that she'll be looking to put her hand up again for the Proteas.
It's watchful. It's watchful here from the Knights ladies. They know that an early wicket has put some strain on them, and as you say, you end up feeling like you're chasing the game. But I still think there's more than enough time to chase down the score. I don't think it's out of reach at all. It's just how you approach it. You can't go out there and say, well, we're just going to wait for the bad ball to come. But because unfortunately for them, there's not many options in which they can take on an inexperienced bowler. So they've got to look to force the game a little bit. And by force the game, I don't always mean to just swing at everything that is in your arc, but rather just to see how you can look to rotate the strike. Yes, you don't have a lot of options in the first turnovers, but you've got to look to maybe capitalize on the pace that Marks and Klaas are bowling. You can then take that opportunity to maybe hit over the top and maybe find a boundary or two early. Innovation and courage are the two words that I would use to describe what is required here.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be very important to try as much as possible to stay up almost as close to the scoring rate as possible, or the required scoring rate as possible. And that is not just going through the boundaries. We saw in the Titans innings a bit earlier that there's sometimes that when the innings dried out, they still get to ones and the twos to just ensure that they keep on going with the scoring rate as the game was going by.
Thinks about going with that one, not able to pierce the gap. The over has been bowled, 4 done, 6 for 1. And a maiden from Matsabata Klaas.
Yeah, very good bowling from Masabata Klaas. As I said, there's only 2 matches that are left in this Pro 50 for both teams. So there's a lot of players that will be looking to put their hand up. I mean, there is a tri-series that's coming up for the Protea Women's against Sri Lanka in India in April and May. So there's a lot of players that think that this might be their last opportunities to really put their hand up and get back into that Protea setup. The players that have been in the setup, that have even been played a while, talking about your Elise Marks, I'm talking about your Masabata Klaas. Miane Smith also has been in and around the fringes, and they'll be looking to get the opportunity to get into that senior Protea side.
Asking for off stump, and then middle stump as well, and leg stump. So now we've got all 3 done. We can tick our boxes. Miane Smith coming off of 59 not out in the previous game. She was crucial in the Knights' batting innings last time out, but there'll be pressure on her once again. Sometimes that's often the case, is that players who have some success and players who, they find themselves getting into a good momentum, you almost always feel like you're under pressure. You almost always feel like, my word, can I get a break, please? I don't want to be the one who's responsible for leading the team here, but there are some players who relish that opportunity, who really just feed off of that pressure and the hard challenges that come from it. That one just hit into the ground, maybe falling a little bit short of Macheke.
Yeah, I think definitely there's always pressure, isn't it? There's pressure when you're performing to make sure that you stay performing. There's pressure when you're not performing to ensure that you can perform. So just take a look at that. Just going past that off stump. Bit of excitement from the fielding team here, the Fidelity Titans. And that's the thing. Miane Smith also.
Works us onto the onside. And they think about 2, but there's a lot of hesitancy from these 2.
We spoke about Miane Smith, and she played a bit of a lone ranger last week for the Knights against the Titans. And I think will require another inning like that from her. But obviously this time around it will be important that she gets the support that she can. And she is currently batting with the skipper, Celius, who will know all about taking responsibility.
is a very good over from Elise Marie Marks. Not only because of the over in isolation, as Celeste just having a word with her partner at the other end, not only because of the over in isolation, but because she's continuing with the pressure set by Masabata class in the last over. They've built a nice sort of momentum and rhythm here between the two of them. This is what we mean by bowling in pairs. Sure, a little bit of a fearsome response there from Marks.
Yeah, definitely. Bit of a response there from Elise Marie Marks. She's got a nickname of Clanky, but tell you what, the way that she bowls and the way that she's built, there's nothing clanky about her. She's very, very feisty one. Always looking for a challenge. Always ready for a challenge also.
It's an interesting position here from Celine. We'll get into it in the next over when she's on strike once again. 5 overs done, 7 for 1, and just the 1 coming from that previous over.
Very good start here from the Fidelity Titans as we just take a look around. Western Province ended their innings a little bit earlier on 303 for 5. And currently the Garden Route Badgers women are 19 for naught after 5 overs. Chasing down a very, very big score here by the Western Province in that Western Province derby, so to call it. So very good big chase here that the Garden Route Badgers have in front of them.
Short and pulled away. It'll beat the fielder and it'll go to the boundary for 4. What a lovely way to start the over for the Knights.
A very good shot there from Mania Smith. I would say the first loose delivery there from Masawata Atlas, changing the tactic with the way that she's been going. It's mostly been looking to go full, and this time just dragging it down. Mania Smith says thank you very much for that, even though there's a deep square leg, but very well hit and placed by Mania Smith.
Yeah, it's a good comeback from Masabata class.
Yeah, that is how she's been going, but that time around was a little bit naughty, looking for a bit too much, bowling it short.
We've been spoiled with good kits in this domestic competition. My personal favorite has been the Knights. I've just been impressed. I do like the Titans kit. Is there any kits that stand out to you? The Northern Cape Heat? You like their white ball kit? Just dabs this down to third. That will almost certainly run away. Will it? Or will she rein it in? She does indeed rein it in. Good steps, step counters working hard here. So just a bit of delicacy was needed for that stroke.
I think I'm going to be biased with the kit and say Titans one. See, you like the attractive orange of the Knights?
Yeah, I like the design. It's very orange, and if orange is not your thing, then I can understand that. But
it's like a change in personnel with Elise Marie Marks going into the slip cordon, Robin Swell going into the covers.
that's hoiked onto the onside. It'll be a couple of bounces, and it'll go for 4. The second short ball in the over is dealt with just as well as the first.
Yeah, naughty once again there from Masabata Atlas. The second time where she's pitched up short, and on both occasions, Mjene Smith making her pay for that, this time in front of square. So take a look at that again. Just a bit of a short one there from Masabata Atlas, Mjene Smith getting under that one. And big over so far. 3 balls in this over and already 10 runs from it.
Just an important moment there as Masavasa class at the start of her run-up. Just take a deep breath. Just collect your thoughts. Just return yourself back into this game. You can almost find yourself kind of drifting away from the game. And she's just realized that maybe she's not thinking... Maybe she might be thinking of too many things. And just got to center yourself back on the task at hand. Just bowl the ball. Just hit into the surface. That's the end of 6. 17 for 1.
Yeah, I think that's something that happens quite some time when things are just going so well for you that you end up thinking that you can get away with just about anything. And then you end up almost complicating things and looking for a bit too much, trying too many different things because you're thinking that something will work out. And we just take a look at the summary so far with the Titans betting a little bit earlier on, getting 291 for 4, with Sinailis getting 153 of 123 balls. Gandhi Jafta betted very well in that 100 partnership between Sinailis and Gandhi Jafta, 54 of 87, Deborah Macheka 25 of 42, and at the end, Masava Tatlas finishing on 22 not out.
Just dabs this one down to third man for the single. So in her fourth over now, Elise Marie Marks. And just conceding the 4 runs. It's an incredible spell of bowling thus far.
Yeah, very good bowling from Elise Marie Marks. And it's just one of those that she likes taking wickets. Not taking bowler, but when you get into a game like this where you're constantly pushing it up and they're not scoring anything of you, you don't need to look for too much. Just keep on bowling the way that you've been bowling. Into the 4th overs, only considered the 4 runs, doing a very good job here for the Fidelity Titans.
%. The temptation is that you might want to just go for the magic ball, go for something that maybe you've been working on in secret, or maybe you want to try it for the first time. And as you said, the calm head must prevail. You've got to just see the wood from the trees and make sure that you're just continuing to do what has brought you success thus far. Oh, she just pushed at that one. So nearly could have taken the edge.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a catch-22 that we always see in white ball cricket versus red ball cricket, where we say in white ball cricket, the dot balls are very much valuable. Don't go looking for wickets too much because you don't need to bowl a team out in order for you to get them at a low. As we see that again with Minnie Smith, just finding yourself fishing a little bit outside that off stump.
Again, chasing after that wide one. Really is desperate to ensure she gets going here at a good lick. She's at a runnable 15. And I don't think there's any need for her to chase after those ones.
Yeah, definitely. And sometimes you get to in the game, and as much as you can identify a bowler that you need to go after, you can also identify a bowler that you need to sort of like be a bit more cautious against.
You can see the mind games that have happened there. 2 deliveries in a row. She's gone outside that off stump. And then the moment Minnie Smith thinks, oh, now I've got to really get in line with that one, she just swings it back into the right-hander. And so what that means is now Smith is not quite sure where the next one's going to be. Will it be a wide one? Is it one that's going to come back onto the pads? Again, another one outside the off stump, not able to pierce the field. 7 overs are up. It's 18 for 1.
Yeah, very good bowling here from Elise Marie Marks. Normally she goes to the short ball, but she hasn't done that so far in this innings, which is very good. She's seen what is working, keeping the scoring rate down. So very good bowling and good maturity here from Elise Marie Marks. So I was just saying on the previous point that you look to sort of like keep the scoring rate down by not looking for wickets too much. But sometimes you feel that if you get a wicket, then you slow it down. So it's a bit of a catch-22 where you want to be. I mean, in the Titans innings. They scored 291. They only lost 4 wickets. And you feel that if you had gone for the wicket, maybe they wouldn't have gotten to the score that you're looking for. So find yourself in a catch-22.
Hoiks this away onto the onside. She'll find protection, preventing her from scoring a boundary. But another short ball from Masabata Class. It's caused a little bit of concern here. And I suspect it's allowing these two to really feel more than comfortable in facing her. You mentioned there are bowlers you need to go after and bowlers you don't. I suspect this is an opportunity for the Knights ladies to really go after Masabata Class. She clearly is struggling at the moment with her lengths. And we'll see if they're able to capitalize on that. That's the line and length all day long.
Yeah, I think some of these things are normally brought out by the way that you've set up your field. I mean, if you've got a deep fine leg and a deep square leg, you feel that you can pitch it short, you can go a bit more straighter, and that's where you stray away a little bit and you offer opportunities to the bowling team. So maybe if you bring that square leg up, then you know that there is no room for error for you.
The question I want to ask KG is, if your plan is to bowl short in the first 10 overs of the game, two things come to mind. One, are you bowling quick enough to really cause batters problems? And two, why, when you have 2 slips, why are you bowling short?
No, precisely. I mean, you've got 2 slips, you've got 291 on the board, so you can be a little bit more attacking rather than being defensive and getting the fielders out on the leg side.
Absolutely. Get a short cover in there. For exactly that stroke. She mistimes it. You pouch it may be a stolen wicket, but nevertheless it's a wicket. As you said, you can afford to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I think the kind of score that you've got on the board, you can go at a 7-2 offside, 6-3 offside field. A 5-4 has got a bit of a, you're trying to attack a bit, but you're also trying to be defensive a bit, which, you know, can upset you as a bowler.
Comes across the stumps. Does Smith. She's a cricketer that's definitely one for South Africa's future. Excited to see what she can do. A genuine opportunity here for her to dig her heels in and look to move things along. She doesn't want to just capitulate. And as you can see in that last effort, she just feels like she needs to be a little bit more active in the crease. Oh, just taking the outside half of the bat. And another over comes to a close. 8 gone. 19 for 1.
A very good start here from the Fidelity Titans. Certainly not letting the Knights get away in this game. Restricting them to just be going at 2.4 to the over. The run rate has now gone up to 6.5. And we spoke about that. There is a lot of time in the game, that's definitely for sure. But you don't want to end up with 30 overs to go, needing to go at 11 and 12s to the over. So you've got time, but you also need to make sure that you stay as close as possible to that required scoring rate. If you don't do that, you're going to find yourself wanting later on.
In 2 minds there is Al-Saleh, and I think she's also frustrated with herself. 3 from her 22 deliveries at the crease now, and she's not quite getting underway. She's not feeling as though she's comfortable just yet, and that's where Elise Marie Marks will want to prey upon those maybe insecurities of not getting off to a good start here. She just needs to rotate. And that's exactly what you were talking about, KG. The short ball in the previous Marks over.
Yeah, she does have a nasty one, Elise Marie Marks. She just cranks it up a lot when she bowls it a bit shorter. You can see this also shows the fitness levels of players. If you can come into your 5th over bowling very well and still being able to bowl that effort ball,
Played with the outside half of the bat. She plays that in front of square. It'll race away to the boundary for 4. And that might be the shackles being released for Isel Salir.
Yeah, very good shot that time around. Liz Max tried to follow up the short ball with a fuller one. But Isel Salir, the captain of the Knights, was up to the task. Just allowing the ball to come to her as we take a look at that again. Just opening the face slightly there. Hitting it down to the boundary for 4.
Oh, is there a shot? Umpire's not interested. Not even looking them in the eye. Couldn't be bothered. Desperate please, but the umpire immediately looking at her colleague at square leg. Or maybe she was just not interested in seeing eye to eye.
Yeah, definitely. As we just take a look at that again. Liz Marx was very confident. Tough to see if that came off the bat. There was a signal from the standing umpire to the square leg umpire who didn't see anything, but there was no support from the keeper also, which sometimes tells you a bit more than what you want. They're normally the first ones to go up when there's something on the ball.
Yeah, maybe she was just looking to her colleague to say, did you hear any sort of sound? Loud shout of nothing there. As you said, that run rate slowly creeping higher and higher. And 1 ball remaining in the 9th. You suspect that very soon that number will become a concern for the Knights ladies. Yes, there's been a boundary in this over, but either side of it, there's not been all that much on offer. They need to go at 6.5, and they're only going at 2.6. Again, the shout of nothing. The end of the over, 9 gone, 23 for 1.
Yeah, definitely. I think the more it goes and the more you don't keep up with the required run rate or getting even close to it, is that you find yourself being under a little bit of pressure. Before you know it, then you start playing at each and every ball, just to try and keep up with what is needed of you. Let's say that there's a lot of time in the game, but you've got to use that time very well. Rotate the strike a bit more. Can't be a 4 here, then ... then it's a 4 there, then ... because then you're just not keeping up with the required rate.
This works this onto the onside. That's exactly what's needed. Nothing wrong with just rotating the strike, getting yourself into a position where you're both seeing the bowler and not getting trapped at the one end, starved of strike. Titans persisting with this 2-slip configuration. And why wouldn't they? 268 required for the Knights. Still 245 deliveries remaining. Just beats that field on the right hand. This will be reined in down at that 3rd man boundary. Such a deft touch and such a profound impact.
Yeah, very good. Well played there from Celis. Playing it very nice and late there. Guiding it past that 2nd slip for 2 runs. You need a bit more of those where just don't let the ball to just go through and get dot balls all the time. Get back to ball. Try to get something out of it. Slip moved a bit wider.
Oh, nearly. And Macheke got a bit of a ricochet. She looks really unhappy with that one. It's been a day for wicket keepers getting injured. We really hope that's nothing too serious. It looked uncomfortable. I think it's just an awkward bounce there, KG.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward bounce, but it looks like Macheke just hit her hands into the face. She might have just taken her eyes off it for a second there. That looked like it went straight in the mouth.
We'll just have a look at this replay here. I don't know, it was the mouth or was it one that just ricocheted off the hands onto the eye socket? Yeah, I think she's got it straight in the mouth. That looks really uncomfortable. The physio on her way out into the middle. You can't exactly put a bit of blue spray on. That stuff smells terrible and tastes terrible, I'm sure. Maybe a bit of ice water will help. Let's look at this one again, KG.
Looked like she might have just closed her hands a bit too early there. Small ricocheting into her mouth. Then the most important thing is to check if all teeth are still there.
Yeah, I don't think it's a pleasant experience. Or even if you get a little bit of a bop on the nose, that feeling is just terrible. Some earnest conversation happening in the middle there with the Knights ladies, trying to figure a way through this barrage of class and marks. There's a barrage out there in Newlands in Cape Town, because in search of 304, the Garden Route Badgers, 29 for 1. Nyovane at the crease with Mudley Hole is the wicket that has been dismissed in that game. Hollywoodbets Pro50 action that's underway around the country. Kayla Reinecker 0 for 4 into her third over. Caitlin Wingard 1 for 12 from 5. So not only are they getting the wickets, they're bowling very cheaply. In that game, Faye Tunnicliffe 108 not out from 67 deliveries, 4 sixes and 11 fours. In the Eastern Province Boland women's game, Eastern Province have cantered home by 9 wickets. Boland were 105 all out, and Jordwana getting 25 not out to see her side home, rollicking home in the end by 9 wickets.
Yeah, a bit of low scores some places around the country.
It's a balance. Some high scores, like here and in the Western Province game, and then low scores there and then at the Wanderers as well. The Dolphins really caught the Lions on the wrong day.
Yeah, definitely. Number 1 and 2. So
You wouldn't suspect it. You would suspect it's a team that's teetering relegation and is 100 points clear at the top of the log. It was a very different performance from the Dolphins. Maybe they just weren't up to it. Maybe the heat surprised them in the high felt. They would have hoped for much cooler temperatures. The umpire just checking that everybody's ready to go again. She looks like she's back up on her feet.
with all her teeth.
Well, we'll hope. If
Looks
not-
like things are still intact there.
Yeah, I suspect if there was a tooth that was missing, she wouldn't be on the park. I'm worried, KG, because you're about to join. You're about to have Werner Erasmus join you, and he just made the joke that it's just after 2:30.
Bit of a dad joke there, Werner.
I think we must just send him back to the green room. Oh boy. Two balls remaining in the over and in the power play. Pushes at this one. Immediately the call is yes. Drawing her partner through that one.
Yeah, I think after this over, obviously we're expecting to see some changes from the title. Although I would give Elise Marie Marks one more over, especially if she's fit enough. I'd say, come on, give us one more. Maybe we can get a wicket or whatsoever. But the Knights now still need to start identifying somebody that they're going to go after, and pretty quickly.
Yeah, especially with the field set to spread after this over. I don't know how much it will spread, but it certainly can do so after the power play. Just tries to fend this way onto the onside. The first 10 overs in the Knights innings has come to a close. Time for a change in commentary. David Midgley will be replaced by Werner Erasmus.
Be joined back in commentary by Werner Erasmus. who was watching on the game, coming up with jokes during this bit of a commentary break. And as you see that Elise Marie Marx, I think it's a very good move here from the Fidelity Titans. Elise Marie Marx will be continuing with the bowling. It's bowled very well so far. It's about 5 overs, only given away the 8 runs. Does look like she's still got some gears in her.
She does. She's been bowling very well, very tightly. The Titans themselves were 43 for 2 at this stage in the game.
And that shows you a lot, and it always gives you an indication of how the game is going. I know we're far from the DLS par, and I don't think DLS will come into play in this game, looking at how the weather is. But the Knights are 29 runs away from the DLS par, so that shows just how far behind they are in this game at the moment.
That required rate has already moved on to 6.7 to the over now. And so it started at under 6 to the over. That shows you that the Knights have found the going difficult. Mia Naismith still impresses though. She was impressive last week. She's in and around that Protea setup, very close to a debut, and it shows she does look like she's batting on a bit of a different level than the rest.
Single there from the captain Silius. Yeah, definitely. I think Mia Smith has really shown how good she is as a batter. And you've just got to look and, at where the Knights are, possibly at that relegation, and a couple of players that will probably deserve or still be looking to play in Division 1. So might see them losing a couple of players if they do get relegated at the end of the season. Shot ball, and very good shot here from Mia Smith. It's the third time that she's pulled one to the boundary, and that's over the mid-wicket. Very good shot there from Mia Smith. Has hit 2 from Masabata Atlas. This is the first one from Elise Marie Marx.
She's looked very comfortable on anything dragged down, sitting back and getting her weight into the shot as well. It's been impressive from her. She's looked to be positive as much as she can. 20 or 25 balls, going much quicker than her captain at the other side.
Fuller, and that goes past a bit of another boundary from the bat of Mia Smith. Previous ball, the short ball, but this time around past Gandhi Jafta there at mid-off. And that's another boundary, back-to-back boundaries here from Mia Smith.
We'll have another look at it, but it looked like she might have dove right over the top of that one. But it was struck powerfully by Mia Smith. Getting it right out of the middle. Mark's first 5 overs only went for 8. Suddenly 8 and 2 balls now. Maybe just not able to get to it in the end is Jafta. 1 drag down, 1 2 full.
Dot ball this time from Elise Marie Marx. I must say though, this over did go for 9 runs. I did say that there must be, well, from my side, that there would be a nice over or Elise Marie Marx to bowl another over, which she did, went for 9 runs. But I just like the way that the Titans have gone, because they've just shown that they want to continue attacking. They went into this over where the power play is done. They could have easily spread the field, but they decided not to do that because they can see that they are very much ahead in this match, and thus keeping all the fielders in the slip positions. And there will be a bowling change from the off-bob end. We'll see Mona Lisa Lohodi coming into the attack, replacing Masabat Atlas. Lohodi had a very decent World Cup in the under-19 in Malaysia earlier this year.
Yeah, what makes it different is she has a bit of an angle in towards the right-handers, where a lot of the opening bowlers tend to shape it away from the right-handers. She's the one that brings it back in, so it gives a bit of a different angle. Makes the batters think that Isel Soye will have to get going now. They want to chase this target.
There we go. That's that swing that you're talking about, Werner. First up from Manalisa Lehodi, getting it in. As you see, her fielding just suggests that this is somebody that does look to move the ball in, because she does have that deep square leg, does have a fine leg and a third man. So almost all her fielders are behind the square on the boundary because it does move the ball in. But 2 leg sided that time around for a wide ball, which is something that has been quite impressive from the Titans so far. That's actually the first extra that they've bowled in the 12th over. It's the first extra that we have in this innings from the Fidelity Titans. So they've bowled very well.
It has been very tidy stuff from them. Not giving anything away to the Knights. Knights chasing a mammoth 292 for victory.
Oh, into the pads once again from Manalisa Lehodi, but Captain Silas just tackling it down to that fine leg for his single. Do you think that, looking at the seamers that have bowled so far, that the Knights will be looking at Manalisa Lehodi as one of the bowlers that they should be attacking? Because after this, you pretty much have spinners that are coming for the Titans. Sunelis, Gandhi Jafta, Paulina Mashishi, Rasika Maharaj. Short ball that time from Manalisa Lehodi. Miane Smith looking to hit it. Doesn't get the connection that she got like in the previous ones.
This might be, as you say, the player that they would target, but less experience on Manalisa Lehodi to play with the SA under 19s, as you say, that it might just be the one to target. They will have to probably target some of the spinners as well. Can't have just one bowler in the attack.
Tried to hit it past that cover, but well fielded to keep it to a dot ball. Yeah, definitely. I think as much as the bowling side will look to bowl a lot more balls to one batter that they see that is struggling, the batting side also has to identify somebody that they can really go after, because if you don't do that, then you find yourself chasing the game a bit too much. Again, just popped up, but just landed safely there.
Yeah, almost a calling all pockets type of situation. Ball popping up in the air, everybody's just saying catch, 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 but no one really near that ball in the end. Even Miane Smith didn't really know where it was going.
Just getting a leading edge from that previous one there, Miane Smith. Once again into the pads from Manalisa Lehodi. Tickle down to that deep square leg for a single to end the first over from Manalisa Lehodi in the 12th over of the innings. And that sees the Knights move on to 39 for 1. A further 253 from 228 balls.
Massive, massive task ahead for the Knights, and they'll probably feel that Miane Smith will have to do the bulk of the scoring for them. She was the top scorer for them in the last match as well. Only one to make a 50, and she's the leading run scorer for them. 8th leading run scorer in the competition. Made 192 runs, an average of 38, 250s, highest of 67. So she is playing a key role for them here, as Ellis Marie Marks will finally make her way out of the attack.
And we've got a bowling change from the hand observer end with Paulina Mashishi coming into the attack. Paulina Mashishi took a fiver 2 games ago. So she is somebody that bows very well. The reigning Fidelity Titans player of the season. One will also like to call the banker. A bit wide and hit straight to that point. That is the first wicket from the first ball of Paulina Mashishi, getting the dangerous Miane Smith. First ball up, bit wide, and she gets the big wicket and a wonderful breakthrough here for the Fidelity Titans.
That's exactly the wicket they would have been hoping for, and the opposite of what the Knights would have wanted. Mianne Smith was looking good, 25 or 32, but she has to depart, and that might just set the Knights back even more. Hisei Mashishi, she's had a wonderful tournament. This is now her 12th wicket in the tournament. She's gone at an economy rate of less than 3.5. That one, probably a bit lucky getting away with it. Short and wide there to be put away, but not able to roll the wrists over it as Mianne Smith and cut straight to point.
Yeah, definitely. I think if there's a ball that you want to pick to hit at the boundary, the first ball, that would have been it. But that went straight into the hands of Rasika Maharaj at point. They did not come easier than that at point. Straight into the hands, and Rasika Maharaj makes no mistake whatsoever to get rid of Mianne Smith. And that brings to the weekend Leanda Nzuza for the Knights.
Another SA under 19 player. It's good to see all these youngsters coming through with plenty of potential. She already showed what she was capable with the bat.
It's on the wide line there. Hit straight to Rasika Maharaj. Fellow spinner. Making sure that you're in support of your fellow bowler. And that is also what hunting in pairs is. It's not just about the two bowlers, but also the fielders. When there's an opportunity created, you need to make sure that you take those opportunities. Ooh, and that just thick outside edge down to that third man. Now they're looking for two, but they only keep it to a one. Probably should have been a two there. So they know that the way that the game is going, they need as many runs as possible. And when there's that opportunity to change the ones and the twos, should be taken by the Knights.
Need to run that first one harder.
Straight back at Paulina Mashishi. Bit lazy from her, but got a hand on it. It's very interesting that you've got a new batter that is in, Leanda Nzuza. They've got a long one out, but as soon as Silas comes on to strike, who's been there for quite some time, actually has been there since the innings started, they push the ball, the fielder down. Now they've done that for Silas also. Straight one to extra cover. Catherine Pryor at extra cover for the Fidelity Titans.
Yeah, she's going nowhere slowly at the moment, this is also, yeah. She's on 12 of 40 deliveries, and it's been tough going for her.
Very much so. Pressure continued to be built there by Paulina Mashishi, and that's the end of her first over, just going for the one run and a very important wicket of Mianne Smith. Must say also in that over, you can see the importance of the keeper also, with Tebogo Macheke constantly having something to say after every ball. That also disrupts the batters a little bit, especially if you're speaking in a language that they do not understand. So you get a little bit agitated. And I keep them quiet, and the only way to keep them quiet sometimes is to take the attack to them, which the Titans will not be minding if the Knights will be looking to take the attack to them. They do have the runs on the board. Manele Salogodi to continue from the off-bob end. Getting one to tail in. Once again from Manele Salogodi. Very steady start from her. Had a very good first over. Only going for the one run. Or 3 runs rather, with 1 wide. Started off the second over with a dot ball first up.
At the same stage, the Titans were 55 for 2. The Knights have a bit of catching up to do. This time wide down the leg side from Monalisa Lejori. She's just angling it too much. She had the same type of delivery in the last over as well. It's just important that she gets her lines right.
Yeah, I think you look at the scores at the same time. Where the Titans were is not too far away from where the Knights were. Just 15 runs to the good. But I think very importantly is the way that the Titans really stabilized in that middle phase. The next two partnerships after this partnership were 100 partnerships. So you're really going to need somebody that is willing to do the hard yards and bet for a very long time. Currently, Sellers has been there since the start, but she's going at 12. She's going at a very, very low strike rate. It makes it difficult to keep up with what is needed, because there's a different pressure that you get from chasing that setting. When you set in, because there's no target, you always feel that you can push it at some time. There's nothing that's chasing you. Got a lot of time to set yourself in the game. But when you are chasing, you feel that there is something that you need to go after, and that brings a bit more pressure to the betting team. In once again from Monalisa Lekhodi into the pads of Nzuza, who hits it down to that deep square leg for a single.
Yeah, so we are going at a strike rate of 29 at the moment, soaking up plenty of dot deliveries. It means that the batters coming in will have more pressure on them to get the rate going. So the captain will have to turn things around here and lead from the front.
Oh, once again, very good bowling here from Monalisa Lekhodi. You can see some good movement in the air from Monalisa Lekhodi, getting the ball to tail in. I do like also from the Titans, as I said, is that they can take the four fielders out, but they didn't need to. I mean, the rate required has now gone up to 7. They can keep on attacking, having those 6 fielders in the circle. There you go, once again, in from Monalisa Lekhodi, getting very good movement in the air. And that's the end of the second over from Monalisa Lekhodi, and the 14th over for the Knights. And they are 42 for 2.
What I like is her action is nice and tall. She doesn't collapse in her bowling action, so she's releasing from a nice high point, coming right over the top. So you will get some good bounce as well. So it's good to see she's got a very repeatable action as well. So it's good to see from Monalisa Lekhodi, one of the youngsters coming through. Good to see them getting early opportunities at this level.
Yeah, very good for Monalisa Lekhodi. She's a tall bowler also, so she's making sure that she uses all that leverage that she's got. Bit wider, and well, that just goes over that mid-off. A bit of a half chance there, and they come back for the 2. Looks like Masabata Class wasn't too sure if she should be running back or just wait for it there.
It looks like Gandhi Jafta wasn't 2 minds, was Masabata Class. And they were in 2 minds that whether she should have turned around or backpedal.
Once again, straight to that extra cover for a single. No, for a dot ball, rather.
And those are tricky when it goes up in the air like that. You think backpedaling might be enough. Turns out not to be.
Bit tighter that time around from Paulina Mashishi. Just hearing Tebero Machek at the back there, constantly saying to Paulina Mashishi, let's go, let's go, let's go. And this time Nzuza gets good bat on it, over that mid-on, taking it down to that long-on boundary for a 4. Very good shot from Nzuza. Much needed boundary here for the Knights.
She's come in with the right intent, has Nzuza. She's not wasting any time. She's taking on the base bowler of the Titans, just sending a bit of a message to the Titans camp. Nice and full, and a free swing of the arms.
Yeah, very interestingly, and I like that they're not keeping that long on the boundary. They're bringing them back in again, say, do it again, Nzuza. Because in the previous over, they did have a long on out. They did bring them in, but now Nzuza has seen that when it's the long on is into the mid on, she's gonna go over. But now to protect the over at the end, now that they've taken the long on out, so there's a bit of a cat and mouse here. Straight to Masabata Atlas at mid off to end of that over. 6 runs coming of it. Good over for the Knights. Still need a lot more of those. That's 15 overs down with the Knights on 48 for 2. Going at 3.2 to the over, needing to go at 7 to the over. That run rate keeps on going up every over that passes by.
Hello, Yanda. Nzuza really finding the middle of the bat in that over. Should give her some confidence heading into the next one. And Isal Soye will have to follow her lead. Can't be dragging it along. And they still need 244 runs at a required rate of 7 to the over.
Oh, and a bit of a shout there, but it looked like it was going down there. Swinging it in once again from Mona Lisa Logodi. I think it's very important that you get into the stage of the game where the run rate keeps on going up, where you feel like you have to fire from both sides. As we just take a look at that again. Just tailing in there from Mona Lisa Logodi. Bit wider that time around and fumble from the keeper, allowing the ball to go through to that ricochet, a bit of a ricochet to the third man for a single bye.
Yeah, the keepers hate buys on it against their score sheet. But that one did keep quite low. Tough take behind the stumps.
Bit wide and an opportunity. Just the one hand. Tebogo Macheke got to the ball. And she puts it down. An opportunity created by Mona Lisa Logodi here. Tebogo Macheke looked like she was a bit flat-footed there. Didn't get to the ball, just reaching out with the one hand as we take a look at that again. Into the pads again, and Silas just hits it down to that deep square leg for a single. It just looked like Tebogo Macheke was a little bit too close. They had no time to react to that ball.
Yeah, it's a tricky one because she doesn't have that much pace. That's Mona Lisa Logodi, but the moment you get an edge to it, it picks up quite a bit of pace. The ball.
Wide this time around from Mona Lisa Logodi. It's actually the only one that has bowled wide so far in this innings. 3 of them.
You see again with that one how low Macheke took it at her ankles. So she almost has to stand that close to the stumps to take it. But that does mean she doesn't have much time to react if it does come off the edge, unless it goes straight to her.
Into the pet once again and in the air over that mid wicket, and that's a boundary from the pet of Nzuza. Another boundary from Nzuza here, going to 13 from 13, got a strike rate of 100 here, trying to push it up, and also that brings up the 50 up for the Knights. 52 for 2 after 15.5 overs.
And Nzuza has looked impressive from the get-go here today, and she's caught up with her captain already in terms of runs. It's always nice to see youngsters coming in with positive intent, bringing some new energy to a team.
These two will know one another well. Ooh, and again into the pets. It look like it's probably going down once again from Mona Lisa Logodi. These two know one another well. They were both at the World Cup for the South Africa under 19 in Malaysia. So if anybody's going to know how to bowl to the other, it will be these two against one another. Spend a lot of time together, preparations. So you just take a look at that again from Mona Lisa Logodi. Tailing in, definitely look like it's missing the leg stump. And that also brings the first innings break of the innings with the Knights on 56 for 2 after 16 overs. Very good bowling here for the Titans, ensuring that the Knights don't get anywhere close to where they are.
The 2 wickets to 4. Annika Swart for 1 of 5 deliveries bowled by Masabata Klaas. And Miene Smith, who looked very good, hit 5 boundaries in her 25 runs. But she was also dismissed by Paulina Mashishi, caught by Risika Maharaj at the point boundary. So a big task still ahead for the Knights. And we'll bring you the rest of the action just after this drinks break.
And we're back after that drinks break. It's nice and hot out there. It is a bit chilly in where we are. Very nice and cool in here. But it's nice and hot out there. And Paulina Mashishi will be continuing with the bowling from the Hennops River end. It's very interesting to see that they are now taking the long one out to Celius, who hasn't really looked to attack, hasn't put the foot on that pedal. Zuza is the one that looks like she's trying to put a bit impetus on the batting, but they've got a long one out for Celius. Still got 6 players in the inner ring. But wide there from Paulina Mashishi, but hit straight to Rasika Maharaj at point for a dot ball to start off the 17th over.
Shishi will have to be careful that she doesn't give too much width here to Soya with all the fielders up in the ring on the offside.
Straighter that time from Mashishi. Not giving any width to Celius. Once again on that, operating on that 4th fifth stump area, asking Celius to do a little bit, to be innovative for her to score the runs. A lot of dot balls building up here for the Knights. Once again, finding that thick outside edge there, Paulina Mashishi. Bit of a change in the field. Halfway through, taking the long off down, protecting the over, being very proactive rather than reactive here from the Fidelity Titans. Nice and straight once again, hit back to her. Lot coming behind there from Tebogo Macheka, the keeper. Always got something to say after every passing ball. And there we go. We talked about her turn to do something. Celius just goes outside that off stump. Bit of a lap down to that fine leg for 2 runs. And that is what happens when the bowler is bowling almost the same line the whole time. You're looking to do something. And there was 2 runs to end off their over. 17 overs down, and we've got 58 for 2.
Yeah, the captain will really have to start to get going here. She's lagging behind that required rate, moving up all the time. Over 7 runs to the over required now. It's important for her. She needs to help out her young batting partner on the other end.
Yeah, definitely, because the more it goes, the pressure transfers on the young star on the other side in Zuza. Still keeping 6 fielders in the circle here, the Fidelity Titans. Once again, tailing in there from Mona Lisa Lahori.
He's also, yes, faced 42 dot deliveries in this innings, which is a massive amount, especially in the power play when you want to utilize those fielders being inside the ring. Only 2 out. Need to be striking more.
Ooh, and another one tailing in. Zuza managing to just take it out to that deep square leg. Yeah, you want to speak about, you want to use the power play to score a bit more force, but if that wasn't the case, if that didn't happen, you want to use also outside the power play when the field is more spread out, although it's not that much spread out from the Titans. They've identified that she struggles to hit the ball over outside the inner ring, and thus kept as many players as possible in the inner ring. Once again, then that looked like it was dipping on Isal Celes. Once again, one tailing in from Mona Lisa Logodi.
So he has averaged just the 16 runs for the season, so she has 1 run less than that at the moment. The strike rate for the season's only been 54, so I suppose this shouldn't be too surprising that she's not going at a quick rate.
I'm telling you again, it just looks like one of those games where the Knights are waiting for something to happen, not really making a lot happen. And Zuza has come in and tried to swing a little bit, but there isn't really too much coming from the captain Celius on the other side.
She's very experienced as the captain. She debuted in 2010, the 2010-2011 season, 96 matches under her belt. And she's made 2,200 runs, 2,256 to be exact. Average of 26.85, strike rate of 60. 300s and 10 50s. But if she wants her team to be in any position to win this match, she'll have to up that strike rate significantly. Support Nzuza, who's been doing well so far. She's on 14 of 16 deliveries.
But wider that time from Manuel Salogodi. And Empire Khotatso Macheke says that is indeed a wide ball. Too wide, wider than what she would have looked for there, Mona Lisa Logodi. Yeah, Silas, I think she needs to really push up here. Better there from Mona Lisa Logodi this time. Bit closer in, that's the end of the 4th over from Mona Lisa Logodi. And the 18th for the Knights. They are now 60 for 2 after 18 overs, requiring a further 232 from 192 balls.
I think at the very least you'd want to see a bit more intent. If you aren't scoring quickly, show that you are trying to at least. At the moment she looks like she's just nudging the ball around, trying to find the gaps, but not with really real intent or power. That's something that needs to change here. And Nzuza has shown the way so far. Let's see if she can do more of the same against Mashishi.
So again, continuing the tidy work. Paulina Mashishi, the banker for the Titans. He did say that throughout the season, going at under 3.5 to the over. The career stats also suggest almost similar. So you do expect that. And Nzuza goes down to that long on. That will just be a single there. Mashishi a bit wider there, and a bit of an opportunity and very good fielding. Just to ensure that that doesn't go through. It's very good fielding that time around from Gandhi Jafta. The career Paulina Mashishi has also been around for quite some time. He's got a career economy of 3.2. There we go, very good. From the Titans, is supporting the bowler, supporting the banker of the Titans. He's got 96 wickets in her career, 97th wicket today, edging closer to the 100 wickets. Tight there, very good bowling from Paulina Mashishi, not giving too much away here. Only the 2 runs she's given away in this over so far. Into a 4th over. Once again, just down to that long off. Should be cut down to just a single. That's a wonderful over here from Paulina Mashishi. 19 overs down. And the Knights find themselves on 63 for 2.
Long way out still for the Knights. Only 229 runs. 186 balls. At a required rate of almost 7.5 runs to the over. So they do need to have a bit of a discussion between them. Well, the 2 batters. They can't just be going along at 3 or 4 runs and over. It won't be enough to get them close. Looks like Snellies will be coming into the attack. The experienced pro bowling off spin these days. Snellies made sure that she has a lot more control than she did with her leggies.
Yeah, very good. Snellies, 80 matches, 125 wickets. Oof. Very experienced bowler. Snellies has also had a decent season for the Titans, the way that she's bowled. Just the type of bowler that Titans will bring in and feel very confident. Got a career economy of 2.97, so the 2 spinners operating hardly give anything away. A best of 8 for 17. Another dot ball, starting off the over with 3 dot balls in a row. Snellies.
Almost wonder if you need separate stats for when she was a leggy and when she's now an off spinner.
This one down to Masabata Tlasa, that long on. A bit of pedestrian here from the Knights at the moment. Just don't, you're not seeing straight, and that's another single. You're not seeing where they are looking to get the runs, who they're looking to attack. There has to be someone. It's just a pity for them that the 2 bowlers operating at the moment are very, very stingy with the runs. Nice and straight there from Snellies to end the 20th over. And that is the Knights on 65 for 2. And with that, we'll also have a change in commentary with David Mitchley coming to replace me, KG, in studio.
Snellies this season has taken 5 wickets and an economy rate of only 2.66, average of 9.6. Very tough to get after these spinners, but the Knights have almost left themselves no choice with their approach so far in this innings. You know, they will have to go after the spinners in due course. Mashishi to continue. Is pushed through that mid-wicket region for a single. He's also here. There's plenty of catching up to do.
Good afternoon, Werner.
Welcome, Mr. David. Nzuza's impressed me quite a bit so far on her short stay here at the crease today.
Yeah, the youngsters shown off a couple of skills there, a couple of boundaries as well in the mix.
She's not been afraid to play her shots. That's good to see. She's come in with some intent. I feel it's something that's been lacking from the Knights captain so far in this innings. Another easy one into the leg side. Bit too straight this time from Paulina Mashishi.
Yeah, you guys were talking about how economical Paulina Mashishi and the rest of the bowlers have been. Mashishi is the second cheapest in this year's competition, going at only 3.48 for her economy. So genuinely a stingy bowler. Is also here on 18 of 58 deliveries in a
quite a big chase. Means she has plenty of catching up to do.
Nothing.
Driven comfortably for another single. These odd singles aren't really hurting the Titans at the moment. That previous over only going for 2 runs. This one so far 3 runs with only the 1 ball to go.
And contrary, it's actually hurting the Knights because they need to get a move on here.
Another dot to end the over. It's 68 for 2 after 21. That required run rate creeping closer to the 8 runs and over mark, meaning singles simply won't be enough for them.
Yeah, were they going at 4-5 to the over, Werner, I wouldn't be too upset, but at 3.2 to the over, needing to go at 7.7, it's just not enough. And as you said, there's a bit of frustration in the way that Zelsalia, the skipper's been going. 19 from 59, the strike rate really not helping. Just plays this away off the back foot for the single. It's just not quick enough for what is required.
That's a lot that they need to do. Salesforce, the problem for me has been the lack of intent from her. And there's something she needs to kick into another gear, because as they are going now is just not enough.
So a single and 2 dots. Bit of a smile there on the face of Sine Luce in that previous delivery. It shows how much she's enjoying it, and why wouldn't you when you got 150?
And Zuza, she shows the intent that the Knights require is a 1 bounce 4. Beautifully played from her.
Yeah, that smile's gone now from Sine Luce. What an incredible stroke. And Zuza just opening up that front leg and hammering this away onto the onside. 1 bounce and was over the rope. Good follow up there from Lees. 6 from the over thus far, and 1 ball remains. Or rather 5 from the over, my apologies.
Another dot to finish the over. So despite the boundary in the over, still less than they require per over to successfully chase the highest score set here at SuperSport Park in the Pro50 League. 73 for 2 at the end of 22 overs is also yes on 20 of 60 deliveries. Rianda and Zuzas has gone past her. 22 of 55, almost in half the time.
The other thing to be mindful of, because it's easy for us to sit in the commentary box here and mention, well, the required run rate is this and the actual is that. But I think a helpful number that will kind of give you a scope of where the Knights should be versus where they are. 73 for 2 inside the 23rd over. The DLS par, which is a bit of an indicator, even when there's no rain, of where things should be.
Goes down towards that fine leg region. We'll have to wait for the umpire's signal. Holds it in just in time. Does Masabata class. It's a good job from her. No signal from the umpire, meaning that she did just get a bit of a bottom edge to it. That is also, yes, the 2 runs added to her score and the total.
Great fighting effort there from Masabata class just to rein it in.
Quick single called by Captain Sawyer. But better intent from her this over.
The DLS par right now is 114. They're currently at 76. It just shows how much of a gap there really is between where... Oh, sorry, she was maybe upset that I was still talking when the bowler was running in. She said, hold on a sec. Versus where they should be. Where they are versus where they should be. Goes down the ground. And Zusa gets absolutely all of it.
nails it for 4.
It's a lovely shot there from Luyanda Nzuza. Just getting the best timing from that one. A little bit too full from Paulina Mashishi. Over the umpire's head and gone for 4.
Wonderfully played. I always say, if you can play it in the V, it's the best place to hit the ball. Goes for it again. This time takes the outside edge. It's running towards the boundary. Big chase from Maharaj. Not able to get there. That's back-to-back boundaries. This over might just be the momentum shift that the Knights needed. It's the end of over number 23. It's 84 for 2.
Werner Rasmus is saying, you got to play in the V. I don't think you quite meant the one behind square. Well, nevertheless, it's a way for them to move things along. Could this be the turning point in the game? It's an expensive over for the Titans and a good one for the Knights. Salir 23 from 64 and Nzuza 30 from 37. Salir going at 35 strike rate.
There's another dot delivery from her. She's faced 49 dot deliveries in her innings of 65 balls. Down the leg side. Stopped by the keeper, so will be signaled away by the umpire.
Just a bit of an indication of the difference between the two wicket keepers. Macheke making sure that it's just a wide and nothing more.
Already in the firing line today. Got one bumping up off her hands onto her throat. Another one off the wrist. Goes for the reverse sweep. So yeah, not with, I don't know, not with a lot of intent, to be honest. It was shaping for the reverse sweep, but it almost happened in slow motion.
Yeah, you got to create the power from that shot. At least doesn't exactly bowl quick enough for you to just rely on the pace of things. It's worth going after it. Yes, you were in position. The shot was on, but give it a bit more impetus.
Nzuza is showing a bit of tricks with the bat, trying to throw Senelis, but Senelis keeping to good area. Ends up just bouncing out of the reach of the cover fielder. But you can see the difference between the two. So here's the one that's been in for longer, but for her they have the mid-off up. But for Nzuza, that fielder was back at long off. The end of the 24th over, it's 87 for 2.
So just one short of the halfway here, Werner. What needs to change in order for the Knights ladies to have a chance here? Because it almost seems that it's just following a trend in which the game has a certain air of inevitability about it.
They need to have more overs like they did against Mashishi in the previous one. She's going to have another go now. Just Suneli's having a bit of a word with her. So the intent, I think, is the big word that's been going around a lot. But you need to show that you want to. Nzuza has shown that intent from the get-go since she's come in. She has 31 of 39 deliveries. I felt like Isao Soya just hasn't shown that yet, but she still has the opportunity to turn that around. Mashishi asking the player at 45 on the leg side to go over to the offside at 45, or a short third if you prefer. Gives herself room, doesn't Nzuza? Keeps it on the ground this time.
I suspect she actually wanted to go over the head of Paulina Mashishi. Didn't quite get underneath that, just shadow batting it again.
That fielder going back across to the leg side now that Soya is on strike. That saw her scoop in the previous over, so that might just be the reason.
And here again, the reverse sweep might be an option.
Just knocked into the leg side. We saw Sine Lees bringing out quite a few sweeps. And the 50 partnership has come up between these two. It's come up of 75 deliveries. Haven't really seen... Excuse me. Haven't really seen those sweeps so far from yourselves or yet.
Werner's just all choked up about it. There's the sweep. You asked for it, and it's been played masterfully there. Good bit of work there to keep it in play. And they just went for the one. I'm surprised they didn't go for a second.
Yeah, and Zuza, she almost admired her shot there. She played that sweep so well, but she only trudged through for a single. If she ran with any sort of conviction, there should have been an easy two. And those are the type of small things that you can change in a chase like this. Run with some intensity. Show that if you hit the fielders, hit them hard. Make sure that they feel it. Make sure that they might even fumble it. Give you an opportunity for extra runs. It's 25 overs gone. Titans are 90 for 2. There's only 202 runs of the final 25 at a required run rate of 8 to the over.
Titans or Knights?
The Knights are 90 for 2.
Comparatively at the same stage, the Titans were 113 for 3. So not that much of a difference, but it was those final 20 or so overs that really moved things along for the Fidelity Titans.
Zuza on strike against Sine Lees, who's been accurate as usual. Goes for the big slog sweep. Not really even an appeal from Lees, only coming from the fielders, but you knew that one was going down the leg side.
Yeah, definitely a hopeful shot from the ladies. Yeah, just seen this one again. Missing leg stump by a margin.
Just an easy single into the leg side. See if Sawyer takes any different approach now.
The Titan players can sense this. They're really squeezing.
Finally, she brings out the sweep shot. That fielder at deep square leg, though, has it covered. But it's good to see something different from the captain.
Yeah, the Titans players, as I was saying, they're really squeezing. Almost like a python, if you will. Every time you exhale, they are on you once again. So there needs to be a bit of innovation here from these two.
Feels like Nzuza's just waiting for that one to be floated up a bit fuller to go down the ground. 92 for 2 at the end of 26 overs are the Knights.
It's all those dad jokes that are messing with your head. Partnership 53, and they still need 200 runs more to find victory in this game. Don't forget, tomorrow we are live with you once again, as the toss will happen at about 9:30, and then the game gets underway at 10 a.m. Hollywoodbets Pro50 action on the Sunday. It'll be the Fidelity Titans taking on the Knights women. And then later, it's the Bulls Legends taking on the Titans Legends at 2 o'clock.
Rasika Maharaj into the attack for the first time today from Henops River End. The first one just going underneath the bat. She does bowl the ball quite slowly, does Maharaj. So they'll need to wait for it. The Knights batters.
What that'll do, though, Werner, the pace at which Maharaj bowls, is that it'll frustrate batters. They need to get the ball away and towards the boundary. They're not going to do it with this pace.
She's only bowled in 3 innings so far this season, but in that 3 innings she's taken 7 wickets. An average of 18.57. taken the best of 5 for 27.
What on earth has she been doing? Why hasn't she bowled more?
Guess that's a question for either the captain or the coaching staff.
It's always difficult when you have a spinner to try and find the balance of the side. And fair enough, SuperSport Park is not a venue that you traditionally would associate with picking a spinner.
I think the thing is also she's not the most economical of spinners that they have in the side. She's going at 5.2 to the over so far this season. And in comparison with Elise and Mashishi, who've both been going at just over 3 runs to the over. Another dot though from Maharaj to end the over. Only 1 run coming off it, and the Knights digging themselves into a hole.
Who says the economical bowling only has to be for Mashishi and Lees? Great bowling there from Maharaj, and coming at an opportune time for her to show what she is made of. 93 for 2, as you mentioned.
Yeah, she has a career economy rate though of 2.79 and a best of 5 for 3 runs. Does Rashika Maharaj. She's taken 84 wickets in her career at an average of only 13.52. Gets this one into the leg side. Does so? Yeah, should be running the first one harder there, but maybe Elias Marie Marks getting just a hand on it, throwing them off.
I also think that Nzuza might back herself to be the one to move things along. Just plays this onto the onside.
Yeah, it does feel like Nzuza is the one that needs to back herself here. Seemed reluctant to even try and hit the ball in the air or try to go over the top of some of the fielders. Again, blocking it solidly. It's on the legs, could have just defended it into the leg side for an easy single.
Especially when there's so much vacant room out there on the leg side. Finds the fielder.
Plenty of opportunities for her here. At the very least, they need to try and get a single off every ball to just keep in touch with that required run rate. But again, she keeps finding the same fielder, Les Marie Marks. Very sharp there at a short mid wicket.
Like a magnet. Ball always coming her direction. Once again.
Another dot from Izal Soya and Elise. If we had a look at that impact player from her for the day, scoring 150. Now she's bowled 5 overs for 14 runs. Massive impact on this match so far.
Yeah, no doubt who the most likely, unless a miracle, maybe that's too harsh of a word, but an unlikely situation. You could almost see already the play of the match. Maharaj to continue from the Henops River end.
Goes for a big shot straight up in the air. Getting underneath it is Elise. She drops it. It goes down. We've just been praising her and what a wonderful day she's had. I really hope that doesn't affect her player of the match award, David.
Yeah, it's a slow one. Tries to force it onto the onside. She had to cover a lot of ground, and in the end, rather, she just wasn't there. They were all allowed to have one blip. She'll be disappointed with herself. She'll know that it's a catch she would have felt comfortable taking.
Ended up getting 2 runs from that one because of that drop. The ball going so far away from her. Able to get back for a second. But good to see a bit more intensity in the running. Goes for the big one. Long off. Going around, but it will bounce in front. Just a single. But you can see some clear intent from Nzuza here, and that's what I'd like to see from Silya as well.
Yeah, she's not exactly waiting for the game to unfold and develop as it might do. It's good to see that she's trying to force the game a little bit.
Ooh, could have potentially been cut off there by cover. Was a bit hesitant, wasn't Nzuza, after that call from Silya, but they get through for a single in the end. She switches her stance early on, doesn't Nzuza? Implying that she would be going for the reverse, and Maharaj decides, no, you're not. I'm pulling out right here. Nzuza goes across and gets it nice and fine and wonderfully played by her. She saw the gap, she took the opportunity, and that's 4 added, and 100 runs come up for the Knights.
Lovely shot there. She's innovating, is Nzuza. She's gone across and played this very fine. Just so adept at manipulating the game at the moment is Nzuza. Gets a most welcome boundary.
Ends the over with a dot, does Maharaj. It's 103 for 2 at the end of 29.
Partnership now with 64 and 189 required from 126. They should be at 144 according to DLS.
Just 1 run away from her highest score is Nzuza.
You know what you've done there? You've condemned her.
I have done no such thing. Finally brings out the power sweep. That is also, yeah, not able to really find the gap. Ends up being just a single.
And Nzuza will certainly be cognizant of the fact that this is near her highest score in this format of the game. And she's still so young, so there's a veritable...
Goes for a big shot down the ground. And again, 2 bounces to the fielder. They could come back for the second. They should be coming back for the second. And Nzuza doesn't want her highest score right now.
It seems not. She's happy with the single. Her partner was really looking to come back, and she was trapped at the non-strikers end. Maybe there was glue at the bottom of the bat.
Again, straight to that fielder at mid-wicket. Not really seizing her opportunities. Silya. Full on the legs. Whipped straight to that fielder. And it ends another very quiet over from Sunday. Leaves only the 3 runs off it. It's 106 for 2. And I will be switching out for KG, Mr. Kagiso Masubelela.
Yeah, thanks so much, Werner, for your long stint. Your tireless work ethic has not gone unnoticed. Maharaj to begin her 3rd, just the 9 from her 2 thus far. But what she's done well is keep Isel Salir quiet. And been able to stem the flow of Nzuza. Salir on the back foot there. Trying to push it. Somebody who's not moving along quickly. Oh, the reverse sweep in the air and just on the bounce. trying to be a bit innovative, but all she can do is find Mashishi.
Yeah, trying here, Silas. Current 231 from 89 balls. Picked up a bit, but still quite slow.
Yeah, unfortunately, at this level, you can't exactly bat at a 35 strike rate, KG. Never mind when you're chasing nearly 300. Zuza just whips this away onto the onside. Beats the fielder in Sine Lease on the onside for the single.
Yeah, definitely. I think at this level, in a situation here with Sellers that we wouldn't mind if she bets the all the way through. If she's going to bet at a strike rate of 30, 35 odd. Even if she gets 100, it will be of 180 balls.
It was in the air for some time, but it falls safely. As there's some confusion about whether they should come back, and the throw was wayward, so no real pressure. Good running in the end, and you might have heard a stray yay in the background of our commentary box. Werner just wanting to stick around to see Luyanda and Zuza get her highest score in List A cricket. And hopefully she can keep going to get that half century, the maiden one.
Yeah, it'll be a very good batting effort from her and Zuza.
Massive sweep here, just on the bounce though, so just the one. She's now favouring it is Cillier. Well, 31 have been done. It's Nelson for 2.
Yeah, 111 for 2. 8 wickets still in hand here for the Knights, but they are constantly just going way and way behind the asking rate. The highest that they've been going at is 3.6. Bit of a cloud cover, but nothing too threatening as we just take a look at the other games around with the Western Province earlier on, scoring a 303 for 5. The Garden Route Badgers are currently on 97 for 5.
Pushed hard at that one, beats the inner fielder and gets to the other end. Yeah, that Western Province score coming off the back of a wonderful 100 from Faye Tunnicliffe, 108 in that game. Struck in front. Given. Zuza gets a higher score and then is immediately uprooted. Sine Lease was absolutely convinced that that was out and the umpire obliged.
Yeah, definitely very good here from Sine Lease. And Zuza was almost walking there after she got stuck in front. She almost knew that she was also gone there. Just take a look at that again. That is plumb in front, and you can see Zuza always knew that she was going. Timely breakthrough here for the Titans, getting rid of Luanda Zuza from 44 from 57 balls. She was really looking to put a bit of impetus in this innings, and she did stick around for quite some time. Got some good runs. It's some time for somebody else to take over this year for the Knights.
Well, that somebody else is Yolandi Potgieter. Number 16 comes to the wicket. That's a massive breakthrough. That it was starting to frustrate the Titans, I think, and if they were able to kind of capitalize on a nice little partnership, they could have put some pressure back on this Titan side. Potgieter coming in 146 matches under her belts, 20 50s and 400s. She averages 31.5, with her best coming against the Northern Cape at Bloemfontein in 2022-23.
Yeah, definitely. I think the most frustrating thing from the Knights to the Titans is probably that they just couldn't get the wickets, but I don't think they'll be too worried about the rate in which their previous partnership was going. Now Yolande Potgieter and Silas will need to pick this one up.
Just works this away onto the onside. The quick run is immediately called for. Potgieter was really on the move there, but Cillier again just happy to hang on to the one.
Yeah, and I think definitely the running between the wickets is something that the Knights could have done better in this innings. It's just a couple of occasions where they could have turned those ones into twos, push for those twos to try and see if they can turn them into threes, but more times than not, they found themselves just slacking a little bit.
Running into a bit of traffic there. Not able to prevent the ball rolling away down to the long on boundary. But class is there to keep it just to the single. 114 for 3 after 32. As you said, KG, a bit of cloud cover. We were spoiled all day with cloudless skies and glorious sunshine. That doesn't look like it's threatening to do all that much.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of those that it's just the skies to, or the cloud cover just to cool down things a little bit. But as we just look at where we currently are in this match with the Knights on 114 for 3.
The Titans bowlers have been the ones that have been cooling things down for the Knights. It's still 28 outside, so not that much respite yet, because these clouds are at the opposite viewpoint of where the sun is, towards the eastern side of the ground.
Yeah, you've got to say that much to what we spoke about earlier about the seam bowlers, that Mona Lisa Lorodi will probably be the one that they're looking to go after. I think with the spin bowling,
just pushes this out for one. I think you've highlighted a key factor here, KG, is the energy or the intensity or the urgency with which the Knights have been running between the wickets has not been up to standard. You have to push ones into twos, because it seems all too confident, all too casual, all too backseat.
yeah, definitely. I think it's something that we spoke about a little bit earlier with the Titans. There was a time where it looked like the boundaries were drying a bit, but in that period, they still went to go for those ones and twos just to make sure that they can keep on keeping the scoreboard ticking. They could go at 8 and over without scoring a boundary.
Trying to force things here. Yolandi Potgieter. Good bit of fielding there from Maharaj. She bowled really well here. Just the one from the over. You can understand now why she's got an economy in her career of less than 3. Just the one from it. 4 overs have been bowled by Rasika Maharaj. It's 115 for 3 after 33.
And that is the thing with the Titan spinners. I mean, you've got Paulina Mashishi, who's got a career economy of 3.2. Suneli's career economy of 2.9. Maharaj also under the 3 mark. So you've got 3 spinners that are really, really, really tidy when they're bowling. But you've got to look at one and say, this is the one that we're looking to attack. Otherwise, then you're just going to go through the emotions here.
Oh, a big hoofing sweep there, and it's missed everything. Hands on head stuff from Suneli's. Offering some words of advice there to Potgieter, the non-striker.
Run rate now up into the 10s. I say that if there's 4 overs to go, you need 10 and over.
Yeah, she's missed her length there and been suitably dispatched. A lovely sweep shot, and it went like a lightning bolt to the boundary for 4. Great shot.
Yeah, very good shot there that time around from Silas. She's been there for a very long time, so she needs to pounce on it, and she did exactly that. As we see that 2 full from Suneli's.
Again, 2 full. This time not quite getting the timing, as they get 1 for it.
You just look at the running that time around from Potgieter is that she's probably identified that they need to do a bit more because she pushed that first one hard, looking to come back for the second.
Oh, that one just dipped. And a bit of a shin killer for Marks. Shame it's one that she tried to kind of shift around to stop it and then realized suddenly that it was an opportunity to take a catch. Plays this a little bit square. There's a clean grab that's needed. And like a wrestling referee, Marks tapping at the mat there. 1 to go in the 34th.
Yeah, but as you can see that it looked to be a bit more quick running there, and that's what Potgieter looks like she's bringing in. Is it a little bit too late, too late here from the Knights, where got somebody that looks like she's got the energy to try and go for those singles, maybe push for the twos.
A good way to end the over for Sine Lees. Just 6 from it. Unfortunately, still not enough. They need to go over 10 to the over. Nigh on 11. 34 gone. 1-2, 1 for 3.
Nah, it's still got a very big mountain. 171 needed from just 96 balls needed from them. Do have the 7 wickets in hand, but it is a different ball game when you're chasing a score.
Comes down the wicket, try to upset the length there of Maharaj. Again comes down the wicket, still not able to beat Maharaj, and a bit of a chuckle there from behind the stumps.
A lot to say from Tebogo Macheke there behind.
Lovely bit of fielding, lovely bit of fielding. They get 1 for it, but it's that kind of effort in the field that has gotten them into this position. Don't wicket keepers always have something? Just say. Always want to offer some advice in some way, or maybe a quip or a joke or a chirp, I'm sure.
The funny thing is that she's speaking to a different language than what the batters would understand, and a lot more times she's actually saying a lot of nothings. She's just speaking, having a nice chat with her teammates.
Down the wicket. Oh, nearly just taking a parry. It came back so quickly at Maharaj. A half chance nevertheless.
Yeah, a bit of a half opportunity there for Rasika Maharaj. Just looked like she wasn't ready for it. As we just take a look at that again. Hit hard back at her and just getting the one hand, left hand to it. Changing the fielding here with the mid-off now going to long off.
Just beats that fielder on the right-hand side for the single. 35 gone. It's 1, 2, 4 for 3. Oh, if only the numbers were just slightly amended, we would have gotten 1, 2, 3, 4. Nevertheless, at the same stage, the Titans ladies 158 for 3. But if you were following along with us earlier, it was that final 15 overs that really made the difference as Sine Lees let loose. Sorry, that wasn't an intentional pun. Sorry. Down the ground. That'll go all the way for 6. What a lovely stroke. And Potgieter just lets go.
Yeah, very good shot there from Potgieter. Knowing that there's so many that are needed. Start the over with a 6 here. We've spoken about how she came in and she just comes down the wicket, hits it over that corner for a 6. That's actually the first 6 of the innings. And the match, actually, there wasn't 36, if I remember, from the first innings.
Good bit of flight there and dip from Sanelius. Good comeback. It's just deciding that she wants mid-off to come towards us at long off. Again, coming down the wicket. Good use of the feet. I don't mind this, but is it belaboring a point by saying, you know, where does this 10 overs ago? It's well played. Just finds the fielder.
Yeah, I think it's something that you speak about a lot sometimes when you say that, is it a little bit too little, too late, where now you're catching up the game and you're trying to do what you should have done a bit earlier in the match.
Comes down the ground and miscues this one. Goes a lot squarer than I think she was hoping for. They're going to run for 2. And no stress in getting home in the end.
It's one of those that you feel that somebody should have taken the responsibility a little bit earlier on in these innings.
Overbowled. 36 have been completed. 132 for 3.
3-2 for 3. That run rate ever going up for the Knights. Now need to be going at 11.4 to the over. Say that if this was 2 overs to go, 3 overs to go, you feel that there's a very big opportunity. But if you have to do this for a long period of time, becomes a daunting task here. 11.4 is really, really, really big to try and get. 16 overs to go.
Quickly sets off for that one. The immediate call was yes, many times over.
Yeah, and I think it looks like Potgieter is the one that has got a bit of firepower in her. So Steelers will be doing well to get her on strike as much as possible.
Comes down the ground, hits it straight, but there's a fielder under it. She'll pouch it. And another wicket falls. Rasika gets her first. 133 now for 4.
Yeah, very good bowling from Rasika Maharaj. They're slowing it down. But they can't blame her for trying to go for those ones. But straight down the throat of Liz Marie Max at that long on boundary. Didn't get the bat she was looking for. Coming down the wicket, meeting it, but nice and slow. Flighted up from Rasika Maharaj. That goes straight into the safe hands of Elise Marie Max. That's the 4th wicket down. The Knights now on 133 for 4. Big mountain here for them to climb if they were to get anywhere near the target of the Titans.
And don't forget, we'll take the opportunity to say don't forget tomorrow from 9:30. There will be a toss. And then at 10 o'clock, the Hollywoodbets Pro20 action gets underway between these two sides, the Fidelity Titans and the Knights women. They'll be taking each other on in the Pro20 fixture. And then later, it's the Titans Legends taking on the Bulls Legends. Join us on the CSA YouTube channel as we bring you every single moment of the action. And please do join us if you're not able to be with us in person.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be a good day out here at SuperSport Park.
What's the weather looking like for tomorrow, KG?
It looks like very sunny, similar to what it is today. So expect very nice sunny day here at SuperSport Park.
Mercifully no rain.
That's something that you need to mention a lot in Gauteng these days, isn't it? It's very rare not to have any rain for 2 or 3 days. In this last 2.5 months or so, there's been a lot of rain around.
Zintle Kula is the new batter at the crease, having only faced 2. It's a really tough task. Salir for me has got to be the one to go here. If there's going to be any hope of a surprise victory. It's a great shot. She's beaten the 2 fielders in the inner ring. What a way to get off the mark for Zintle Kula. Great shot. Through point for 4.
Yeah, very good shot here from the bat of Zintle Kula. Hitting it nice and late. Through point for 4. Just allowing the ball to come to her. Hitting it almost behind her hips there.
Well, the stumps have come off. Bells, rather. Kula's not too convinced. And I think she's been given out. You saw the bails come off there. And everybody kind of stood still. They weren't quite sure. The suspicion from Zintle Kula, I think, was that Macheke may have touched the stumps with her gloves. We'll just have to have a look at this one again. KG, the umpires are also leering towards the scoreboard. They're not 100% convinced.
Yeah, especially because it looks like the bail has actually fell in front of the wicket, but it could have ricocheted off their hands. A tough angle to see it from.
Yeah, we do have a side-on angle, so hopefully we can get that exact angle. But just prior, we'll see if we can fish that one out for you. But another wicket falls. Zintle Kula is gone for 4. She was only there for a brief time. 137 for 5.
There's another wicket down here. And that will also be the drinks break, taking the second drinks break of this innings.
Beautiful. So we'll be with you in just a moment as we ourselves will get our cold drinks topped up. Welcome back after the drinks break. Always look after us very nicely here at SuperSport Park. Elise will resume after the drinks break from the Avbob end, formerly the West Lane end. And the new batter at the crease is Elandri Janse van Rensburg. That is her foray into this game. Her best 92 against Kaiser and Coastal at Potchefstroom. Not that long ago, 21-22 season, but average of 16.6.
Very interesting with the different lanes here at ends here at SuperSport Park. Others used to call it the Pavilion end. Others call it the West Lane end. Now it's the Avbob end. The Avbob killed both West Lane and Pavilion end.
No, that is out of line. That joke. That joke. Yes, they get one. No, KG, I'm sorry. That one is not. That's not to make sure. That one. Right, Giselle Celliers, 45 from 109 at the non-striker. Jansen van Rensburg about to face her first delivery. Able to keep that one out.
I think the intention here from the batters is to just bet the whole 50 overs. Because the way that they're going at the moment, it doesn't look like they are looking to go after anyone here, but rather just to bet 50 overs, maybe frustrate the Titans, maybe get them more tired for the T20 game coming up tomorrow. It's the only thing that you could see why a team that's needed to go at 13 and over can just block it out the way that they've been going at it.
I hear you. I hear you. We'll give you a little bit more information on how they perform in the Pro 20s tomorrow. You'll have to join us for all that inside information.
Yeah, I think you'll be here in commentary today, David. Yeah.
Yes, I'll be here with you to bring you the Hollywoodbets Pro 20 game.
I think it's actually yourself, Ken, and Otto that will be covering that game tomorrow.
You're on top of it. Knowing exactly who's in the mix. Otto Simon, big Bulls fan. I'm sure he'll be sticking around after the ladies' game to see some of his heroes. Question I want to ask him is who has a better hairstyle, Wynand Olivier or Faf de Klerk? Maharaj 2 for 24 in her 6.1. Been so good as Rasika Maharaj.
They've been bowling very well, not giving anything away here. Not afraid to toss it up and bowl slowly.
Oh, she's just beaten the fielder there. Effortless stroke. And Janse van Rensburg has a boundary.
Yeah, good shot there from Janse van Rensburg. You got to say that they need a little bit more of those. Actually, plenty more of those. Just hitting it in between that mid-off and extra cover. The required rate is 13 to the over. They're going at 33.7, which is the highest they've gone at throughout this innings.
Yeah, not able to pierce the gaps here with that one. She did manage to pierce it with a ball prior, but in that instance, not able to find a way. In the air and caught. Thought for a moment it might have dropped short, but safe hands. And the procession of wickets continues straight to the fielder. It looks like Katie Pryor who's taken that catch. A relatively simple one. And the sixth wicket falls. 1-4-3 for 6.
Yeah, very good catch there from Catherine Pryor. Toss it up a bit there from Maharaj, saying There's a bit of a carrot there, but that carrot has hit straight into the hands of Catherine Pryor, and that's the 6th wicket down for the Knights, continuing to struggle in this game to chase down a big task of 292 that they needed.
Well, Janse van Rensburg is replaced by Jansen van Rensburg. Sorry, Jansen. Well, we'll get it right at some point, maybe, hopefully, by tomorrow. I think it's Giselle Jansen van Rensburg. I think that was the other one. And Janse van Rensburg has just been dismissed. So, other than the partnership between Isel Salier and Luyanda Nzuza, there's not been much to write home about in this encounter. They'll hopefully be able to turn things around for tomorrow's T20 game.
Yeah, I'm just looking that. I spoke a bit earlier that are they looking to frustrate the Titans for tomorrow, but I would actually try to use it as a betting practice for tomorrow and see if I can go hard at them and put pressure on them.
Yeah, we were saying Rasika Maharaj has done well. She's done very well. 7 overs have been bowled from her. 3 for 28. 39 gone. 1 for 3 for 6.
Yeah, there's been very good bowling from the trinity of spinners from the Titans here. Have hardly given anything away. All 3 of them bowled very, very well. So far bowled 24 overs from the spinners. Also taken 3 wickets, and we'll have the 4th one to join the party, Gandhi Jafta. It's bowled the 40th over here. 4th spinner introduced by the Titans.
Spinner's doing the job here. That's a rare thing to say at SuperSport Park, but the ability to take pace off the ball has been an invaluable one for the Fidelity Titans.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a conversations that gets had sometimes, that when the wicket is flat, who does it suit more? Because you feel that with the pace bowlers, if the wicket is flat, it means that there's no movement of it. There's not too much that's they're extracting from it. So if anybody is to get something out of it, it'll probably be the spinners, because the pace bowlers will have nothing to work with to say. So you'd say that the spinners, if the wicket is too flat for the seam bowlers, then the spinners come in. One thing about Gandhi Jafta is that she goes very quickly through her overs before she's done. Before you realize it, she's done. She just goes back to the mark and bowls the next ball.
Very confident shout, and she was almost off to go celebrate with Masabata class. Umpire couldn't be bothered. Not interested in that one.
She seems to also get in front of the umpire there.
Yeah, that also doesn't really help you, does it? Because the umpire wants to have a second look and see what is on the go with the processes.
Yeah, definitely. You can just get too excited that you forget to give the umpires an opportunity.
Just squeezes this away square of the wicket. Was there a shout of high ball somewhere in there? I think maybe they're too excited. 1 ball remaining in the 40th, and then Verdner and KG will take you all the way to the 50th. It's full and straight, just beats the fielder in the ring. And so 40 overs have been completed. The final 10 are upon us. It's 1 for 6 for 6.
10 to go, 60 balls at the same time. The Fidelity Titans were on 196 for 4. 50 runs to the good, and also 2 less wickets lost by the Fidelity Titans. That just shows how much behind the match the Knights are at the moment. They constantly have been behind, trying to chase after the big score. The DL par at this point is 230.
David Midgley being very optimistic, thinking that we'll get to 50 overs.
Still 4 wickets in hand, so should be able to get to 50 overs. It's just about how many runs. Silas carrying her bat, nearing her 50.
I wonder how loudly they will celebrate the 50 from the dressing room in the situation.
That is the 50 up for Silas. Getting very slow 50 here for the Knights. 50 of 115 balls. Not too many celebrations in the dugout.
Maharaj in a very good spell here. 3 for 29 in his 7.2 overs.
The spinners have really come in here for the Titans, and they've continued to bury the game.
Taruna, 57.
Straight there again from Maharaj. Just tickled around for that single. Looking for 2 here. An opportunity for a run out, but not the greatest of fielding there. Didn't bring it back quick enough.
That required run rate has gotten out of hand. 15 runs and over required for the Knights.
Sweep shot down to that deep square leg for a single. Bit of a chap there from Tebogo Macheke telling Mona Lisa that it feels like bit of a reverse sweep here. Very good shot here from the bat of Isel Sellers. Getting a boundary, 54 from 116 from her. Very good shot to end the 41st over. And that's also the 150 up for the Knights. They are 150 for 6 after 41 overs.
154. That's only the 3rd boundary for Isel Soya in 116 deliveries. Unfortunately, this game has gotten away from the Knights. They'll have another opportunity to rebound against the Titans tomorrow in the Hollywoodbets Pro50, Pro20 tournament, I should say, ahead of the Legends match. Another over for Jafta.
The 2 leg side there from Gandhi Jafta. The previous over, Tebogo Macheke was just saying to Mona Lisa Lohodi that the way you throw in the ball, it's like it's got a lot of weight on it because it's not getting to me quick enough. No offside that time from Gandhi Jafta. It's straight back to Mona Lisa Lohodi. I wonder if the Titans will be looking to just go right through here with the spinners. Still got a lot of overs from the spinners. Turning it in, maybe a bit too much there. Look like it's going down. Doing a bit too much.
So you're not going to get the wicket if you don't appeal. So make sure you give it your all, even if you are not 100% convinced.
Yeah, definitely. You'll never know when it's your lucky day to get even those ones that... Sometimes you do get the ones that shouldn't be given out, but you'll only get them if you ask for them.
Always been fascinated by different sort of appeals from bowlers.
Good shot, good sweep shot. And that is a very good shot from the bat of Van Rensburg. Hitting it in between that car corner and deep square leg for a 4.
Power sweep, very effective. That ball turning into her. She got down nice and low. Make sure that she really extended those arms, which is so important with a sweep shot. You don't want to tangle yourself up and get it right in the gap as well. And need to search for the ball there. Looks like it just might have bounced over the screen or got caught underneath. Some of the spectators want to help look for the ball, and they have managed to retrieve it now.
Yeah, Paulina Mashishi doing the work to retrieve the ball. To take her shoes off. She was going over that over the covers. Don't want to upset the ground stuff. Putting spikes into the covers.
Very considerate of her.
Just outside. Guided down to that third man for 2 runs.
Played nice and late by Giselle Janssen van Rensburg. She was quite good with the ball for most of that first innings. Just went away from what was working for her in that last couple of overs.
Okay, just outside that off stump from Gandhi Jafta. And that will be a dot ball to end the 42nd over with the Knights on 161 for 6. Finally got that run rate to go up a bit, but still only 3.8. Now recovering 16.4 to the over. You think Werner, as optimistic as you want to be, this is a little bit too much.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't really look like they're going for the target anymore, or really have for most of the innings. The Titans have had control throughout. Looks like Masabata Klaas will come back into the attack, this time from the Henalp's River End. Just measuring out her run-up. She's bowled the 5 overs so far, conceded 19 runs, also picked up the 1 wicket.
Yeah, she got the early breakthrough. Masabata Klaas getting the first wicket. Now she comes back to try and finish off.
Yeah, she dismissed Annika Swart, who wasn't part of the team for the day for the Knights, but she came on as a concussion sub for keeper Veronica Reddy, who had a bit of a blow under the chin early on in the match, and then later seemed like she had some concussion symptoms and went off the field. So she was replaced. Unfortunately, Annika Swart only managed the 1 run for her bonus match.
Straight from Masabata Klaas. 6th over that she's bowling after bowling the first 5 overs. So she's had a long rest. But 32 overs without bowling. And back into the attack with 8 overs to go in the match. Just looking to close it up here for the Fidelity Titans. And a bit of improvisation there from Isel Siles. Going outside that off stump. A bit of a lap down to that fine leg. Vacant fine leg area for a 4.
That's very nicely played. Got herself into a good position. Important for those type of shots to get nice and low. Get yourself balanced. And she did that very well on this occasion. Using the pace of Masabata Klaas and that angle to just guide it. And she did well to get outside the off stump as well. So she really manufactured that shot. And that's what they need to do now. Requiring 16 runs and over requires out of the box thinking. And so Elise Marie Marks, she asked for a bit of a field change with bowler Masabata Klaas. And looks like it's Maharaj who's coming in to a fine leg position on the boundary after that previous shot went in this area. Feels like square leg could maybe go a bit more square. They're very close together at this moment.
Straight and tucked into that vacant leg side just for the single.
I think he'd come off second best against Masabata Klaas if you're rubbing shoulders.
I think the Titans at the moment don't mind those singles. In fact, they are giving them to the Knights. You know that they need way more than that and over if they are going to get anywhere close to the score. Good Yoka there from Masaba Tatlas. I think the only thing now at the moment that the Titans are playing for is probably the bonus point. It's the only thing that they're looking to get here. We just work it out now quickly what the Knights need to get to. Ooh, and that's a bit of a slipped out of the hand there of Masaba Tatlas, way over the head of Van Rensbeck.
Yeah, the Knights need to get to 234 to avoid giving the bonus point to the Titans. Titans have to keep them to under that. Still a long way away. Only 7 overs to go. They'd have to go at around 10 and over just to avoid that. So safe to say the Titans in pole position to get that bonus point. But maybe this free hit helps the Knights along.
Yeah, maybe this free hit might get the Knights a bit closer. Make the best of it, yeah. Van Rensbeck. In the block hole there, she does get it through that mid halfway for Van Rensbeck, making the free hit count here, getting a boundary. And bit of an untidy over so far from Masaba Tatlas. 10 runs already in this over.
The first one today to make use of it. Gets that one nicely out of the middle. And mid-off had no real opportunity to get around to it.
Bit straighter there from Masaba Tatlas. That's a dot ball to end the 43rd over with the Knights on 171 for 6.
Still need 121 runs of 7 overs. Or more realistically, they need about 63 runs of the last 7 at about 9 runs and over to deprive the Titans of a bonus point.
You've just got to ask yourself, for the Knights, does it really mean that much to them whether they lose by a bonus point or not? Because in terms of the way that the log standings are at the moment, it's, as we said in the beginning of the game, that the Knights will probably need to win both games. Hope that the Badgers lose, but if the Badgers lose and they also lose, then it doesn't change anything. The only thing would be for pride, you would say, if you deny the opposition a bonus point with the way things are standing. Nice swim shot there from Sailors, but she doesn't get up after hitting that one. And what is supposed to be at least a single ends up just being a dot ball.
Might be a bit of cramp for Sylvia here. She's been out there for 120 deliveries. It has been quite hot out in the middle in the sun, so might have just pulled up a bit. Does look like it could be a bit of cramp.
Yeah, definitely. I think she's been there. She's carrying her bat currently after fielding all 50 overs. Has to come in now. She's been batting the whole time. So she's been there for 120 balls, but has been there for way over that. Close to 260 balls that she's been there for, around 59 of 120. She did pick up the strike rate, but only to close to 50. Needed to be more close to 150.
Looks like she's right to continue. Still stretching out that hammy.
Testing 1, 2. All the cricket is on here.
Khadija after just playing a bit with the mic there. With the stump mic there. Testing the stump mic.
We need a two-way audio now so that we can reply to her.
It's straight, and Silas this time hits it straight into the hands of Catherine Pryor, who makes a meal of it and just perishes it away for 4 what should have been a wicket there, but Catherine Pryor does not hold on to it. And that's another boundary from Silas, from the bat of Silas. There's 63 of 121 now.
Yeah, I think Celia has finally made that decision now. She can't really run much anymore with those cramps. So it's pretty much hit out or get out at the moment.
It's time. She comes down the wicket but misses it. Yes. An opportunity for a stamping there, but Deborah Macheke looks to have made a meal of it. Didn't get up with the ball. Did it go past even?
We'll have to see a bit of a replay of that one.
Ooh, and almost keeping low there. Just be very interesting to see that previous ball. Straight and Silas tries to go the reverse sweep, but that looks like it's outside that off stump. And the impact is outside the off stump. Even if it is going to hit, they will not give it out.
Not even 100% sure whether that hit the pad or not, to be honest. Might have, but definitely outside the line.
Coming down again and hitting it down to that long on for his single. Keeping the strike here, Silas. Partnership going at 33 at the moment. As we just take a look again if it does look like it might have hit the pad, but way outside that off stump.
Just getting a bit of fluid into is also important when you're cramping up. You get as much fluids as you can. You don't want to be dehydrated. And so getting some electrolytes into the body. 6 overs to go. 116 required for a win. At a required run rate of 19 to the over. Titans, they're looking to keep the Knights under 234 for a bonus point, which is still 58 runs away in those 6 overs, just under 10 runs to the over, so they'll be looking to do that, work their way a bit further up that table. Titans having a discussion. Doesn't look like much about the class is gonna continue. Gandhi Jafta jogging quickly, bit of dragging her leg behind her. She's going to the long off position, just realizing a bit late that she needed to. As Mashishi comes back into the attack, she's bowled 7 overs, conceded 29 runs and taken the 1 wicket. That wicket was the massive one of Mia Naismith.
Yeah, very important wicket early on from Tabakomash in a first ball actually. First ball just nice and straight into Silas, who's been looking to attack a little bit more. And tries to go on the sweep once again. Hit it straight to Mona Lisa Lehodi. Tips Kweleka coming back for 2 now. Opportunity on the bowler's end, but nothing there.
Looks like she got a lot of electrolytes into that body. Suddenly she can run those 2s without having any cramps.
And this time, ooh, just a bit to the right of Elise Marie marks at that catching mid-wicket position.
Jansen van Rensburg. Opportunity to make an impact with the bat as well here today.
Down, tickled again to the 45. Manelisa Lehodi has had to do a lot of work on that deep square leg. It's running a lot, it's thrown a lot. Does have a very good arm. She does enjoy fielding on the boundary. Down to that Long off for a single.
Yeah, she's in quite a long way from the boundary now. Is Mona Lisa Lejode, about 10 meters in from the boundary ring.
That's maybe the best way to try and stop those twos. If the Knights are looking to come back for another two, they'll have to hit it to her left or to her right, and that brings the end of the 45th over with the Knights on 181 for 6.
5 overs to go. Looks like Mr. David Midgley is going to be right, and we're going to have the full 50 overs. Batters not giving their wickets away, also not really going at a rapid pace. So we'll play out the rest of this innings until we come to an end. A full 100 innings in a day. It's been a while since we've had one of those matches up here in Gauteng.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a while where we have had a full 100 overs uninterrupted at any point. So it's very good. That's what we want to see. Kanti Jafta again into Silas, who goes on to the 1 knee again. Hit it straight to that tip square leg for a single.
Feels like since I said she wasn't sweeping any ball like Sunaylis has, she's brought out all the sweeps. He's also, yeah. He realized that's quite a lucrative option.
Maybe they do hear you on the stump mic. A single that time around from Van Rensbeck, bringing Silas back onto strike. Silas once again goes for that reverse sweep down to the third man boundary. That will tickle away to a 4, and that's another 4 from the bat of Silas. Now on 73 from 131 balls, getting close to that 100 now.
I almost question, where was this type of intent early on in her innings? Why did it take her over 100 balls before we started seeing this type of intent to get some good runs in the over? But nice to see that she does have the options.
Definitely going down on the sweep once again for a single. Yeah, definitely you ask yourself where the intent was. Or was the intention to try and bet 50 overs and let everybody around her to score at a quicker rate, and maybe she can finish off at the end, but just didn't work out that way. Look like the slowness that she betted probably transferred the pressure back onto her partners that ended up being out. Once again, just popped up to that cow corner for a single to end the 46th over. And that sees the Knights move on to 189 for 6. It's been a very good batting wicket, Werner. We haven't seen any demons. Yes, there's a couple of times where you saw the ball keeping low a little bit, but to a large extent, it's been a very good batting wicket here for both teams.
It really has. There's not been much in it for the bowlers. The batters who have shown a bit of intent have been able to score freely. No real demons in the wicket, as you could say. But the spinners have used it well. You see Rasika Maharaj taken 3 for 36. And Mashishi back.
Yeah, Mashishi to continue from the Hennops River end into her 9th over. So far about 8.1 overs, 1 for 34. Picked up a wicket in her first ball. Coming down the wicket, Van Rensbeck. Smithing it. Good adjustment there from Paulina Mashishi. Once again, just pinning the batter back, Mashishi. Not giving anything away. Very quickly through the air from her. 3-dot balls to start off the 47th over. Slower that time around from Mashishi, and Van Rensbeck just hits it down straight for a single to bring Silas back onto strike. 26 runs she needs to get to that 100, Silas.
She She'll have to take most of the strike if she wants to get there from here.
Celeste once again that reverse hit, and once again she does get a boundary from that. Where has this been the whole game? We've asked that question. Moving now to 78 of 133 balls.
Feels like maybe going forward she just needs to back herself, because clearly she has the shots. She just needs that self-confidence. Need to be able to implement this earlier on in her innings, especially in big chases like this. I don't think there's much use letting it drag out until you require 15 runs and over and plus, and then starting to try and play like this.
It's time just dug out for a single. They'll be pushing for 2. Nope. Yeah, definitely. I think that's the end of the 47th over with the Knights on 195 for 6. Yeah, definitely Werner. I think the team will look at her and say that, yes, you did get 80 odd or 90 odd at the end of the innings, but needed a little bit more of her a bit earlier on. Especially there was a partnership between her and Zuza, and Zuza at that time was going quite rapidly, but she took her time to get into it.
Yeah, and that partnership you're talking about, the partnership was 73, is also only made 24 of 57 deliveries. In this partnership with Giselle Janssen van Rensburg, she's made 32 of 23 deliveries. If she had done this at that stage of the match, things might have looked a bit different.
And numbers don't lie, do they, Werner? Sika Maharaj back into the attack this time around, operating from the off-bob end. Let's ball a single that gets Isel Silas to 80. Done a lot of justice to her average. Does average 825, so this 80 will propel average up a little bit. Ooh, and that just too leg sided from Rasika Maharaj, and that's a wide ball.
She's coming through and around the wickets.
Coming around the wicket this time from Rasika Maharaj, and Van Rensburg just hits it down to that deep square leg for a single.
Over the wicket.
She has 3 centuries in her career. That's Zhao Silya.
It's again down on that sweep, and good fielding from Paulina Mashishi at that shot 45 there.
This is her highest score this season. Only a second 50 this season that she's made, and this is her 9th innings.
And that's the difficulty about, she is on 81, batted well in terms of the runs that she scored, but it's just a different thing when you look at what the game needed from a batter. But she did get the runs. She's still the 81. She's batted right through. She's at least taken that responsibility of not losing her wicket at any given time. Chasing such a big score, it's always going to be difficult, and that's the 200 up for the Knights. The 200 for 6 after 47.5 overs. I mean, down and just hitting it down to that cow corner for a single. That is Elsilas will remain on strike. Just wonder with the Titans if they'll just finish off with spin, which I think probably should. Paulina Mashishi's ball 9 overs, and indeed it will be her to finish off from the Henops River end.
Hurry, DJ.
Titans here. Got a bit of mileage in here. Taking all the way down to bowling to fielding 50 overs. Bit of a change in the field there with one fielder on the offside coming to that mid-wicket area. There wasn't anyone there in the previous ball. Some tight again from the banker, Paulina Mashishi. It's been a bit more expensive than what she has been in her career and in this season. And Van Rensburg comes down once again, hits it very nicely in between that cow corner and a long on. And that is a 4 from the bat of Van Rensburg.
Yeah, lovely strike by her. Takes her up to 24. Just a bit more air, gets down the wicket, drags it across. Gets a lot of bat on it.
An attempted reverse sweep once again. Doesn't get the bat on it, and Silas comes through for a single. Silas, of course, has got 3 career centuries. This is the 11th 50 in this format of the game. It down straight to long on for a single. 1 ball to go in the 49th over, the penultimate over. A full toss to end of that over there, and a bit of work to be done by Mona Lisa Lohodi. She does the work quite well, keeping it down to 2. That ends the 49th over, and the spell from Paulina Mashishi. With the 49 overs, the Knights are 210 for 6. 1 over to go. Asking rate is just a ridiculous amount at the moment, 82 to the over. Highly impossible.
Yeah, we'll take that out of the equation. Even the 32 runs they require to deny the Titans the bonus point seems highly unlikely at this point. It's been a dominant display from the Fidelity Titans, almost right from the word go. After that early wicket of Robin Sill, they didn't really look back. Sine Lees at 150, highest score, 153 not out. It's a wonderful display of batting from her.
First ball in the last over, Silas just coming down, hitting it down to that cow corner for a single. Pushes them up now to 211. Hatched again to Van Rensburg. Sabatatlas doing the tidy up work there at long on for a single. 4 balls to go in this innings and in this match. Silas coming across, trying to hit the boundary on the leg side, but only managing to hit it for a single down to that deep square leg. Oh, and a very good ball from Rasika Maharaj. It looks like it just went over the stumps there.
Yeah, a bit of extra bounce from her this time. So 2 deliveries to go to end off the day here in style for the Titans.
Coming down the wicket and a bit of an untidy work, but does get the stump in there. Teboho Macheke got an opportunity. Van Rensburg was just too far down. could not recover, and Macheke had an opportunity to get that stumping.
It looked like she almost fumbled it. We'll have another quick look. Coming down the wicket, playing right over the top of a full toss. In the end, she did very well. There's Macheke. Nice soft hands. And collects its hands. So, unfortunately, Batter needs to stride off to the last delivery of the match. Nothing to gain really by it. But there she is. 1 ball to go.
Could get a 6 from it.
And it is Charlize Force. Crystal Force, who came in just for this match. She bowled quite well. Got the ball to shape into the right-handers. Let's see if she can get a run on the board today.
Straight on. She does get a run on the board. And that's a single to end the 50th over. And the match here. It sees the Knights finish off on 214 for 7 after their 50 overs. And sees the Titans winning by a bonus point, winning by 77 runs to ensure that they get the bonus point. Very good display of cricket here from the Titans. Started off with the batting and the bowling also. On a wicket that we said that it had a lot of runs in it. And the Titans did put the runs on it, and they also restricted the Knights. So we just take a look at the batting card here from the Knights.
Isel Sullier batted throughout, carried her bat. 86 of 142 deliveries. Towards the back end of her innings, she finally started displaying all her shots. Started to get that run rate up. Unfortunately, by that time, it had gotten out of hand. Miane Smith, she showed early intent as well. She made 25 of 32 before falling to Paulina Mashishi off her very first delivery. Leanda Nzuza, very impressive in her innings of 44 of 58 deliveries. And here at the back end, Janssen van Rensburg, she made 27 of 36 to Giselle. And so she supported Isel Sawyer in that partnership here at the back end, where they made and just get that 70 runs of 67 deliveries. So a much improved partnership at the back end. With the ball, it was Rasika Maharaj who took 4 for 46. The chief destroyer there. Wickets also for Masabata Klaas, for Paulina Mashishi, as well as Sune Lees. Comprehensive victory here via the Fidelity Titans, who win by a 77 runs. And the players will shake hands. It's been a lovely day out here, KG.
Yeah, it's been a very good day out here. Glorious day of cricket here. No interruptions whatsoever. No rain, no lightning. Just good cricket being played out there. Lots of runs. Over 500 runs that have been scored in today's match. And that's a very good sign of women's cricket to see them putting the runs on the board. But the Fidelity Titans walk away with a 77-run victory here. And they will be looking to come back tomorrow and see if they can finish off. And from us in commentary, and such wonderful work, we must say also from Pitch Vision, bringing the game to you live from the CSA YouTube channel. Has done a very good job here today to ensure that you get the best of the game here. And that's it from us in commentary here. It is good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from us.